Oh, there it is. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you are watching the recap. I think some of you are watching nothing at all. That is because we started late, even on a holiday. I know today is a holiday because it is CPI. I'm very surprised. I guess I did not set the 4 a.m. alarm, but y'all were telling me to go to bed all week, so I... Oh, but we here, baby. The inflation numbers all came in line. I don't know. Very weird reaction so far. Again, there's going to be a lot. I still need to cover a lot of it because I was sleeping and I haven't even pooped yet. So good morning. I hope you guys are doing good. I got a couple of analyst comments and some other things. I think my voice is a lot better. I slept. I thought I was going to be up like 2 hours ago, bro. I'm feeling great. I just need to go poop and we'll be good. So good morning. I hope you guys are feeling good. I hope you are ready for it. Honestly, I don't know if I really missed much. After I'm looking at the data right now and I'm looking at the market, I'm like, man, my brother, look at this. Look at this. So, Chad, I hope you guys are doing good, but like I have to still get everything slept in, set up. So I'm gonna go poop right now. Is that okay with you guys? I think you guys can figure it out right now. I think you're realizing the data might be cooked. The market again. Well, at least I said this on the watch list. You know, we need to be humble about the data. Everybody's gonna view it very, very broad. And you know, again, I'll just tell you this right now. Even waking up, looking at it, super simple in the sense that as long as the inflation did not go up, I don't think this was bad enough to freak people out. I think the only other issue we got to worry about is the 5%. You got the 5% that hit the 2-year or the 10-year for a little bit. And other than that, though, I don't think it's anything too crazy. Again, October now, take you into the earnings. We should be a little bit better here. So we'll see. But now I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back, Chad. Oh, wow. We only have 10 minutes. Oh, my God. We only have 10 minutes. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Let's
Marie
see.
and Ollie, to the both of you, thank you very much. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. We are about 12 minutes away from the opening bell. Equities on the S&P 500 fading just a touch, just about unchanged, following a very small upside surprise on headline inflation. In the bond market, yields higher at the front end by 8 basis points. The 2-year, 5.06%. On a 10-year, up 6 basis points to 462. Back with us for some final thoughts, Greg Peters, Troy Gayeski. Greg, we've talked a lot about this rate move. Let's talk about credit. Can this rate shock of the last 12 months develop into a credit problem?
I think it depends where you are on the credit spectrum. Troy talked about levered loans. I would say the flip side of that is that the cost on the corporate side is much higher as kind of the cheaper credit has rolled off. That's going to be replaced with more expensive terms. And so if you think about how many companies have really kind of utilized this zero and negative rate environment to their benefit, that really starts to go away. So I think credit, it really matters where you are in credit, and the more levered you are, the more susceptible you are. So I think it's a high quality bias from a credit perspective.
Troy, do you agree?
Yeah, so 100% agree. I wasn't talking about levered loans. I was talking about private lending, where you have much stronger covenants. In fact, one of the bigger risks to markets from a credit standpoint right now is in the levered loan market, where not only have you had covenants deteriorate for years, but obviously debt service coverage ratios have slipped over time as the front end's gone up. And so, that's an area where not only will we have higher defaults relative to high yield bonds historically, but you're also seeing much, much lower recovery rates. And, one of the interesting developments in private credit now is a lot of the companies that borrowed historically, their management teams and owners are looking at ways to mitigate default in the event of a recession. And so oftentimes they're taking assets out of the capital structure and pledging that against new loans, which clearly lowers the default risk, but could potentially lower the recovery rate for the current levered loan holders. So yeah, you have to be very selective in credit. It's a great time to be a lender given the pullback in bank lending activity. But if you have too low debt service coverage ratios and it's too cyclical of a business and we end up with a hard landing instead of a soft landing, clearly you're going to give back a larger portion of your income through realized risk of loss.
Greg, I remember a conversation we had around the pandemic, and you made some points about this golden era for credit, whereby executives in the C-suite would make decisions that are beneficial for credit holders. We had a deal announced yesterday, Exxon, Pioneer, all-stock deal. It wasn't about debt. wasn't about raising finance. Greg, when you see those kind of things, is that something that still sticks with you, that we'll start to see this behavior, that it's beneficial for the guy that's holding the bonds and maybe not the equity?
Yeah, I think that's a change on the margin. That was catalyzed also by cheap terms, right? So credit was extremely attractive. I think it's a harder argument to make. The way I would think about that particular transaction is kind of through a different lens. It actually speaks to maybe the underlying strength in the economy that folks have been so worried about.
The strength. All right, we got a couple minutes. Yeah, again, I don't think we're going to have plays, but I could still give you a quick little recap here of the morning. I think we could push it out real quick. No pun intended, given I just took the dump. I pushed it out. We're ready to go, baby. S&P futures, they are up by 0.1 Thursday pre-market trading off the best levels following a hotter-than-expected headline CPI. Read for September, major indices on track for strong weekly gains despite geopolitical backdrop. Treasuries are weaker with some curve flattening, 2-year above 5, but still a bit lower for the week. Dollar somewhat better than the major crosses. Gold is up by 0.3. Bitcoin futures up by 0.2 and WTI up 1.5. Despite the week of political headlines, markets remain focused on the Fed rate path. But while the headline for September CPI printed a bit hotter than expected, core was in line and unclear if the report will raise expectations for another rate hike this year. The release comes as markets this week have taken comfort from more dovish Fed speak that is suggested tighter financial conditions make the case. Market yesterday looked past PPI, September FOMC minutes, which contained no surprise and largely reiterated the Fed is well understood higher for longer theme. September, Fed's well understood. Started Q3 earnings season this week also in focus. Positive earnings revision momentum, but the situation in the Middle East remains volatile. Headline September CPI a bit hotter than consensus. Shelter cost was a big driver. However, core CPI in line with consensus and flat versus August versus the 4.1 annual rise in the lowest in 2 years. Widely watched used car component is down 2.5 for the month. Initial jobless claims also undershot consensus. Yet again, some Fed speak and additional Bostic and Collins later today. Not much news overnight in Israel. The intense series of airstrikes on Gaza targets more. In Europe, some hawkish ECB officials floated earlier to end ebb, and I think that was it. I got a couple more plays for you. I got a couple more plays, baby. But Chatadonia, what's more important? You already know. You already know, ladies and gentlemen. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. For real, thank you for your service. I gave you guys a nice message yesterday, and for real, there's a history of sacrifice, and what has been given to us is enough, hopefully, where we never have to keep sending in younger generations. So honestly, man, thank you to all the veterans out there, and I hope you appreciate what a lot of them have done already. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, anybody holding it down, the doctors, the coaches, the janitors, anybody helping out, for real. We love you and God bless you, so keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Wow, let's go. I don't know. It looks like non-farms kind of already. It's weird that all the headlines said that it came in hotter because at the numbers it looks all in line, but I don't think the story has changed too much today. So we are going to find out, Chatadonia. We are going to find out. Oh, yeah, where is Walgreens? I forgot about that. And then they have earnings in the morning. Again, earnings is starting, baby. It is the start to earnings season. They're up another 5. Well, Chad, we got 1 minute, 58 seconds. I don't know if there's going to be any plays. Again, there's actually a couple of others. So Walgreens earnings missed with management flagging macro-driven weakness in retail. Delta raised midpoint of full-year revenue. Fastenal, they noted solid results from on-site locations. Domino's comps missed, and company caution retail sales growth could trend below targets. CMC sees next quarter headwinds from U.S. Steel and margin compression. Ford confronting conditions in or confronting expanded UAW walkout. Microsoft disclosed IRS is seeking nearly $29 billion tax adjustment. And then ALB is up amid news of $4 billion takeover of Perth Metals. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, let me see. I think there's a couple of pre-market movers. Again, I don't know if the biotechs, even from yesterday. And then now, focus on earnings, but I don't even think the CPI. I think October might be green now. Maybe I'm saying it too early, but we will find out. OBGN pop due to talks of buyout. All right, less than 1 minute. Like the video, drop your thumbs up, and let me know if you need anything. We will be good, baby. We will be good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, with a Powerball 1, so I didn't win. You guys were right. I didn't, what's it called? I didn't play. I could have won. Man, it happened again. Round 1, fight. All righty. Let's see what we got here. Out. All right. You're up by only 0.1 on the NASDAQ, 0.12 on the S&P, and then I don't know where the Dow's at. That's not loading. U.S. imposes new sanctions over price cap on Russian oil. Wait, what? The U.S. imposes 2 new sanctions on entities that identify as block property, 2 vessels that use price cap coalition solution service provider. U.S. says SCF Primvor owned by UAE carried oil above $75 a barrel. It's coming in. Carvana's tanking. Let's see again. Watch Walgreens. There's Walgreens, Delta, Fastenal, Domino's. Those all have headlines off of the morning. Even again, Ford and the UAW stuff. That one's not going to be good. NVIDIA, Tesla. Where's Boeing, too? Remember yesterday, Apple's on the high. Yeah, Apple's doing good. So, again, I mean, bonds are down by 0.4. That seems to be the biggest reaction. The market is literally break even right now, and then the dollar is up. Dollar's up by 0.4, too. Everything you don't have what you want. Literally, dollar's up by 0.4. Bonds are down by 0.4, and then the market is just break even. We might have a lot on our hands today. Oh, Babinski, baby. Good morning. Good to see you. Burke, they were awful. I mean, that's it. Again, that unless like the volume comes back in the market, that was a really bad IPO. I think they just in general they did not have the demand. The Microsoft news was a $29 billion IRS fine, but they said they're going to fight it. Where is it? Microsoft's only down by 0.6. Again, Apple is up. Where's Amazon? They were running DVA on the high. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. Where's China, too? Baba down 0.3. Baidu as well. Okay, well, let me go. Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Yeah, dollar is up a lot. That's the thing. I mean, equities aren't really moving that much, but you do have one of those weird days. And, I mean, just looking off this shape, this kind of looks like the non-farms, unfortunately. So watch if we break any lower than pre-market and then see if we get into yesterday's level. But I think how the dollar and bonds move, I mean, it will be key again. But overall, though, I do think in the midterm, we're over all of these events now, and then the market, it's now going to go into earnings mode. But new low on the day. Yeah, so you were lower right here. I think this is all lower now than pre-market if we break here. 4377 gap has been filled. Adobe big pop 1.3. I think they got an upgrade yesterday. Microsoft, they're going now. Palo Alto Networks, even RTX, I forgot about that. J&J on the high. Again, Walgreens, Target. Walgreens already given up some. You saw what happened yesterday. Strong dollar, and then bond yields high again. 2-year above 5 again. No more gaps to fill, at least in the last 24 hours. If it wants to go anywhere else, maybe. So I don't think you've filled this gap to the upside. I guess you filled every other gap to the downside, at least as of late. 4377. Dollar is still up. I got that in the bottom right. That one is wild. Let me check the other curve. Where's the? I think yen is down, and I don't know where pound in Europe is. Yeah, yen's barely down. If anything, this is the pound in euro. Ironically enough, that even looks more like our market. SMPS on the high. JPM banks, again, those are all tomorrow now. So watch XLF, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. Those are all included here. I think even BlackRock too, BLK. SMH on the high. Apple, SNPS, 52-week high. LRCX on the high too, and then Target on the low now. Even HD on the low. I know Palo Alto. It's all over the place, Habibi. A lot of cyber security. Zscaler do good though. Yalla. LL being bought out. Lumber liquidators, or don't they have another name? I think they call themselves LL Flooring. Back in the day, they used to be lumber liquidators. They're up a lot, though. 35. That could be a good one. Penn on the high. Fang. Low ticker's like picking up, but the market is just holding in the middle. NASDAQ still up 0.1. SPY. Break even. $4,377. Man, welcome to CPI, bro. NVIDIA's on the high now. RHI going 2. We could do the bank earnings, yes. I was going to do one yesterday, and then it wasn't available, so let me check. But day before, they should be here. Wayfair on the low, 2.9 into the low right now. Kind of looks big, but chilling. TSM's holding. Where's Intel? Again, now Intel, Netflix, Tesla, those are all next week. As far as tomorrow, you're going to have the banks, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, JP Morgan. Man who's on the high. Palo Alto. Oh, damn, you have Citi, too. I forgot about that. U.S. has no plans to send troops to Israel for hostage rescue. NBC. And then Russian Olympic Committee has been immediately suspended. Okay. NVIDIA, bro. NVIDIA is rocketing. NVIDIA is all over the high ticker right now. I don't know if you guys see that. How much is that? 0.6? It looks way more aggressive when you look at the high ticker. AMD's going up to, again, Manu, PXD, NOC. Is that another defensive? Let's see. And then again, bonds are still down. Dollar is up by the same amount bonds are down. Gold not ripping because it's not like, I don't think the inflation number was that hot. But at the same time, gold has been running even yesterday, last couple days. But, you know, in a weird way, let that be a signal to you. And if gold doesn't, like, die, I don't know if the market's ready to unleash yet. Because, again, the gold has been a part of the safe havens in the last week or so off of this rally. That's a word to the dollar. NVIDIA, big scam, Habibi. You know, Apple going up 180 now. Eli Lilly, another high. Yeah, even NVO. NVO near 100. Who is the other one? Microsoft. They're bounced. Again, I think it was, where was it yesterday? Again, the IRS news. I think it was around these prices. So it hasn't even left that. That's crazy. Again, SPY going a little lower. You're about to hit a new low. Baba tanking. Yep. They're at $1. AMD, they're on the high still. Even Oxy is going. Now the SPY is negative by 0.05. NASDAQ 0.03 now too. I'm still in the Apple short. I think I'm down like $4 or $5, $400 or $500, $4 or $5 a share. There was one more. Which one? Oh, GPCR. That one's still holding. RTX, again, LMT. Defensives are decent, then Boeing's down. Tessie dropped. Tesla's going into the lows right now. ACXP. Which one's this? Oh, wow. And then Patriot Air Defense launch over northern Israel near Golan Heights. But now we just had, ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Get your ass up. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Bright and early. Oh, that's what we needed. That's what we needed. Are you kidding me? Oh. On a glorious Friday, Junior, the peach has arrived. Patriot Peach inbound, It's here, baby. God, I'm standing. I need to stand. Thank you, my friend. Wow, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's glorious. That's what we need. I'm telling you, I want Peach to handle diplomacy. I'm telling you, one of the only things I trust in this modern world. Ain't nothing has been more consistent than the Peach, bro. That's all I'm saying. A man of the people. A man of the people, man. Amen. Y'all keep telling me to run for president. Y'all need the Peach to run for president. I'm part of the Peach political party. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. The Peach consistency. Mm-hmm. That's where I stand. That's where I stand. Peach hit today, baby. Good morning, baby, and thank you. I hope you're feeling good. VMW, you have this card? VMware on the high. SEO low ticker is picking up now. Broadcom, I feel like a couple of chip makers, couple of names with earnings right around the corner are holding, but SPY is coming down now. I haven't taken a look at the breakdown. Financials not really moving too crazy. So wait for it. It's still early, I guess. It's not even been. So this is actually the breakdown's not even updated. We gotta wait 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, you'll get it. AMAT on the high. Again, you're getting a lot of headlines. I'm getting China headlines and like war headlines, but just stuff about Israel and Palestine. And then Google warns EU that it will fight attempts to break up the ad business. 1 year anniversary, baby. God bless you. We'll see, man. What's up with the Twitch, baby? Are y'all in the game today? Y'all been out for like 48 hours. I don't know. I got y'all, baby. Let's go. Let's have a good day. Let's have a good day. Good morning. Tesla, they're still at the low. What is this? ACP. Getting impeached in the peach political part. Oh, that would be I think, yeah, you may have them change. We'll change it to like im apple or something. I don't know. You got to change the word. I'm not sure. I'm timing you out now. No one. I mean, again, if you got timed out, you want a reason why, you could email me, but you're not guaranteed a response. But you probably got timed out for being distracting in the morning. That's it. Again, the last couple days, I've even given the green light, banned people, timed people out. A lot of people have got distracted. So I think that's literally what's happening. So if that's what your focus is on at 6 in the morning, I've no room for it here. Tesla still on the low. Apple holding. Microsoft still at the level of the tax news. Let me check energy. Oil is up 1.4. Man, what a day. What a day. You have bonds down, dollar up, even oil up. And then it's not even like the yen is the one destroying you. It's literally the pound and the euro. They're the ones down by 0.5 right now. My goodness. Yeah, 4371. Still going lower. Citi now on the lower G. And it's Citi, though. Watch if the banks start to slip. And another low on the bonds right now. Alrighty. So let's see where we're at. Right now, NASDAQ 100, you have 60 names in the red. And then you have 41 names green on the NASDAQ. So that one's not too bad. Dow Jones, 15 names green, 15 names red. And then S&P 500, 344 red, 155 green. So there's like a slightly more names red on the SPY. And then NASDAQ and Dow are 50-50 right now. And then German Chancellor Scholz talks with Qatar Emiri focused on situation in the Middle East after Hamas terrorist attacks. SFWL on the high. There's Citi. They're on the high now. So watch out. If banks start to go green, that could be a big deal. Again, they have earnings tomorrow, and they're all right on the cusp with the rest of the market. AMD getting slapped. They're not bad. They're in the green. NVIDIA too. I remember AVGO, SMCI. They have had quite the week. Even then, SMCI is in the red right now. And then bonds keep going lower. Bonds have doubled the loss since the morning. That's crazy. Again, where's the other one? Dollar? Young dollar has not moved as much, but we are slowly going down. You're only down by 0.15 right now, and you are below where we were at pre-market. $4,370. AFL on the high. Shell. Yang. China now on the low. VIX is only at 16.2. Hey, man, we're still with very small movement. I mean, we'll see Euro close. Where did Europe go? Europe was like slight gap up and then barely moved. And then China did good, too. I mean, honestly, I think that's all off of what we did yesterday, but still. Oh, we in it, baby. Oh, you guys got a hype train? Let's go, man. Let's go. Give me hyped on a hype train of like, just go back to where y'all were at 2 days ago, man. I don't know what happened with the Twitch. So please, I love y'all, but man, God bless y'all. I would love. Let's go. I remember, man. Y'all. I remembered why y'all were the stepchildren, but it's okay. I forgive you. I love you, man. Good morning. Good morning. I hope y'all make the most of it, man. I hope y'all make the most of it. The dollar grinding up is terrifying. All of today is. I mean, again, I don't want to say terrifying because, like I'm saying, also after looking at the data, I'm kind of ignoring the market. It's interesting how bonds have already moved, but the way I'm looking at it, I don't think today disturbed things too much. It's now going to be about the earnings, but I don't know if this was enough to kill October. You know, you had an opportunity, but we didn't do it. So for now, feel a little good, but it is odd that you're barely moving on the market, and then the bonds are up as much as they are, and then the dollar too. eBay clapping. Actual move happening tomorrow. Maybe or even by like Tuesday, but even then though, I don't know if like the data didn't put a hole in the plane. That was what we were talking about yesterday, where just we have to look at it very broad, and I don't think any of this data, threw us off of that plan pretty much. So we're again, the shape of core is at least good. See, it paused, but going lower, people like this was the only thing. Again, headline, and this is because of energy, but it started to reaccelerate a little bit, but you still have the same narrative coming into the end of the year. I think the real question now is going to be if bonds go higher. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully, we could get data that stops moving the bonds. I do think the market will like that a lot, just because bond volatility is upsetting. And NVO on the high, remember from yesterday, that's still going. Again, day 2 of kidney news pretty much. Lumber liquidators, LL, that's running. That's another 15 from when the Chad called it out earlier. RTX, Snap, Apple's going. Apple, decent pop. Even SPY off the bottom right now. UNH. VMware, even Walgreens, still kind of died. Gave up half its gains. AMD moving up now. And then NVIDIA, NVO still up. Where are we at right now? Still 0.07, 0.08 on the Dow. I don't know where on SPY, NASDAQ. My Dow is not loading up. What money? The Dow is down by 0.12. So the Russell is the worst on the day. Nike is fighting, or Tesla? Nike is on the high. NVO, SPY again. Everything macro is not trending how you want. Again, dollar still up, bonds down, market following along, but the market is down the least compared to any of those. Rite Aid earnings. Oh, I forgot they had earnings. They did not make it on any of the like earnings headlines. There's a couple this morning we went over. So we will see. Where is it? Rad. I don't see an earnings press release out. Maybe it's delayed because I think they need to get back to $1. But maybe I don't know if they have any other delays. But it's not showing. Eli Lilly, MKTX. Where's GPCR? That one's not moving. AMD one more time. NVIDIA on the high too. Intel. Again, Intel about to go to 30. Didn't it go to 39? And they have earnings next week. Palantir. That was exciting at the beginning of the week. Still holding. Tupperware too. That one's still running. And then again, NVIDIA back at 470. Kind of moved up a decent amount. And then TMV, TBT, bonds on the new low right now. So watch out for that. Yeah, Dow's starting to dump a little harder. I think all of the indexes. SPY, you're getting a jiggly. You're almost down 10 points in 3 minutes right there. And you are getting back to an area we kind of dumped and ripped from yesterday. So again, this was on the upside, but then on the way down yesterday, once we broke like 43.60, I do believe this was a level a couple days ago. You kind of were chilling here for a little bit on the high side. I think even prior to that too. Again, yeah, 43.68 here or 43.60, kind of the top candle here that led into the 43.59. So a little bit more room. I wouldn't call this the big level, but if we do go down to that line, we'll see how people are acting. But again, bonds, dollar, they are not your friends. Even though the numbers didn't move around too much, the dollar and bonds are, which is the problem. VIX finally green. What the hell is this? Haichu creates candy-filled gaming experience with limited time integrations in Fortnite. What? That's a wild press release. SPY going up, another high on the dollar. It's weird. You got names still holding. Again, it's like maybe 60-40 names down on the SPY. And the same thing with the NASDAQ, but it's not like every name is down right now, but you're just having more pressure to the downside than not. All those bond volatility indexes are running right now. TMV, TBT, those are on the high right now. TMV, they are all going. Perigo, 52-week low, PRGO. EU Britain says in a letter to TikTok, there are indications that it's being used to disseminate illegal content and disinfo in the EU after Hamas attack. You guys want tinfoil? I don't know if I should give you tinfoil. Maybe, I don't know if it's too early. I woke up late. I don't know if I'm allowed to give you tinfoil. I don't know. Maybe I will see. You guys are good on the likes, though. I think y'all thought I was dead in the morning, so you kept liking the video. You're like, I knew I should have liked it before. He didn't show up. I knew it. I'm sorry, Josh. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to not like the video. I know. I say it's okay. I woke up late. It's common to get worried. Almid is there, Kabibi. You want the 10? Okay. So here's the deal. You know, like all the crazy stuff on Twitter. You know, like all of the crazy stuff trending, like Jihad Day. I think it's all going to be used against Elon to limit his ass on Twitter. Remember, they still try to file a lawsuit on him every 6 months. Yeah, you didn't see, bro. They were like, there's like crazy calls for a lot of things, bro. It's nuts. 2K is addicting. It is, but like, why do you still suck at it? You know, that's what I've been saying for the. So don't even get me started. It got wiped off trending. Yeah, bro. Because think about it. It's not, dude, I saw it, bro. I saw the funniest things. I found one of those. I don't know if I should tell you this one. It's funny. The meaning of jihad is the struggle. How long have you spoken Arabic? That's crazy. That's nice. I love that meaning. But I don't think that's how it's being used. But yeah. But there's another, bro. You remember I was just telling you how they're like, you know how like they're, I told you yesterday, like there's a bunch of like the white guys who get arrested for trying to join ISIS and shit. So like I watch a TikTok, and there's a TikTok, and it's the funniest TikTok. The guy is like, he's like dancing. He's like, oh, when I find out that like a bunch of like people invade America, and like, you know, he's like, it's a TikTok about getting ready to like fight, and like he's excited, right? And then I see a comment in the comment section, and the guy's like, of course, brother, he says, are you in a group yet? We can't be riding out here alone. And then everybody in the comments is like, narc. So like literally, bro, they're on the comments in TikTok, and I'm telling you, it's real. I started dying of laughter, bro. I couldn't. And then you go read all the comments, bro. So listen, just like if you ever see one of these like hella political videos, right? Just like go look at the comments. You will find a narc, and you probably will watch somebody fall for it. It's hilarious, honestly. Looking at all, I'm like, man, this is crazy. The world is but TikTok, that's the whole point of the tin, bro. Is like these guys on TikTok and Twitter, you know, you're able to like, if they're sharing a lot of info, I'm sure there's a lot of organization there, which is wild. But they definitely will try to use it against Elon if it does get out of hand. Mm-hmm. You've been seeing people sell stuff on TikTok. Yeah, I gave you guys like a 3-week window. They're pushing it hard now, and if you haven't noticed, YouTube is doing the same. So YouTube is going to copy TikTok, and now you're going to have items on every video. Like more, like they're going to integrate it more, and then they're going to have every YouTube creator, they're going to have a shop. So you're going to go to my channel, and there's going to be like videos, live, about, and then there's going to be shop. And then they're going to promote the videos that add more into their shop now than not. And then that's it, bro. They've been trying for years to get us to be the Chinese consumer. If this works, we'll get, again, usually like online shopping, live stream shopping. It hasn't taken hold in America the same way. ChargePoint, I'm not a fan of the EV. I actually do like ChargePoint because I've used them, but I mean, I would just go for Tesla, call it a day. And just watch the Prem. Is the VWAP anchored? It is. It is from the start of the day. I don't think it includes pre-market. That's why if we go pre-market, it kind of just, you know, starts. TikTok shop is Temu. It's not. You could even send your product to TikTok. It's like Amazon fulfillment, believe it or not. So like you could go and make your own product and then promote it, and then you send it to them. Or how they do it, even if you do drop ship, you have like 24 hours to send shipping. So if you don't do that, then they cancel your order. They like, in a weird way, TikTok is made for drop shippers, but it's also meant to deter them in the same way where it's like, so a lot of the products are probably off of Temu and AliExpress and shit like that, but for the most part, they're trying to get it where it's like they want it fast and they want it quick. YouTube going to compete with Amazon? Well, now they're competing with TikTok because if the shopping thing takes off and you have all these people making content now to try to get affiliate dollars, you might watch YouTube miss out on a lot of that. And then again, you now have people joining this platform and using it to make money. Whereas like YouTube, it used to be where you could make a lot of money on YouTube, but then, I mean, again, your chances of blowing up on YouTube and then not even getting shadow banned versus like a TikTok, you have a way better odds of TikTok, and then TikTok will promote you to become a product pimp pretty much. So it's very wild. I told you about this a couple weeks ago. I gave you guys the scoop very early, and I said just watch out for it. I feel like I'm benign, financially squeezed out of the market. The meek shall inherit the earth, my friend. The stone that was rejected will become the cornerstone. You're not out of it yet. I firmly believe that. And if you put your mindset out, then yeah, that won't be good. But for the most part, I just think, you adjust, and there's going to be a lot of opportunities. You live in a very interesting time. I wouldn't get too depressed by it, but you are going to have to ride the ups and downs and find your area. The stone the builder refused shall be the cornerstone. I mean, I butchered, I don't know if I butchered the Bible verse, but I didn't tell y'all, bro. I got nervous. At the meetup, they handed me a Bible, and they were like, they wanted me to sign it. I was like, I can't sign no Bible. I thought about it for a second, but I was like, let me find my verse. And I wanted to find like one of my favorite verses. And I'm like going through this Bible trying to find this verse so I could read it to them. And then like, bro, I can't find it. And like, I felt like Donald Trump. I was just like, I had the Bible in my hand. Like, I like all of them. All of them are good. They're perfect. I was tripping out though, bro. I was like scrolling through the pages, man. I'm like, man, they got me, bro. I felt like Donald for a minute. I was like, I can't. I said, I had this verse. I had it ready, bro. I was thinking about it. Even on the way over, I read it, and I was like, why can't I find it in this Bible right now, man? I'm like, damn it. This is not. I'm sitting there for like 3 minutes. I was going to freestyle it, but you can't do that with the Lord of God, unfortunately. I'm like, no ceilings. Yeah. What? Yeah, the different version. But yeah, like usually I can find like, like a key word that gets me. But that's it, bro. I had like 50 people staring at me. I was like, I can't find it. I tried, bro. I tried. But then I was like, I'll just chalk it up to being Donald. And we'll go from there. Which testament do you prefer, old or new? Sadly, I feel like this is a question about where my support for Israel or Palestine is. I like both of them, but I do like the New Testament. I'm a big New Testament guy because I got the Old Testament Bible beating. So do you like the Old Testament? I know what you're asking me. Okay, little bounce, Bonds. Very awkward morning so far. I honestly know little about the New Testament, but I've learned through this channel. I'll read it. If you got a fresh read at the New Testament, always a good one. I mean, don't get in trouble for it, but but at the same time, it's good. Like I know the whole Old Testament. It's not necessarily my like I said, like my mom loved the Old Testament, bro. My mom just beat me, bro, because of the Old Testament. But at the same time, like I remember after the New Testament, I got to read back on the Old Testament. It's always interesting to know, and that's what I realized too, though. In certain instances, it's good info to have. Very good info to have. Again, you'll be this whole thing, even this going back to the conflict now. All of this is a conflict between Abrahamic religions. You prosecute the the one side or the other. This goes back down for lots of times of history, but they're all literally based off of the same start, which is the wildest part about all of it. It all goes back to one man, Abraham. Exactly. Whether you are Muslim, Jewish, or Christian, that's part of the Abrahamic religions. Which would you suggest to read first? Wherever. I don't know. Like, I truly believe you get called to it, because like I've read certain things and it never did anything to me, and even then, like, I had to open it myself. But I like Proverbs. Like I said, Proverbs is a great book on business. It's a good book on life. You start there and just read the book, play around with it, and you'll see whether or not it calls you or not. Otherwise, that's just the way I've always looked at it. That's why when people are like, oh, you did this for me, you did that for me. It's like, I really didn't, because I do understand, like, I could say the same thing to one person, two people could read the same book, and, they'll walk away with two different experiences. So I really think it's all on you. Explore. And that's what I said, man. I'm not here to shove it down your throat. If you're curious, you're interested, you're open, go ahead and, see where it fits in. See where it fits in. And for your convenience, Solomon made it in 30 chapters, so you could read one a day. Amen. Amen. And welcome, Mariette. You always been here. Thank you for joining. I love you, and God bless you. You're buying wheat futures today? Maybe. You decide the lesson, baby. Amen. Amen. That's what blows your mind. Everything with the same foundation. So much conflict. Yes, but that's for man. That's for man. We are all humans. We all fundamentally have the same foundation, a body. We're born into a family. We get raised. You go up until a certain amount of time, and we still, like, literally, look how different we all end up. Look at the conflict we have, even without it. The human condition is wild. You don't think the conflict is deeply founded in religion, as we are led to believe? As of now, I mean, there is religious context, but it's the history that led up to it. I don't think now it's as there, but then again, I caution you, don't underestimate jihad. When it's all said and done. And then at the same time, do not underestimate people defending, something that they believe in equally. But I don't think, this wasn't, even though they were attacked on a Jewish holiday, I don't think this is a fight over culture and morality as much as it's been a long-standing issue now, kind of reaching the boiling point. If it's just more of a effed up game of global chess than I would say religious at this point. However, the whole backing, the foundation of all of it, it does stem from religious disputes over the years. Yeah, it's more retribution on both sides. Again, the cycle of revenge on both elements. Not to mention, again, just the opportunistic people on all fronts. Again, the Middle East, man. Just if it turns into a destabilized spot, that's just unfortunate. And I don't say that just for my people, but for, like, economies and everything. It's a different world. I mean, for most people, you've had a relatively stable Middle East in the last 10 to 15 years. But prior to that, it was just a little different. So we bounced here now, 10 points off the bottom. Again, I got two spies up. RTX gave off the gains. Apple is ripping. Microsoftian. Crowd, ZS, Palo Alto flying. Dude, they're really continuing. $3 on Zscaler. I'm a Palo Alto. Warning sounds in northern in northern Israel. Oh, Meta. I forgot about that. That was a monster yesterday. Delta Airlines says fully expect that the market will adjust to higher cost as it is historically and reestablished equilibrium. Your sister has to travel tomorrow, afraid for her. We'll pray. That's the thing. Again, and if I was saying in the morning, if you don't know what happened, it was like yesterday, there was like it was like 800,000 posts or something, a little bit more. There was like a trending, there was a call from somebody, I don't know, I forgot who it was, but they were calling on like a day of jihad. But, and, you know, some people in America were like, oh, what's going to happen? Is something going to happen in the States? I think it's more along the lines of overseas, but, you know, people, again, it is Friday the 13th too, huh? Yeah. So, yeah, again, that's why it's for tomorrow. That's why I'm sure if he's like, my sister's flying tomorrow, I'm worrying. You know, I pray I don't think you'll be worried if it's domestic, but it does seem, you know, you haven't had to deal with this in a while, but I don't know if it'll actually be that crazy. So I'm less worried in the States, essentially. Delta Airlines president says business travel continues to steadily improve as corporates continue to return office initiatives. So again, Delta, they had earnings. You got comments right now. Americans posting pictures of their AR. Yeah, well, it's America. I'm not like, that's the one thing, you know, and some of you guys are like, I don't like America. I don't like the Trump supporters. Oh, man. In this instance, I love the Trump supporters. You mean to tell me mother effers try to invade our country? Like I said, I don't want violence or anything, man, for real. But it's like these guys have been waiting for it, bro. Are you serious? Like, dude, you have the rednecks versus jihadists, bro. I'm taking the rednecks every day, unfortunately. You know, that's it. You guys are ready to go. Some of you, I hope you take pride to that. But some of you are like, what do you mean, you guys? What the fuck? It's okay. Some of y'all preparing for this moment your whole life. And I understand. Like, it's not, you're not even a veteran or anything, but you've single-handedly, you're ready to go as an individual citizen. You're like, oh, yeah. Let's see what happens if they invade. Exactly. Nah, so, yeah, the Patriots. The Patriots that didn't get drafted, they didn't make it on the team, but, you know, yeah. Like, that's why I was like, I wouldn't be worried about that. But, again, overseas and other places, and there's still a potential of, like, again, awful attacks in different, like, you know, public places. But for the most part, I have faith in the American people. You're a smart man. Yeah, I am. I know I'll even end up being a target, even if I support them. I'm like, go rednecks. They're like, is that an Arab? I'm like, oh, damn it. Run. No, hold on. My bad. I'm going to go. That's why I stay inside. I told you. I was just telling you. I already lived 201, bro. I already lived 201. That's Big J. I hope I get a nickname to keep me safe. You'll have to hide again. I know Nepal, like, aren't you like Indian? Are you like Middle Eastern? Are you Pakistan? Because then it's like, that's it. They confuse all of us, bro. It's gonna get crazy. But for the most part, it's been good to not have 3 days. And if you guys don't know, the one thing, you know, literally since Friday or Monday till today, the one thing that hasn't happened is the ground invasion of Israel. So, like, again, you haven't really had the next step of even escalation yet. But again, we're firmly focused on the market. NVO 101. We should have grabbed that at 95. I subbed Ray, baby. You always here. God bless you, man. I hope the courses have been going good. Real estate, real estate. Am I doing any plays? If it heats up, like pretty much, if we could like really dump or really run up, but this isn't even that hot. Like I'm telling you, I mean, I was a little late here this morning, but to see all the headlines after reading the data, I thought it was kind of funny because it was all small, but this reaction right now, I mean, we're looking at maybe 0.5%. So I don't know. We will see. Did I make it to Vegas last week? Oh, yeah, man. Were you not here this whole week? I lost my voice. I couldn't talk, and it was because we were partying in Vegas with Call Real Estate. Breton gives TikTok 24 hours to reply on disinformation concerns. Can you write off your property managers on rentals? Yes, as long as you have a W-2 of how much that you paid them. But yes, so like I could write off my property expenses or my management fees because I pay them a W-2. So they're literally there's a tax filing every time or they send a a 1099. It depends how you hire them. But essentially, yes, as long as there's a filing that you're saying, hey, I sent this person this much money, this is how much money I gave them over the course of the year. I learned something new today. Yeah, baby. Seeing equity go complete opposite of tech. There's a lot of opposites today. Even your boy, the dollar. So again, dollar down, dollar up, bonds down. Everything is, because again, we should be dead right now, but that's even kind of holding. We do have 2 Fed speakers today. I think Bostic and someone else. AIT. I mean, Microsoft, they're doing good. Apple, again, they're all just hitting highs. Apple's at 1%. We're not even, I mean, nothing's up more than a quarter. I think the Dow may still be down. Yeah, like bond we've seen, but tech and SPY opposite is crazy. I feel you. Like low key, it wouldn't be like this wide. That's why like by the end of the day we'll see. Because if tech closes up like 1-2%, and then the SPY's only a quarter, and then the dollar's still elevating, and then the bonds are down 1%, it'll be a wild ride. The date of it's November 17th. So like low key, that's just right around the corner. It's about a month away from now. I don't think the data was bad. I don't think it was good. Again, people were highlighting that it was hotter. Some elements, again, I think even the super core elevated once again, but the general shape, it was good. That's why I'm thinking like it's calm. And like I was saying on the watch list yesterday, I do think people are going to view this very broader. We want it literally, did it put a hole in the plane or did it give it a turbo booster? I don't think it got a turbo booster, but I definitely don't think today's data put a hole in the plane related to soft land and no land and whatever else you want to call it. But that's the way I'm kind of looking at it here. Amazon's ripping now. Adobe, too. You guys called that one out in the morning. And then SPY, I mean, you're getting back up here. So even then, if you're asking about the plays, if we do break above 43.80, if this starts to turn squeezy like every other day, I would just watch out for the 44.04, 44.02. And then we'll see again if bonds or dollar recover. And hopefully the bonds can recover. You could see that intraday, but also watch out. Again, there's a little bit of gap on everything. Maybe markets rip and bonds don't, and then we still have a move left for the end of the day. But we will see. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You even got the Twitch too. We haven't played 2K though. I've played 2K. I just haven't gone live. I gotta save the voice, bro. Gotta save the voice. But I love you. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you in a little bit.
We're probably not going to go higher at all, or much higher for sure, is a relief. If you look at the stock market, though, S&P is up about 16% on the year on essentially flat to down a little earnings. So 100% of the movement in stocks has occurred by multiple expansion. So we need earnings to come through in a major way to justify the valuations that we have.
Do you think we're in a new paradigm? You could argue that we've seen financial and asset price inflation post-GFC, a period when we've seen very low rates and a period in which we've seen significant amounts of money being pumped into the system. Most of that has remained within the financial system. Do you think we're in a new paradigm now where yields are going to be higher, the cost of money is going to be higher, and therefore we need to reassess how we value everything? And we need to unwind that period in which we had not economic inflation, but asset price inflation.
Well, not to be an old codger here, but literally almost my entire career in finance, which started in 1980, has had the wind at its back of declining interest rates.
It's been an incredibly long
40-year bull market in interest rates. That's over.
You think that's over?
It's truly over. Truly over. And that necessitates a different discount rate for equity earnings, and I don't think the equity market has quite caught up with that yet, in my view.
That feels hugely disruptive, clearly. And I'm wondering what that means for the stuff that is hard to value, like private equity or private credit. Because in some ways you can make an argument that would be even more destructive for that in terms of cost of capital increases, et cetera.
Well, it certainly is. If you think about an equity that's levered 4 or 5 times, and the cost of that debt has gone up 500 basis points. That's a lot of extra.
So give me a sense of what you think the order of magnitude we're talking about here in terms of how big a shift we need. If we're out of that.
The order of magnitude. Again, another Delta comment says seeing structural step up in operating cost, increased fuel efficiency. Again, Delta's down 1.5. They had earnings. Amazon is ripping still. And then even Kroger, where was the other one? Walgreens, and then Target. Target's came down a little. Amazon is killing it, 1.8. It did this thing yesterday, too. Amazon. Wait, is Prime Day over? No way. Oh, the Newswire's not up? I thought it was. Rough morning, man. Rough morning. I still got the poop, bro. I had a speed poop in the morning. That was amazing. It's good to be here. Good to be here. Amazon Cloud had good news. VIX. Again, VIX is on the low, or VIX, is that UVXY on the low now? So you haven't even hit a high, and now the VIX is lower. So you're back at 15. So this is like breaking down. You're getting back to literally mid-September. That's when we did the other shift in the market. Remember, middle of August we shifted, middle of September we shifted downwards, and now we're like right around middle of October. I don't know. I would like the bonds up, but remember what we talked about though. After this, now it may look like again bond yields are shooting up today. If the market's able to brush all this off, we might start getting that moment. But again, the dollar is the only thing I don't like, really. That's up 0.5%. Tupperware's been killing it. Again, they ran yesterday. Like Rite Aid was another one of those runners. Rite Aid came down, but Tupperware's still going. Win is on the high against SPY right near the opening candle. Watch if the banks get a rally. That is still important. JP Morgan's break even. Wells Fargo. The dollar's making the equity bond. It could be. The dollar's up a lot, and it's not the usual suspects. AKA the yen is not dying today. It's down, but it's the euro and pound that are dropping a lot more. And you got a little Chicle. You just ran up to open and then Chicle. So hold on. You're not safe just yet. Bro, that's 5 points in a minute. So literally you got right back up to open, and then now you have this big candle. You're still holding. This was like the opening of yesterday morning and then where you ended the last 10 minutes. Baidu, China names are on the low still again. SLV. If war talks increase, precious metals will too. If you have physical, I would go for a different paper asset. I would go for why not play oil in a weird way? So it's if you do think it has to do with war, oil's the easy one. It'll have volatility. But if you already have physical silver, I don't know if I would play additional paper silver. So otherwise, if you want to wait for bullion, gold, silver, just wait till we actually get a rate cut. That will be the opening door, I think. I'm all about paper, gold, and silver once that happens. Natural gas storage, 84 billion. Estimate was 85 billion. Boyle and UNG are on the high right now. You want to carry me in Fortnite this weekend? God willing, man. I don't even think I own Fortnite anymore. I think I need to download it. But even then, we'll see. I don't know, man, if I could stream or not. That's it. The late night streams, I've been resting my voice, man. I've been resting my voice. It's free. Yeah, but I still got to download it. Stay blessed even with the market's negative. God bless you all. Amen. Even now, the market is very in the middle. We're very well. Again, you had big data. The reaction, no more than 0.5%. Again, I don't think it put a hole in the plane, so that's the good news I'm taking from it. But other than that now, it's earning. Dollar's coming back up. Hold up. So you see that little drop here? Again, we're holding up a little better, but dollar's trying to climb, and then bonds are. Yeah, the banks are slowly coming up here. Some are near their highs. XLF has a little bounce from the bottom, but very weird. You understand risky assets going down as rates rise, but why gold? Why dollar over gold? Because even though gold is a safe haven, but if there is no need to be in a safe haven, it doesn't have as much value as you think it has. I know that sounds weird, but there's applicable utility to gold and how it's used, and you could attribute some dollar amount to that. But when things are if there is no reason to buy it, and then interest rates are high, how you buy things is through interest rates. The cost of money is expensive. So at some point, if the interest rate's zero and the cost of money is free, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to buy gold. Why? Because why would you hold a piece of paper that doesn't give you anything back? You know what I'm saying? It's if you wanted to put that money and preserve value, there you go. And that's the thing people miss about gold. If you buy gold, it'll preserve your value, generally. However, it makes you money in times of trouble. Very, very simple. You know what I'm saying? You literally have, if you buy that gold, don't expect to make money on it. You could expect that your $1,000, $2,000, $10,000, give or take, it'll hold then maintain that value. But it's only going to double up, triple up if there is a problem, if there's trouble. So when interest rates are high, Just like even Bitcoin. I don't even like buying Bitcoin when interest rates are high, because these are assets that people buy for like speculation and safe haven. But at the same time, it's like if the money is expensive, money and interest will outperform all of them. And so usually the idea is if rates are high, hold on to your dollar. I wouldn't buy gold or silver. If once the rates start coming down and you get rid of that pressure, then I would start buying gold and silver. I believe that inflation-adjusted gold prices only met the 80s prices. Doesn't appreciate much at all. It holds value. Again, like, it's weird because my physical gold and silver, I'm up like 100% because I bought them at a big low. But, like, generally speaking, I just know the value is there. That's it. You don't buy gold. And then again, if there was a major problem, then you will have then gold will start to make the move you want it to move again, though. But the general idea, like if you follow Peter Schiff, you're not going to lose money. You're just going to, you'll lose money on fees buying gold. But other than that, you're just going to walk away. You could spend 5 years and, small gain or small loss or value should be the same. But then if there was a collapse, a calamity, another bout of printing trillions of dollars, you know what I'm saying? Then maybe gold will get an appreciation there. That's the only way. Like my gold, a lot of money has been printed since I bought my gold. That's the only thing I could think of as to why I'm up like I am. Broadcom all day. A lot of the chips have been doing good. I think all of them except for SMCI. And Adobe's still going. And Astro Nerd, welcome to the chat. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you. And good morning. Do you think it's inevitable because we cut rates? Basically inevitable that we cut rates back to zero when something cracks. I think it's inevitable that we cut rates, but like, Janet Yellen, Jerome Powell, they're not going to go to zero quickly. If you don't remember, Powell, up until COVID, Powell was trying to come down slow. I don't know if, they're going to try to go down to 2%. If they could get away with cut from 5 to 2, they'll do that. But the only way you go to zero is if there is a crash, a problem, literally. Maybe a giant war, who knows what it is. But the only way you go to zero, again, or instantly is that. So I don't know if a lot of people remember that, but Powell, do you guys remember Powell was cutting rates before there was a pandemic? So I don't know if you are familiar, but let me see if I can find the chart. But like literally Powell was he was straight up raising rates or lowering rates gently, and then we had the pandemic, and then he just cut them to zero. So remember, this is what happened. This is where they were holding the rates, and then this was our first TLT on that rate cut. We hit the first TLT, and then you started going again, but like 225 to 25, you lowered to 20 to 25, then 17 to 2, then 15 to 17. So like literally Powell 6 months before the pandemic was already cutting rates. And again, rates weren't even as high as they were today. And then they had the emergency meetings, and then they tried to do another emergency cut of like 50 basis points, and then 2 weeks later they said we can't do this, and then they went to zero up until March of 2022. So ideally, the plan should be you take it down to 2. He's not going to go to 0 unless there's an absolute calamity. Otherwise, we worked our way up. Powell's goal is going to work his way down, but it's not going to be it's not going to be 0. And that's why duration risk is so key right now. I hope you understand. That's why it's like everybody buying bonds, and you're like, I'm fine, I'll lose money for a year buying a bond. But it's like, what if they do make a cut, but then he doesn't cut to 0 and it's tiny? And then now you're going to have to hold for another 9 months, right? And then you're getting less yield, and then he cuts again, and then it's slower. But if you're trying to get that, that slingshot on the bonds, you need a big cut, or you need to be able to position right ahead of the first cut, even if it's a smaller cut. Metal dealers told me to buy ammo and food. Gold and silver practically worthless unless it's strictly to fight inflation. Yeah, preservation of value. That's all. Eventually, if you really want to like think of a Mad Max world, maybe gold will help you if there's a total apocalypse. But generally speaking, if you are buying bullion, you should be thinking capital preservation. That's all. It's to make sure, it's just like a house. What I do is I put my money in houses instead of gold. Why? Because it stays there, and I know I have something where it's like I worked hard, my money, I know my money is held in whatever that asset is. So it's generally, you should be buying gold and silver to preserve value. If you're trying to gain value, or you're trying to, protect yourself in the event of an apocalypse, there may be value, but it's not what you think it is unless it really, really got bad. Excel, you falling off a cliff. You think 7% in 401k bonds is safe? Like, you want to put 7% of your portfolio into bonds? How old are you? But, I mean, that doesn't sound that bad. Again, I'm not an advisor. None of it's a recommendation. But, I mean, that doesn't... If you're even a little older, too, maybe you're not quite there. You can buy bill in the meantime, and you could buy short term, but I mean 7% of your portfolio in bonds. If you're leaning on the boomer side, I don't have a problem with that at all. Even if you weren't. So you're 35, you're pretty young. You're actually really young. So it's up to you. I mean, if you really insisted on it, I don't think it's gonna kill you. I think the worst case, that 7% is going to it's going to slow you down in terms of growth. But then again, it will preserve. That's the beauty, just like the bonds. That will guarantee that 7% is preserved over whatever the duration, especially if you hold till maturity, which is the good part. So I'm not against it, but I don't know if it's not exciting. But then again, maybe a little bit of lack of excitement could be good in the portfolio. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm going to spend it with the Chad, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Happy birthday, baby. Oh, my goodness. Oh, nah. Shout out all the birthdays out there. That's what I'm talking about.
AYO, happy B-Day Falcon Fear, I'm glad I can get lit with you on your birthday. Don't be a bitch and get a long term. I love you.
Well, there you go. There's your birthday message from the man himself. There you go. You get long term. He loves you. Amen, man. Amen. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday.
Real shit, I meant it. Keep up the good work. Long term.
Your birthday's in 11 days. Wow. That's going to be a NASA birthday. Let's go, baby. You never understood how gold would be valuable in the end times. Like, what are you going to do with gold? People would trade stuff for it. That's the general idea, but you need Mad Max. But then that's the problem, though, because then all these people bought 1 ounce gold coins. So even if you bought a bunch of gold, if you don't even, you're not going to buy, that's too big of a transaction size. It's really messed up, bro, but that's the thing. It's kind of like a pipe dream of buying gold to, protect you in the apocalypse, but if it did happen, I'm sure it would have some value, but then again, it's all that matters is preservation of value. For trading. But yeah, but then again, at the end of the day, if you somehow got thrown into a world where you needed to go back to the basic elements of trading, you might want to use gold, but let's be real, you're probably going to trade based on what you have. Yeah, like food and water, that would probably have more. Oh, Miss Lenman. Oh my gosh, my voice is already out, but Miss Lenman, hello. And thank you for raising such a beautiful son. He has helped a lot of people in the chat. We love it, man. We love it. So thank you. I hope you guys are having a good ride. And if he's going too fast, tell him to slow down. My mom don't let me go 1 mile above 65. With her in the car, mama do not let me. No, it's haram, habibi, haram. You know, I don't know. Is anybody else's mom like that? Bro, my mom gets really offended if I go 1 mile above. It's so awful, bro. That's why, I try to put her in the seat where she can't see the speedometer. The devil is why you crave speed. Nah, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't. It's really offensive to my mother. My mom holds on to the handlebar above the... I know. I can already visualize it, yep. Your mom loves it for you to cut up traffic. Yeah, no, my mom is not with it. Your 12-year-old son, he'd say you're 10 miles over the speed limit. That's good, bro. Honestly, he's gonna save you a lot in insurance when he's older. So that's good, bro. Let the little man go ahead. That's fine. My mom, I'm like, Mom, come on. I'm a grown man. The little guy, he's holding it down. He might become a cop. That's good, though. It's good. Either way, he's 10 miles over. Get him. Do I do 1031s for rentals? Yeah, if possible. Catalan on the high. You riding with me, you already know. Yeah, you got the SS manual. Let's go. I wish, man, if my mom could drive cars and was it, that'd be so weird though. I wouldn't even know what to do. I'd be like, what? If she's like, let's read the Bible and go race. I'm like, what? Let's go. I'm so down. That's it. My mom is weird. I forgot. She calls the cars funny names. She has a lot of weird little nicknames. I think she calls the G-Wagon the box one. The Mercedes box. The Cage. I almost put in Gmail instead of Google. Well, PSX on the low. We haven't moved. Bonds are still low. SPY is hanging on for dear life. And then the dollar is up by 0.6. Just added to the long term. Let's go. Got some at Walgreens. Yalla. There is 2 Fed speakers today. I believe so. Where you got Fed Bostic at 10. Did we miss the other one? Hold on. I thought there was one more. And then you have the WASDE report in an hour and 20. News about Google. It was Microsoft. It hit, but they just said they're going to rigorously defend it. Again, unfortunately, like, I don't know. I wish I realized this earlier because I would have loved to have more Microsoft. But it was, dude, it's literally, Microsoft is untouchable. Again, they got away with a buyout that should have been antitrust. I mean, they literally bulldozed their way through that. And I just think even then, if they say they're gonna, like the IRS, like, you owe us $29 billion, and they're like, we don't. I definitely think they have a better chance than fighting it. Yeah, bro, it's crazy, bro. Dude, Microsoft is really like, bro, they move big weight. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. I think both politically, in the markets, they're still one of those $1 trillion companies, but no, they're really out there, bro. Anyone playing AMC or IMAX for the Taylor Swift hype? I think it'll get a headline. I don't know how long it'll last. What is this? Alibaba and America's Beauty Show bring together online and offline beauty industry players with innovative partnership. Well, my girlfriend wants to go watch the Taylor movie. And I'm like, can't we just go to the real concert now? And now I'm like, I don't know if I've never sat in a movie to watch a concert. Does that make sense? I'm very confused by it all. And I'm like, this is all because of the tight end making her famous? Really? This is ridiculous. ESL? You're not seeing it on the SPY. Or are you saying ES the stock? Yeah, you're saying the stock. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is this? I see it on the low ticker. Yeah, big Eversource Energy down 4.6. No, you're good. You're good. I was like, what? Eversource Energy down 4.5 right now. 2 big flush candles. They got price target cut a couple of days ago. Not seeing any other headline. I thought Kanye made her famous. I love that song, bro. I really love that. I feel like me and Taylor. What? I made that famous. They filed a S8 yesterday. What is this? First Amendment, the registration. Oh, I think it's probably a share offering. They had a filing of shares yesterday, so that could be part of it. I'm surprised they're not down more, but 3's pretty bad. I'm your role model, low-key. Then get a long-term, baby. Long-term. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I mean, again, if it's something like personal, you got to give me like time to get to it. If it is something, you could always like email me, tell me to leave out any details or whatnot, and I could respond to you right now if you're available. But other than that, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Or I could send you a prayer, man. Even then, I'll pray for you too. I don't know how deep it is. You're like, Josh, I just need to know what color card to get. I don't know if I need to pray for that, but I feel just let me know. You could email me. Many ways. took LL. Did it come down? Still holding 37. MDT almost above target. One more double. Where is it? I know it's hitting 52-week lows. I liked MDT. I grabbed the other stuff with higher yield because I'm glad because everything still dropped. But yeah, MDT, it's a good name historically. And they're now getting to the lows of 2015. That one could be good. What do they yield right now? 3.8. That's the only problem. So some of those, yeah, a lot of medical devices clapped. And yesterday, bro, that Ozempic diabetes shit is messed up. Or the kidney stuff. That, dude, if Ozempic cures one more damn ailment, Ozempic is going to have like half of the market. They're clapping everybody. So again, anybody dialysis related products, services, there's a lot of risk. I think that's why some devices got clapped, but we will see. I do like Pfizer better than MDT, but then the difference between Pfizer and MDT is that Medtronic has a lot more upside. So I think Pfizer, you could still go up like, 50%, but Medtronic, I think you could double up if you get a rebound. I guess a little less. They're kind of the same. I guess you're getting, they're both at 15 levels. You're getting MDT a little cheaper. Ozempic adds 2 inches in height, I heard. Oh, that's it. I'm serious, bro. Seriously, though. If they're like, oh, we found out it cures this, too, that thing is going to be insane. And then bonds, too, kind of looking like it's bottoming out a little bit, but your boy, the dollar, still causing problems. China Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China opposes acts that harm civilians and condemns violations of international law. China supports UN on emergency meeting on Israel. Wang Yi says the Palestinian issue is the core of the Middle East issue, and the core of the matter is that justice has not been provided to the Palestinian people. Well, there it is. China saying free Palestine. So there you go. Now you got big China coming in. Hot dog. They want war. You mean Taiwan? Yeah, China got to stir the pot. But then again, we were clapping at China the other day. We were saying all sorts of shit about their economy all throughout the year. So they're getting their licks in. And not to mention, they have been buying all of Russia's oil. And all of us know it. Carvana, I have no idea. They're down 11. There was auto prices in the CPI. That dropped 2.6. That could be the only thing I could think of unless it was like earnings. But there was auto data in the CPI. You did drop from there. Carvana. They got cut to neutral from outperformed by Exane. That's all I see. Downgrade. And then, again, slowing car data on the CPI. Wait, what's DG? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else on Carvana but that. Carvana falls 9. Pre-market update. Hold on. Yeah, a BNP Paribas Exane downgrade. It showed up on the pre-market movers, but literally just as a downgrade. Other than that, though, you could blame the CPI. And then again, a couple of names you were either squeezing or not the last couple of days. You know, some of them kept going like Tupperware. Some of them flipped like Rite Aid. I think even like real estate bank stocks, same thing. SPY moving up a little bit. Again, banks are moving too. Remember, they have earnings tomorrow. Oh, Dollar General. I like Dollar Tree. Again, I think there's so many names still on the list, but, you know, we got to really still get through this year. And then, you know, it's not like everybody's really happy for 24. Maybe we get a soft landing, no landing. I don't agree with that. But for the most part, you know, a lot of people are worried about first quarter of 24. It sounds just like last year. So we'll see. Carvana. I've been seeing the thing. Whoa, what the hell? Am I reading that right? U.S. crude oil inventories, 10.1 million barrels. Estimate was draw of 1.4. U.S. Cushing inventories, draw of 319. Estimate 132. Gasoline, draw of 1.3 million. Estimate was 1 million draw. That first number looked crazy. And then distillate inventory, draw of 1.8 million. Previous or estimate was 1 million barrels draw. So pretty much everything went down except crude oil inventories actual. That went up instead of going down. But then distillates, Cushing inventories, and everything else came in a lot lower. So there's a lot of barrels of oil in certain parts of America. There is a draw of oil barrels, again, Cushing, and then gasoline and distillates. As far as refining, there is less refined finished product than actual barrels of crude. That's how I would interpret all that, if you're asking what it means. So you got 3 different sets, broader, one area, and then, again, the refined products. Waiting for new lights. Oil's not moving, though. Oil's creepy. Again, just like RTX, they're all just holding that little pin. So SPY kind of moving. Bonds moved a little bit. Let's see what happens. To learn the world economy from Josh. That's why you come. Well, let's learn more, man. I mean, I'm sure we are. I'm sure, depending on how things play out, maybe we all learn a lot about the Middle East, and then we're gonna learn about. I'm sure we'll probably be talking about real yields soon. We have in the past, but that conversation's gone up. But in general, you know, we're getting into a very later stage of a cycle from a couple years ago, so it'll be great. The book map, is it limited to hours? No, it's limited to companies. So why did they update it? I mean, I don't even use it anymore, but it used to be where you could only use ES and Apple and like one other play, Microsoft, I think. Where do you find global trade balances? Like if someone claims the death of the dollar and I want to show them the reality, where do I find that? One, you could search like trade-weighted balances like the one I showed you on the watch list a couple weeks ago. That is like the, it shows you all compared to all the other countries. But specifically what you're asking That's the balance of trade. So you go to trading economics and literally it will say it. I think you go to like countries, G20, United States, go to trade and like balance of trade, current account, capital account, exports, imports. I mean, this will tell you right here if you know how to read it and go through. But again, you can go like one at a time, see how much is actually being traded, again, imported, exported. That could tell you a lot. But, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, and this is what, it makes sense because it's like funny, but it also like it highlights the whole point. But, you know, Mr. Waller, Christopher Waller yesterday at the Fed, he was talking about this. He was talking about the dollar and reserve status. And there's two words you need to know. This is serious. If you ever have a BRICS talk, if you're really thinking about it, there's two words that define everything about this whole, that you have to understand, where it's like people using dollars. Why do people have the dollar? Like, why? Why? LL up. U.S. crude stockpiles rise by the most since February. The euro-dollar system, no. Because we owe everybody, no. Non-sovereign dollar creation, no. You're listening close. Let's see, we're experiencing. Finger to the sky, baby. Amen. Christopher Waller said this yesterday. He talked about it. I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but it's very good. It's a very simple way to understand, where it's like, yeah, look at the numbers, look at the trade. Everybody uses the dollar. People want to keep the dollar, but like there's a feature of this system that makes it have so much more weight. And it's also the paradox, because this is the excuse, you know, and I'll counter my own argument. It's also the excuse to say, well, what do you mean? Like, look at. So the two words that I'm looking for are voluntary involvement. Do you know what that means? That means when somebody decides to hold a dollar, that is voluntary. Nobody forced you to do it. So again, whether it's the trade and holding money, trading with Americans, trading in dollars, it's voluntary. So you have people engaging and saying, hey, I want to be a part of the U.S. dollar system. But it's no one's forcing them to. Nobody's putting a gun to people's heads in China, in Japan, in Mexico, and all these places saying, you better buy the dollar. You better use this right there. And again, ironically, you can only trade oil in dollars. So you're like, what do you mean? But other than that, it is voluntary involvement. That's why they're saying, you know, at this point, even when things get bad, and you're like, how the world do people accept this? As long as people keep voluntarily submitting to it and saying, I want to be a part of this, I choose to hold dollars. Again, if you go and take anybody right now in any other country, and literally they're going through inflation, what do you think they want? They're voluntarily all going to opt for a dollar if they had the shot. Whether it's by knowledge, ignorance, who knows what it is, but it is all voluntary. So that right there is a big part. So not only are people using the dollar and using it billions and trillions of dollars, and it lubricates the whole, you know, international trade, all of it is just voluntary. So unfortunately, it's not as if there is a, you know, you could go use anything else. You could go use the China currency, you could use the Mexican peso, you could use all of it, but you would have to be submitting to those places too. And, you know, people are just choosing to go with the dollar voluntarily. So that is a big factor to never miss. What the fuck? Crypto broker Genesis halts withdrawals. Is this old? Am I getting headlines from 2 years ago? Bro, you got a Bitcoin. I don't know what's happening with Genesis. I thought they already got it halted, but literally a crypto broker, Genesis, it's pretty big. Isn't that Barry Silber? They're halting withdrawals. Genesis to pay $175 million settlement to FTX approved by court. What? So I think it's the older case, but I think they may have been operating. I don't know. That's old from this morning. I'm seeing a Financial Times article on it. Jen's been dead forever. Apparently that's why I was like, is this a headline from 2 years ago? I think they may have had money in there, but they've been ordered to pay $175 to settle FTX. And maybe a nothing burger, but it just came out odd. Bitcoin didn't move. Some of you saying it's old. Lumber Liquidator is still going up too. CAMT on the high. Was this Comtech? And then banks ain't moving at all. Baba, China name sold off big. Maybe we do need China to rally here a little. Because, again, we're still holding up decent. NASDAQ still green. SPY still red. Bonds trying to hold. IMF Georgieva says memorandum of understanding has been signed for Zambia on debt restructuring. Don't tell me that's not. I need to verify that, Coyote. If that's true, though, that's hilarious. And I wouldn't be surprised, but there's no way. Well, there is an article. The article says AMC CEO was target of blackmail. Adam Aaron sent sexually explicit photos to a woman pretending to be an old romantic partner. Adam Aaron, meme stock CEO, sent sexually explicit images and text conversations with a woman who attempted to blackmail and extort him out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. The plot took place over several weeks of text messages between Aaron and the woman, Sequoia Blackwood. Blackwood assumed several false identities, including that of a former romantic partner to Aaron. Oh. I thought he was pretending to be somebody. He tweeted about it. So that's sad. Damn, bro. They got him. They went after him. So the case was first reported last July, but masked Aaron's identity. Vernon, CEO of a publicly traded company, he confirmed that he was the victim of the plot in a post to X, formerly on Thursday. He said, by definition, I live my life in public eye. Unfortunately, last year I became the victim of an elaborate criminal extortion by a third-party woman who was unknown to me and false allegations about my personal life. Rather than giving the blackmail, I personally engaged counsel and other professional advisors and reported the matter to law enforcement. I did so knowing I risked personal embarrassment, but with access to resources, if I did not stand up against blackmail, who could? Damn, bro. Naked shorts. Yeah, he got catfished and then sent a dick pic, pretty much. That's the easy way to sum it up, but yeah. So, like, some girl started messaging him and was like, yo, I'm your old girlfriend. Look how hot I am now. And he was like, damn, what? He's like, yo, check this out. And then she's like, give me $100,000 or I'm going to post this on Twitter. Yeah. That's how I'm viewing. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's how I'm imagining it all went down. Word for word how it happened. I don't know. Maybe it has some, accurate context, but then again, I mean, I'm only assuming. So you're telling me he's doing stock offerings for blackmail? Listen, I didn't want to say it, but I'm glad somebody came to the conclusion that some of the money was spent on lawyers to fight off a dick pic lawsuit. But even then, though, I mean, it sucks for the guy. I'm sure, given how, like, weird he is, I feel like he just genuinely thought it was his ex-girlfriend or something. Like, I don't know. Something about it, like, I don't think he was, like, I don't know. I feel like it worked on him in that sense because I think he was just, I really thought he believed it was his ex or something. And, like, he was just like, oh, yeah, like, of course. What's up? Is he married? I don't know. I don't ask that for, yeah, he had 2 first names. I have not gotten that far. Adam Aaron wife? Is he married? Not much is known about his home life. He often keeps details private. However, online reports claim he's married to a Abi Khan, and he has 2 sons, Jeremy and David. But the details are unclear because he doesn't post anything. He doesn't even tell people if he has a wife or not, but everybody assumes. Weird. A CEO keeps his identity low key. What? No, I thought I was weird for not showing my. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, and he still scammed y'all. What? I'm sorry. Send a dick. What? I gotta go. And he's 69 years old. Wow. That's crazy. My pops did that. 69, bro. It's pretty old. I know he has kids because he gave him like $5 million from that one offering. That'll do it. OpenAI revenue crossed 1.3 billion annualized rate, CEO tells staff. The dollar move, it is significant, but remember what I was telling you yesterday? When the dollar was up, the market was ripping. So pretty much, where were we? 10.56 on Friday. So yeah, maybe the market should be like right. Last time the dollar was here, where was it even Monday? Monday we gapped. We should be around here if the dollar holds. But the thing is, the composition today is weird. You know what I'm saying? It's a very weird, like, today it's not the yen going down. It's the thing I was telling you about a month ago. Now you're watching the dollar go up because the pound and the euro are getting murked. Broadcom's still going up. You guys were calling that one out in the morning. Up 3 now. Damn. And then I think SMCI might still be red or break even. VMware 2. Is that above the buyout price? 178? I didn't see his tweet, no. I haven't really caught up with Adam Aaron in a long time. I kind of miss him. I miss the whole AMC saga. I do believe, though, if you do... like, if you search, like, AMC on Twitter, I think it's the same thing. I think you still have, like, a lot of people, though. Oh, I read some of the tweet. That was on the article. So he said he informed the board in July, but it's a personal matter. Good thing he sold a lot of personal shares because he didn't use company money. He used his own, but you gave it to him. It was trending because of Taylor Swift. I think it's the same. Like, I think AMC apes still exist, though. Like, I genuinely, like, I'm going to look right now. I want to see the stock first. I was like, $10, not bad. I forgot they had that split. Yeah, bro. Literally, just every post is like, they still think it's going to change their lives. It's a lot of Taylor Swift posts when you search AMC. And good morning, a picture of an ape, and deep value. They're going to make the most money in a single day in history. They're extremely thinned out, but the attitude still remains. I'm surprised. Like, bro, Broadcom's still running. Again, they're the leader on the chip side right now. Palestinian PM, we are working with Egypt to open corridors to deliver humanitarian aid, working with international community to put immediate end to Israeli army and settler crimes. Surprised we're going up. I'm not too surprised, but if anything, I'm surprised that the reaction today was so small. But keep in mind, you got your CPI. I don't think anything has dramatically changed. I'm taking that as a good sign for now. Legit tinfoil on how they battered the stock back down, naked shorts and dark pool. I understand. Again, I think with GameStop, there was a lot of like shadiness, and there were again, I mean, I'm not saying Wall Street isn't shady, but you know, the number one thing I was trying to explain for people with AMC, don't underestimate Adam Aaron pillaged you. It wasn't, so why the stock got battered down, yes, there could have been manipulation and there was other factors that could bring it down, but like, dude, your CEO dumping shares in three different rounds and getting everybody to be a part of it. Again, like, people get mad at you if you disagreed. Again, they told me I was going to hell. I have the email. The day. I had multiple emails that day. I sold out AMC. They said I was going to hell. They said the Lord will not forgive me for this. And again, I'm glad we did sell out, but it's like I sold out once I saw that Adam Aaron was cashing out. Once he started running up the register in the piggy bank, that was it. So unfortunately, I do agree with you to a degree, but the one thing I wanted to teach a lot of people in retail and to teach people is like, again, management, and you have, don't let them do that to you, and you have to know when it's in your best interest or not. And unfortunately, AMC could have, like, he really, like, I'm telling you, if Adam Aaron and then the supporters too, if everybody on AMC was like thinking and we organized and put together the votes, like, I'm telling you that it would have been a different scenario. But at one point, Adam Aaron was the highest paid CEO in America, at least top 3 in terms of realized money, because his pay was based in shares, and then he did offerings, and then he sold them out. And like, bro, he cashed out millions of dollars for himself individually. And that's where I'm saying, like, again, if you think it was other manipulation, it could have been, but don't ignore the fact that the captain was poking holes in the ship every couple of months to literally put his gold into another boat that wasn't on there, bro. It was very, like, that's why I was like, man, I was shocked a lot of people didn't understand that. It was very heartbreaking that, like, a lot of younger investors and people, again, because, like, dude, I said it, man, if anybody gave me that type of loyalty, oh my God, I would never do that. You know what I was like? Nobody has given me, maybe I got more loyalty for the real Colt baby, and y'all know I give it to you back, but I have never seen people blindly believe and put all their money in, and then even after getting shitted on, like, continue to defend the man as he was just running a piggy bank for years, just ringing the register, dumping shares, pulling it on investors' dime. It was wild. That's why I was like, man, that's crazy. So there was other factors, but just don't forget. And if you see that again, run away from it. I'm not telling you this so I could be right and you're wrong. I'm saying this where it's like, if you ever encounter this again and there's a lot of hype and things are going crazy, you know what I'm saying? like, you've really got to look at it in the sense of I would run far away from it. The moment you see this, if you see a CEO hyping it up and then he's dumping while hyping it, get out, get out. You know what I'm saying? That is your sign. Learned that with Nikolai. Nikolai was crazy because Nikolai ran a lot too. Again, they all ran. That's the thing about them. They all had much success before the inevitable downfall. I did not watch Dumb Money yet. No. Arch. Spy kind of working its way up. U.S. agency proposes $270,000 in fines for GM LG Energy Ohio joint venture battery plant over 19 safety health violations. Levant averaging, we just did, but I'd have to wait. I was going to do it last week, but then it was up like 5 to 7%. So I think this is where we got in our last purchase, I want to say. Or maybe it was either 25 or 23 on either Colt Sister or not, but it's wild. AMC is worth nothing now. It's ridiculous. People were genuinely attacking for saying AMC is terrible. I got told many times I was an idiot for not buying it. It was just emotional, man. It was like, nobody even cared. Because you're like, oh, I didn't buy it and people got mad. I killed it and people still got mad. It was just one of those things. It was like the moment you said I was out, it was like they tried to cancel you. Like the moment you said whether you didn't participate from the beginning or you did it didn't matter. It just the moment, it was like a gang, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're like, if you want to leave, it was by blood. If you wanted to join, it was through all of your money. It was like, you had to make actually, I guess it was easier to join, but it was like, you could not leave. Like, I'm telling you, it was like very, like, again, I thought even selling out at like 500% or something was just fair, and it was offensive. It was offensive. And that's really what it was, bro. It was a weird, very gang. You could call it a cult, but I mean, we're a friendly cult. That's why, that's why you guys say, if you say I want to leave, I'll kick you out. That's how you know. I don't care. You ain't really about that cult life, bro. You know what I'm saying? These other cults, though, that's just this weird. Yeah, blood in, blood out. I'm like, nah, man. Y'all do you. I'm good vibes in, good vibes out. That's all it is. Yeah, it was November 10th, 2021, I think. All I searched in my email is AMC and the words hell, and I've already found some emails. It wasn't the other one. Let's see. We'll type AMC and Jesus. We'll see what comes up. Oh, dude, that was you? Oh, bro. This guy was harassing me the other day. That's funny, bro. You've been here for that long? Fuck. Yeah, so literally my voice, yes, this is great, man. I'm sorry, bro. You are unfortunately going to be you are going to be the donkey of the day. Oh, no, I got your email, because he sent me this 2 days ago. Look at this. And I was just, again, when I was like, we weren't dealing with anything. Oh, I gotta save it. Oh, you'll see this one. Oh, this one's great. It's Microsoft stored. That's nuts. So literally, this was just 2 days ago. You know what I'm saying? And my man, he's like, please shut up. You're insane. Like, bro, I get these emails all the time, and they know it's like on the days too that like if I already turned off the Twitch, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a little kid can't help themselves. They already know I'm not in the best mood. You know what I'm saying? So they start hitting the emails and shit, right? He's like, we're trying to understand innocent people dying. I'm like, bro, I just sent them the link. Sorry, thank you. There you go. Right, that's it. But I forgot, bro. You are it, bro. You are it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, you are the one. Look at man, this guy. So for years, bro, you've been following me around, trying to like observe me and take things that I believe in and try to like morph them to whatever opinion you meet. Because it's again, you bring up like the Jesus stuff, and then you're like, people are dying. But now look, and then this was the other one. This is what he sent in 2021. Gassity Adrian, you should have just sold your share to us instead of putting them on the market. You held for this long while it's on the low. AMC is going to go as high as Jesus. If you're such a Jesus boy, you would have had to held it till then. Oh my gosh. This is crazy to lose you as a supporter in AMC. You backed us when the vote happened. Now you're gone. Oh man, there's another one too. Donkey for a couple years, bro. That's crazy. I mean, he's probably already banned, but. And again, the price was like, I think it's even 10 times higher than now just because they did this split. So right now the stock's at 10, but we sold out at like 38.40 before any split. That's crazy, bro. That's funny because I ignored it. I didn't even tell you the email he sent yesterday, but after I'm trying to find the AMC emails. It's been a couple years. I was like, let's go back for the sake of new news, but man. Hey, dude, that's crazy. There's a couple more. I can't. That was 2021, bro. That's wild. Yeah, the other one, all November. If you're gonna sell AMC, keep it to your damn self, bro. These are all real emails. You have no idea. I'll blur out these names because they're not as consistent and harassing, so it's okay. Maybe this was the old you. My friend has not changed his behavior in 2 years, so 3 years almost. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro. Literally, if you're gonna sell AMC, keep it to your damn self. Apply discipline and keep your trades to yourself. That's what you get for selling out, bro. This is what I was saying. It was a weird, bro. It was a weird gang, bro. Damn. Even this one's. Oh my god, this one's from an EDU email. No, don't worry. I'm going to block it out for you, bro. I'm not trying to put y'all on blast unless y'all make a real habit of doing this. It's the same thing. Another email. It's very, very similar. That was, I think, the logic they took with me that day. They said, if you were going to sell AMC, you should have sold it back. Look at all I'm searching for is sell AMC or sold in my email, and this is all the shit that comes up. You have no idea. These are college students. The same thing, bro. Oh, my goodness. Oh, and God bless you, though. Yeah, and then you know what else I have? I got people selling me mad covered call positions, too. Yeah, bro. This is all this shit. Day in, day out, bro. I don't tell you with all of it. Again, the only time I really freaked out, we had that one weird stalker last year, and we got it settled. But, my goodness, dude. Again, and that was at a time to, like, dude, I was trying to tell people to leave. We bought in at $3 to $5, and I said leave at 40. 38, and that was the reaction. But it's just like, dude, it was a gang. It was a gang, bro. It's wild out here, man. Yeah, I mean, you could have made 10 to 20 grand easy from the covered. I think, dude, Lending Tips made 40 grand off the covered calls. How dare they disrespect the cult leader? I mean, hey, man, it's already been a couple years. I mean, even if the same dude, I didn't even remember. Even if he sends me an email, like, bro, I say sorry. I say thank you. Like, that's it, bro. I've said it for a while. There's a lot of other people. Like, one, I don't think you should apply this energy to, like, in general, like, it's negative energy. You should focus on yourself. But also at the same time, it's like, hey, man, I'm still here. I'm still showing y'all love. I'm here for education, trying to help people out. It's like, you could direct that energy to, like, I don't know, maybe the guy who made $50 million off of you and got you to believe the lie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, what is happening with the Newswire? What the hell? I think it fell behind. That was crazy. So much new. Unless that all came out, I think there's an 8-week bond. I don't know. Yeah, that was 4-week bond auctions a little bit ago, but it seems like it was kind of delayed. Who made 15 mil? It was Adam Aaron. Dude, that was weird. I don't know if my thing was delayed or if it was right after the bond auction. It went nuts. I remember a long time ago you said, imagine if they applied the same energy into doing good. I always use that now. I mean, it's true, man. Because I even learned that for myself too at times, where it's like, again, you could get caught up in negative activities. You could get caught wasting time. You could get caught getting jealous, getting angry. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, for real, it's like that is time, that is effort, it is energy. If like you put that in the just something you wanted, versus something you don't like, oh man, your life will change. Again, I had to learn that. I had to, angry Josh had to learn that growing up. Wow, you listened to your wife. You sold around 68. You only had 100. That's great. That's awesome. My wire was frozen. I thought it was working, but I think we're chill for now. I mean, bonds went down lower, dollar went up higher, but we're still like chilling. I mean, I'm still kind of surprised. Maybe by the end of the day, yeah, I'll keep the dollar up in the bottom right. I feel you, but it's just bonds down, dollar up, and then markets are awkwardly stable. Yen is hammered. It's not that bad though. I'm telling today right now is the euro and the pound. Unless the yen comes down by 0.5. It went down a little bit more, but still it's just like you're finally watching the pound and the euro have a big down day, and then the yen is actually it's outperforming those two. Just on the day though. MRTX off the bottom. Where's Envy? Oh, I gotta keep the dollar. Again, dollar trying to come down here. The bonds though already down 1.5. So I mean, this isn't good for bond volatility. Just think the rip up and now coming back down. We were like, wow, I can't believe it went up this many. 1%, 2% in a day, but now you're doing that to the downside. They didn't step in at 150. No, they did if you believe what you saw, but unfortunately the government denies it. So there was a little bit of that ahead of it, and then it started to go. Yen's popping off the bottom, but I do think dollar, if euro and pound recover, I think the dollar will do its thing. And then we are 7 minutes after euro close. And then I'm reading your email, Chris. I just got it. And then I don't know. So Chris, do you want me to? I can try to get your email back. I don't know if we could talk about it now. My off-market email? No. I think it's a foreign real estate, I believe. You, Chris, per tab. I don't know. Can I talk about it, or do you want? Is it personal or not? Because I have a couple questions, but even then, it seems like. I mean, are you trying to decide what path you should take, or are you trying to decide what to do with the properties, or both? The last time I've been to Abercrombie and Fitch, the fitting room. I've not been in the fitting room. I've been into Abercrombie. It wasn't bad. FDA bans sales of Views menthol cigarettes. Yo, that's a Wall Street Journal exclusive. Check PM, check Altria. What's Views? VUSE? Is it BTI Chicle? Is that them? Yeah, BTI could be it. That's you're getting that early, bro. Food and Drug had ordered Reynolds American to stop selling menthol flavored versions of the Views Alto e-cigarette. Not appropriate for public health. Is BT? I don't know. I think BTI owns them. Who else? It's Reynolds American. Philip, I don't know. Reynolds, is it BTI? So again, they're the ones dying the most, but even Altria, they just took 30 seconds down. RJ Reynolds Vapor Company. What's the ticker? Or who are they owned by? But either way, it looks like all of them are getting a Chicle no matter what. I think BTI is the loser though. But then they're all going down. No, we got that one early. That one hasn't hit every wire yet. You'll see it on Bloomberg in a couple minutes. It's Rain. Reynolds, why are they not dropping? They're the only ones staying still. Are you sure that's them, or is this like Reynolds rap? I want to say BTI owns them. I really want to say that. I think it is BTI. Yeah, more of you are saying that too. They have a stake in Views. It's on their website. Good confirmation. Because they're getting killed. They're down 4. Altria. Remember, I was telling you this a month ago. I was telling you guys a month ago, after that first little rumor overseas, that's what I was worried about. But then I went ahead and got MO. But as of now, another menthol e-cigarette ban. They reject berry-flavored Views, still reviewing tobacco flavors. And then they ban the menthol cigarettes. Honestly, the headline sounds worse than it is. It seems like they did like an approval process, and then they're still getting reviewed on their tobacco flavors, but then the other flavors and then their menthol, they're like, nah, you can't do that. Troy is almost home. We'll get a big green when he comes back. The market will rip. They say Troy is home. And shout out Troy's mom. They're like, we made it. There's a doc on Netflix that came out about vapes. I mean, cigarettes are pretty gnarly. So, like, I'm not too worried about vapes. But, like, then again, all of y'all are going to sound like R2-D2 because we don't know the effects. I'm like, I vaped when I was younger. I'm like, what the fuck? But then again, they were smoking straight rat poison the first 50 years. So, I don't know, man. They're scared of the reverse after Euro. It's already Euro close. So we kind of started doing that. But, I mean, this news here on the tobacco stuff isn't good. But overall, I mean, tech is still holding up. We have a lot of weird movements here. No word to pull them off the store shelf yet. We'll keep you updated. Yeah, thank you. Because, again, that is a big update there. So, again, Nepal owns a station, a gas station. But it's one thing for the FDA to say something. It's another thing for them to, order them out of the stores. That's the irony of all of it. So you remember how many times they banned the flavored vapes and then like 2 years later you still saw them everywhere? It's because they never ordered them to get out or they didn't really enforce it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger or it makes you wish it had killed you. Vape life. That's a great commercial. Do they have the authority? Did Congress write the law? I think if they ban it eventually, I think they could still enforce it. As far as like how enforceable it might need to get voted on, but they, FDA, they could say you can't sell something. So it's one thing to say you can't sell it. It's another thing for people to come in and take it off the shelves and enforce it. So it's like literally like I don't know like if you're familiar with like weapons. That's like been the weirdest part. So like in California, they just reversed the ban, I think, but they use for like high capacity magazines. It used to be you're not allowed to. It's illegal to purchase or sell them or transfer them, but if you have possession, it is not illegal. That was the irony with it. It's kind of like in the same sense. So they're saying if you sell the vape product, it's illegal. But technically, if it's in possession at your store already, they're not going to, you can't get in trouble for having it or selling it. Or again, I don't know about selling it, but possession of it, you won't get clapped the same way. You had a lung collapse because I smoked. Don't do it, kids. No way. Yeah, someone said, how much were you smoking? Because when I was little, I was worried when I started smoking when I was younger. I was worried because I had a friend of mine who had his lung collapse, but, like, it wasn't because of, like, smoking. So I was, like, always like, oh, my gosh. I remember that was a weird experience. So I was like, yeah, what happened? Was it, like, genetics? Was it smoking? You had a pack a day and a half? Yeah, man. Thank you for sharing. Sorry I had to go to it. How long you stop now? Like 4 or 5 years. I mean, certain things more on and off, but like other than that, it's not the same as like I used to every day. I used to every single day, like just everything. It wasn't but it definitely got far away from that. But man, I called them out. Bro. I'm there at the Colt real estate meetup. Within like 5 minutes, I'm like having a talk with the Chad, bro. Dude pulls out a puff bar right in front of me. And I'm like, I'm like, damn, bro, really? I was like, you couldn't wait. And then like 30 minutes later, bro, we have like a circle. They're all around me and we're talking, right? And we're talking about a lot of different things. Yeah, that was Kevin. It was Kevin, bro. I was like, what? Okay, he's like, no shame, bro, no shame. I was like, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Don't worry. I still love you. And then the next guy pulls out weed on me, bro. I'm like, what? The guy just starts fucking hitting a dab pen right in front of me. I'm like, damn, man, Colt real estate. I told him, I was like, listen, if this was any other time, bro, if y'all had me at a different time, I would have been down to ride with y'all. But nah, I was like, y'all crazy, bro. I was like, I just enjoy your time, bro. Enjoy it. I miss me. It's okay, baby. It's okay. We missed a couple of people, but don't worry. We'll do it again soon for sure. It's Vegas, yeah, but like, they were just that's it, bro. We were outside. They couldn't help it. They were just. I'm like, bro, it's the first time you're seeing me. You're gonna get high right now in front of me, bro. This is gonna be weird. You're gonna wake up. You're like, did I really see Josh yesterday? Oh, even then, if you listen to the co-realist, I was listening to all you guys. I don't like the chat in there because I don't want to distract from I don't want everyone to be like, Josh, oh my gosh, and I don't like to take over the conversation. Listening to you guys I was cheesing so hard yesterday, listening to co-real estate, man. Oh, and honestly, man, and some of y'all very, very inspirational too, and what y'all were holding down, bro. And I really do hope it got people excited, and just hearing what they had to say about the call, but hearing them describe me was hilarious. You guys that was great. It's just all of it, man. Some people were tripping out. They said it took a couple minutes to kind of realize what was actually happening. I was like, yeah, it was really, really fun. MO is getting clapped by the news of the Alto vape by BTI or View or whatever. They're banning some of the flavors again, or banning it in general. You quit vaping last year, but you're on the Zins. Quit smoking 6 months ago after 15 years. Let's go. And we talk about the foreclosures. Yeah, so send me those. If you have properties in the United States that are foreclosing, I could help you get out of them for sure. That, again, hopefully there's enough time. Oh, and I don't know. And then somebody sent me another email. Yes, Lisa. I got an email there. She said something with the issue, but that one, if it's by Friday, I don't know if I could. Again, by tomorrow, there might not be enough time. So even in this case, Chris, as long as there's time, we could help. But if you're just reaching out to me like a week before the closing, it's going to be very difficult. But yeah. Email me the addresses and what's the detail, and then send me all of them individually, what is owed on every property, and then you could give me the total amounts too, and then the action dates, when do we have to act by. But if there's 30 days, I could help you with them. And honestly, what I would do is I would keep the house so you could flip them and sell them, or we just try to get them out of foreclosure to sell. But here's the deal. Technically speaking, a lot of people don't know this. If the bank sells your house for more than you owe, you are entitled to the extra money. So even in a weird way, even if you do nothing and the bank sells the property and it's $200,000 above the mortgage, you are entitled to that $200,000. The problem is that when they go to sell, the banks they're just hella weird by it. If they don't end up selling it for a lot of money, if they just sell it low to get their money, they want to sell it to one of their partners, their friends, then there you go, then you're clapped. So that is something to keep in mind. If they sell it for less, you don't owe extra. No. If it's a car, yeah. But for houses, ironically, you could say, sorry, take the house. Yallah. How many percent can you feasibly buy down? Well, feasibly is the word, because you could buy it down to zero if you wanted to. Just, are you willing to pay? It's a couple grand pretty much per point. And then you got to make sure it's for the life of the mortgage and not temporary. You could only sue them if you could prove that they sold your property way less than value to not pay you out. But other than that, if they sell it for more money, then you are entitled by default. That is your money by law. I don't know what just happened, bro. I think we said foreclosure too many times, but y'all just sent me a couple emails about foreclosure. So someone else just sent one for their girlfriend's house. So, and I sent the email I just said, I said, you got to do everything before auction. And literally I said, the idea is to keep it out of foreclosure because that's where all the vultures show up. You see what I'm saying? So like legitimately, I could help you prior to it. Again, if it's just like a bridge loan, or if you even could do a mortgage remodification. You know what I'm saying? There's many things you can do. The idea is to either make sure is to protect the value that you have. Even if you're behind on payments, there will be value more likely than not right now. So the idea is like you have to respond to this stuff quickly. So again, for anybody else out there, whether you've emailed me or not, if you are in a situation and it's related to your property and the bill is compounding, or you feel like you want to do this, or it's a family friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, you don't let it go until the last minute. Even then, do not email me with 1 week ahead because my hands will be tied. And like I'm saying, it's like if you got a month, you got more than a couple months. I mean, these problems are very easy to solve, especially because you have equity. And if you get on it earlier, there it is. But if you start pushing it to the wire, then you start running out of options. To bid, go find out who's it'll either be like through a government site or like a third party. If you don't pay your HOA, can't they foreclose? They can in some instances. They'll try to. It just all depends. But it would have to be like 7 years. 7 to 10 years of no HOA fees, code enforcement, anything of that nature. I got 24 hours. What can you do for me? Sometimes we can do stuff, but usually at that point it will be the seller has less options, and that's where it sucks. Like right now, you get a foreclosure, bro. You get a foreclosure statement, and you got 90 days, bro. It doesn't even matter. And what I mean by that is like if you go and respond to it right away, you get on it, you find people. Again, all houses have a lot of money right now. It's like you're gonna be fine. But like if you wait until the last moment, it's just gonna be a chance of like saving your credit or saving your house. And then, or at some point, just you're better off letting them do what they need to do. U.S. Qatar agree to stop Iran from tapping $6 billion fund. That's huge news. It is and it isn't, because remember, the whole logic everyone's been saying is, well, they didn't touch the money yet. So theoretically, the situation should stay the same then, but it's all bad. Did Walgreens come back up? And then Chris, I'll email him. Oh, I don't know if you're at work or not. Benny pay or HOA? I think Benny's paying his HOA. The chat is members only. Yeah. Elf Beauty maintained at overweight by JP Morgan. Cody price target cut. China pullout may leave others like Saudi to step up. Yesterday was low volume too. We're holding up. The dollar is scary, and then the bonds, 23 million. We're like what, 30 minutes off a euro close. How many people are getting foreclosed? I just had 3 people reach out to me, kind of out of nowhere. We just brought up the topic. Somebody said they had advice on something else, and then I said foreclosure, and then 2 more people. But then one of them's like weird. Like one of them isn't because of like finances. It seems like the other person on the mortgage is being a dickhead. And then the other one was just literally just last minute. Barry Silber is shady. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people don't know what to believe with that guy because he's like one of those kingpins. He's done a lot, but then like legitimately, we don't even know if GBTC even owns those Bitcoins yet. Believe it or not, like that's still a question, or at least there's a question mark. So hard to say. And then after Sam Bankman, I don't think we know if anybody is, man. Like that's what I was saying. The great deceiver is very deceptive. And then Michael, yeah. I'm seeing if we could pay the payout, that would be that'd be a different option. If he'd be down to just sell me the house, I'll buy it and then I'll sell it to you or rent it. But if it is at an auction, it's going to be hard to buy it back because then you have to compete in the auction. You're competing with everybody else. And then most likely it'll go for market value. And then auctions are usually cash only. So even if you wanted that financing, you would have to have a hard money loan approved already so that you are essentially walking into that auction with cash. I guess I won't be looking into auction. You can, I mean, just you need cash usually. There's some other auctions, like the ones on the websites. They're not always like foreclosures or government, but you know, and you don't need cash, but most auctions are cash. And then you will need, and again, that's fine. If you don't have the cash, you get a hard money loan. A hard money loan is cash. You're gonna pay 11 to 12% interest right now, maybe more. But then again, you could get a bridge loan, or if you're only going to hold the property for 60 days, who cares about the 11% interest? Novo warns online offers of fake Ozempic and Wegovy are rising. It's crazy that this is a CPI day. All right, I need to go pee again. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope this isn't a commercial, and I will be right back.
Continuing to increase. Yeah. That has been ballooning for a long, long time.
Right.
Given what you're seeing with the kind of continued collapse of TV, the way that some...
Okay, I'm not going to interrupt you, okay?
Yeah,
the NFL
well, you know where
made
I'm going.
10-year deal with linear television. 10 years, okay? The linear business is not going anywhere. They've also made deals on digital. We did the same thing. ESPN, ESPN Plus on the UFC side. WWE did, Peacock, Showtime, USA Network, and Fox, which is whatever. So the linear business is not going anywhere. The sports business is moving is going to figure itself out between digital and linear. It's an unbelievably healthy market. They all have to be in it. They all want to be, every single one of the players want to be in it because of the audience. We have two assets in the sports business that don't have are year-long, don't have a season. I don't believe prices are going down. You're going to figure out the bifurcation of the rights and give things up, not give things up.
How long do you think it is before Netflix actually jumps into sports?
You know, they're in sports right now, but they just do the shoulder programming.
Yeah.
I think their point of view, and you'll ask Ted tomorrow, is we build up we don't want to be in the bidding of rights and then not have any long tail. So I'm not sure. They did bid on Formula One, but ESPN got it. So I think that was a smaller package, meaning smaller economics. So we'll see.
We've gone through all this time without talking about Hollywood, so now I got to ask you about that.
Hollywood?
Yes.
Oh wow. I only studied about sports. Yeah.
I think you know what you're talking about. Do you still consider yourself an agent?
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm an agent. Yep, I got Marty's movie coming out. Marty's first
I'm an agent.
Coming out. I just finished two significant deals at Netflix for a significant amount of money for two big clients.
Care to share?
I think they've got with Tyler Perry and David Ellison. So, yeah, I mean, I'm in it every day with clients, every day.
He's still an agent. He's still a deal maker, Lucas. And that was another interesting
What's ACXP?
borrow of conversation for you.
Yo.
Ultimately, UFC, WWE coming together.
Keurig's
this is why
up
he's got a
100%.
new name, TKO CEO too.
Yeah, I would love to know if you could talk to Ari Emanuel in like the late 90s, early 2000s and tell him he was eventually going to be the king of combat sports. I don't know that he would have believed that. I mean, he has clearly always aspired to more. He doesn't want to just be an agent. He wanted to build an empire, and he has acquired like 30,
the
40
thing is what,
companies.
the empire building continues. That was what was amazing on stage. The little hints he dropped about the rights deals, 6 bidders, talking about Raw and SmackDown. You know, he doesn't hesitate to say, oh, I got this, we're doing business.
Yeah, well, look, he's done it before. With the UFC, people doubted him. They didn't think he'd find a deal, and he ended up getting Disney to pay him a fortune.
Yes.
And it inflated the value of UFC by billions of dollars.
Can you go into that element of trying to explain, it feels like, to analysts, to investors, what his business is all about? He kept returning
Well, he
to this
tried,
idea.
yeah.
Well, he keeps turning to this idea that it's sort of, he's misunderstood. How do you buy that?
Well, he's always had this problem, right? When Endeavor first went public, or tried to go public, they called it off because people didn't know what they were buying. They had half of UFC, but not the whole thing. Then they had all these other things, like professional bull riding and the talent agency, and nobody really knew how to value it.
Yes.
And it's still a hangover for the stock because, yes, they have TKO as like simplified UFC, WWE.
Endeavor. I didn't know he's a movie agent. BFJ Governor Ueda, conflict in Middle East adds to already high certainty on global outlook. That's weird. You've heard like, dude, that's Ueda. Why is Ueda saying anything? But at the same time, oh no, I'm thinking, what's his name? No, Ueda. He's the new guy. Or is it Karuda? I keep confusing me. But either way, that's like we haven't heard from Powell. A lot of world leaders have commented, and we have not got to hear from Powell on Israel. The WASD report pops. So is it 9? Yeah, 10 minutes ago. I don't have the results unless I go through. Let's see, that's corn. Ending stocks 3.13 for wheat. Oh, that's for corn. I'd like easy numbers. Trump mocks Joe Biden getting lost on stage and says he might be on cocaine. He said, get him off the stage. It's wearing him off, man. Here, Dad, have a little bit of this stuff. It's going to liven you up a little bit. That's awful. That's awful. I don't know, though, man. Lately, I don't know. Can I watch the video, or am I going to get banned? I really want to click on it, bro. You have no idea. I really want to click on it, but my future is flashing before my eyes. That's it. If you thought it was bad, I woke up late. That's it. You can be like, where's Josh? You know, he played a Trump video. Watch it. You gotta watch out. And I can't believe we're holding up. Like we said right before that bathroom break, it does not feel like a CPI day. It's crazy. And then Ueda says no change at this stage to our view on global economic outlook. Driving home. You're currently driving a Home Depot rental truck. Oh, man. New mattresses. Let's go. Are you moving somewhere new? Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Get a good workout in. The move-in will be a good workout. Tomorrow's the main. No, I think today was the main event. I'm not. Like I said, we waited a long time for this. That could have put a hole in the plane for the no landing, and it didn't. So, obviously, earnings will be key now. But I do think, barring any extreme earnings surprises, I'm thinking we're getting more green lights here for October. So, again, I'm still surprised we're not moving like this. This was my theory from the beginning of the month, and I was waiting for this data. But, you know, unless we kick off bank earnings with a lot of failure, and then next week Intel, Netflix, and Tesla all do awful, then I think the lights are starting to turn green. Why is the market going up? Unemployment and CPI. I don't know. It's weird. Even the dollar's up. So did you guys know? I could find the chart, but did you know that the dollar has gone down after every CPI in the last like 12 months or 9 months, I think, 10 months, this whole year. So literally every time the CPI came out this year, no matter if it was good or bad, the dollar would go down. Today it went up. And I couldn't tell. That's why, I'm glad I said it this time around because, literally, I'm on the watch list yesterday. I'm like, listen, I have an idea, but we do have to be humble. And that's why I'm saying, like, we have to view the market very broad. With the way the bulls have been, it looks like it has to be a broad change to the picture to really get anybody upset. And that's where I think, you're not, if it's at the money, right at the margin of the release, even if it's a slight beat or miss, we're not getting like crazy movements because everybody is just seeing like they're looking 3 months at a time now, even though we're responding to monthly data. So that's what I'm saying. Today could have really disturbed us, but all the charts are looking the same. Everything's in the same way. We're still worried about banks. Interest rates are the problem. That's the key. So the only thing that I don't like about today is that the dollar went up. That's unusual post CPI. And then now the bonds, that volatility, it's not dissipating if it's dropping, as much as it ran up the day before. Today is weird, right? What's your personal opinion? Would we break down or fall? If you're okay with answering. It's what I said. I think we are going to be bullish, but it doesn't mean that we won't see any more downside. But what I'm saying is for October now, it's all about earnings. Nothing's getting in the way. October seasonality for the rest of the month should be good. And we're not going to have any other major data for 2 weeks. The only thing will be earnings. So you could wait for the earnings, but I am feeling a lot better about the market moving forward from here for a little bit than I was even yesterday or the day before, just because nothing has gotten upsetting. But we'll see. Maybe if bonds continue, I will be wrong. You know what I'm saying? If bonds blow out in the next couple days, it might be difficult. But then there is, just like last October, after this data, you might even watch bond yields shoot up and the market could find a way to recover just like last year. AMD, city's back up. Dollar's starting to come down. Dollar is not broken out of this range for hour and a half, almost 2 hours. So if we get a little low, really you want to get below 29.80. Yeah, banks are going up a little bit. Micros, but bulletproof, baby, bulletproof. There was no immediate cause for the Black Monday crashes, were there? There was and there wasn't. So there was a lot of turmoil leading into it. There was a lot of volatility. There was interest rate volatility that led to problems, and then it ultimately confounded. And I do think there was news a little bit, but it was kind of you did need a straw to break the camel's back. So it's not like there doesn't have to be an immediate cause, but again, currency's crazy, bond yields, and then the right development with the right move, you know what I'm saying, flows and people running to the door, you could get that. But I think if we're going to get a random crash, it'll be a result of waking up to a currency dying overnight. That's how I think. If you want to get your Black Friday, I think it's going to show up, or Black Monday, I think it's going to show up as a result of like the pound and the euro dying, or the gilts or the yen, something of that nature. Otherwise, like we're saying, as long as bonds stable, this is the thing. Remember, when bonds keep pointing down, the odds of that crash are higher and higher and higher and higher. Every day the bonds just plummet down without any relief. You're driving into a wall, right? That's why when it calms down a little bit, it's not saying we're out of danger, but that right there can dictate a lot. So I'd be watching that, and that's why I'm feeling a lot more bullish now. But you know, if we do wake up to the bonds or the dollar, then maybe it wouldn't be there. But you know, the more and more we creep up here, though, as long as there's no black swan on earnings, I would start putting October crash in the rear view. But you never know. We'll see. It was October seasonality until the year gains were wiped out. No, that's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? It's just all seasonality is showing you is literally take 100 years, how did it perform? And again, in October, if you just looked at how the market performs, it has its own little reaction, and then especially in months where things are there. So it's not to say it's all about what happens in October. That's why I've been like, I'm willing to ditch October seasonality. If you couldn't tell, this whole first half of the month, I've been down to throw it out the window. However, there is just after I think the last 3 Octobers, we kind of had a weird vibe. The only October we collapsed on, I want to say, was 2018. And then and even then, I think it kind of played out like this too, but you still got to just let the months do their thing. And I only say that because this year, a lot of just how it performed in a month, how it performs when the market's up 10%, that stuff really did stick. Honestly, maybe Israel, Palestine, maybe that becomes an issue. That could be something you wake up to that destabilizes. But other than that, though, again, as long as no banks start failing in the first week, before you know it, October is almost done. Again, that's it. Tomorrow, we are halfway through October now. After this, that'll be 2 trading weeks knocked out, and before we know it, it's literally you're gonna have 1 week of all banks, Netflix, Tesla, Intel, and then a couple more companies, and then we're done. And then it'll be November. And then did you hit a new high? EA says it may re-engage with FIFA for World Cup game. Big headline dump. You got some IMF. EA Sports. It's in the game. A lot of price targets. And there it is. SPY is now further green. I think the Dow might be going green. But you are hitting a new high of the day now. So this is what I was saying. If we get into that squeeze mode, 43.87, you get above there, you open up the door for 44.04 now. And that will be it. Yeah, boy, I think I'm going to cover this short now if we get above. If it pump fakes. I guess I'll give it a minute or two. But I think people might like the dollar, though. I don't like the dollar. Where's Microsoft? I already had that up. They're still break even after the tax stuff. It's actually crazy. BAT to challenge FDA issued denial order. BTI. So again, BTI says they will fight. If they were Microsoft, they would have bounced 10%. It's just, I don't know. Where's Redfin? $6. Zillow, MP Dub, they were doing good yesterday. But real estate looks like the 10-year. It's honestly not as bad, or the 30-year. Tesla's going up too. Then NVIDIA, and then ACHC, Humana, and UNH. Why are they both kind of moving in tandem? Healthcare, and then Cigna now too. They're all moving, yeah. UNH, Cigna, Humana. UNH earnings in the morning. Oh, yeah, I need to get you that preview. Blinking live. I like Kirby, though. You know what I'm saying? I like Kirby a lot. I like Kirby. I don't know if I agree with Kirby, but, like, I enjoy watching Kirby. I like how he talks. I like how he just, like, when he gives up on an answer, he's like, I don't know, you know? And that's it. Just, like, he's a good PR guy, I feel like, for the military. Very good guy.
For the families of the missing, there's an unrelenting agony of not knowing the fate of their loved ones, something that I don't think most of us can truly understand, truly contemplate if you're not in their shoes. No one should have to endure what they're going through. There's so many families like them. The United States is one of more than 30 countries where family members, friends, entire communities are being forced to go through this wrenching experience because of Hamas's disdain for human life and basic human dignity. We're doing everything we can to secure the release of the hostages, working closely with our Israeli partners. I brought with me to Israel our Deputy Special Representative for Hostage Affairs, Steve Gillen, who joined my meetings with the families and will stay on the ground here to support the efforts to free their loved ones. I also had a chance to see up close the genuinely inspiring solidarity of the Israeli people in the wake of Hamas's attacks. When I visited one of the many sites where citizens have swiftly organized efforts to collect, to sort, to distribute donations to those in need, including many families who've been displaced from the south. I had a chance to meet with some of the volunteers, several of them
do your push-ups.
Citizens. One young couple told me how they narrowly escaped with their own lives
I gotta get these back
when Hamas terrorists attacked the Supernova Music Festival. They told me about their friends who were not fortunate, who were killed at that festival. Others taken hostage or still missing. In our time here in Israel, everywhere we've gone, we've met people who've been touched in one way or another by Hamas's bloody hand. A loved one, a friend, a classmate, a neighbor, a colleague, killed, maimed, missing.
No, I've not moved to E-Trade yet.
Encountered a nation knit together by grief, but also a nation united in resolve. The United States shares that resolve. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Israel. From here, I'll go on to Jordan, where I'll meet with His Majesty King Abdullah and with Palestinian Authority President Abbas. And then over the coming days, we'll visit with leaders in Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and Qatar. Across each of these engagements, we'll continue pressing countries to help prevent the conflict from spreading and to use their leverage with Hamas to immediately and unconditionally release the hostages. We'll also discuss how we can continue to make real our affirmative vision for a region that's more peaceful, more prosperous, more secure, more integrated. And in fact, that is the choice. And the choice in some ways has been made even more stark by the actions of Hamas on Saturday. One path forward is a region that comes together, integrated, normalized relations among its countries, people working in common purpose, to common benefit, more peaceful, more stable. Then there's the path that Hamas has shown in stark, clear light: terror, destruction, nihilism. The choice could not be more clear. We know the choice that we're making, our partners are making. We have work to do to carry it through. In all that I did today, I was supported by an exceptional team here in Israel. It's been doing crucial work in incredibly difficult conditions, led by a remarkable chargé d'affaires, Stephanie Hallett. Stephanie's doing an extraordinary job. We also look forward to welcoming our future ambassador, Jack Lew, to Israel. As many here know, Hamas launched its attack on Simchat Torah. This is the day that Jews celebrate finishing the reading of the Torah. This Saturday, Jews around the world will chant the first words of the book of Genesis. They'll read that in the beginning, there was darkness, and then there was light. That the first person was alone until a partner joined them. I'm standing here today alongside our Israeli friends and all those who reject terror, to help find the glimmers of light, even in this moment of deep darkness, and to make clear that as long as there's the United States, Israel will never be alone. With that, happy to take some questions.
First question goes to Sean Tandon with AFP.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good evening.
Sean.
Can I just ask you, to begin with, Prime Minister Netanyahu has shared what are very gruesome photos. He said that he shared them with you.
Yeah.
I know they're very disturbing to look at, but I wanted to see, first of all, what your reaction was to those. And if I may, like, while understanding and acknowledging the great suffering that's been experienced by Israelis, there's a lot of concern in some quarters about the situation in Gaza as well. People looking for food in light of the cutoff. Was that discussed at all in terms of the humanitarian situation in Gaza? Was there any call for easing some of these conditions or for restraint as we expect a ground offensive? And if you allow me, just one thing that's been reported just recently. There's a report in the Washington Post that the United States and Qatar have decided to slow down or suspend the access that Iran has to the $6 billion that's been put in this special account. Could you say if this is accurate, and if it is, could you explain whether this is a slowdown or something more formal than that? Thanks very much.
Great. Thanks, Sean. So we did see photographs, videos that the Israeli government shared with us. Some, I think, has actually already been seen in public media. Others were new to me, and I think new to our team. It's hard to find the right words. It's beyond what anyone would ever want to imagine, much less actually see and, God forbid, experience. A baby, an infant, riddled with bullets. Soldiers beheaded. Young people burned alive in their cars or in their hideaway rooms. I could go on, but it's simply depravity in the worst imaginable way. It almost defies comprehension. And as I've been saying, to me, in the most immediate future, harkens back to ISIS and some of the very things we saw when it was on its rampage that thankfully was stopped. So I think for any human being to see this, it's really beyond almost anything that we can comprehend, digest. And I just add that when you see this, you try to imagine, maybe not try, you can't help but imagine yourself, your family, your loved ones, your friends in that situation, in that predicament. And maybe the best word for it for me is overwhelming. I think what it's done is, as I said, united a country in profound grief, but also united a country in resolve. And it's imperative that the rest of us share that resolve. I said this earlier. This is a moment for moral clarity. This is a moment where everyone needs to make clear that there is revulsion, disgust, and a determination not to allow this to go forward. So, images are worth 1,000 words. These images may be worth 1,000,000. On the humanitarian situation, in Gaza. I think it's first important to remember a fundamental issue that makes this complicated. Hamas continues to use civilians as human shields, something that's not new, something that they've always done, intentionally putting civilians in harm's way to protect them, to try to protect themselves or protect their infrastructure or protect their weapons. So that's one of the basic facts that Israel has to deal with. And of course, civilians should not be used in any way as the targets of military operations. They are not the target of Israel's operations. We did discuss ways to address the humanitarian needs of people living in Gaza, to protect them from harm while Israel conducts its legitimate security operations to defend itself from terrorism and to try to ensure that this never happens again. We also talked about possibilities for safe passage for civilians who want to leave or get out of the way in Gaza, and that's a conversation, a discussion that we will pursue in the coming days, including with some of the countries that we'll be visiting. So this is important, and this is an area for focus. With regard to the $6 billion, first, again, it's always worth repeating the facts because, unfortunately, the facts get lost along the way. The money that Iran accrued in bank accounts, in this case in South Korea, for the sale of its oil was done pursuant to an arrangement established by the previous administration, the Trump administration. None of the funds that have now gone to Qatar have actually been spent or accessed in any way by Iran. Indeed, funds from that account are overseen by the Treasury Department, can only be dispensed for humanitarian goods, food, medicine, medical equipment, and never touch Iranian hands. We have strict oversight of the funds, and we retain the right to freeze them.
Next question goes to Gil Tamery with Channel 13.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. Gil Tamery, Channel 13 as well. The President compared rightfully Hamas' horrendous massacre to ISIS. Can you provide assurance to Israel that the Biden administration will not attempt to halt Israel's effort until the goal of eliminating Hamas from Gaza is completely achieved, regardless of how long it may take? And with your permission, second question, if Hezbollah opens a second front in the north, can we expect that, if needed, the U.S. will use its military assets in the region to fight against Hezbollah together with the IDF?
Okay. Thank you. With regard to the first question, the President's been very clear. I've been very clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel in its determination to defend its people, defend its country. We stand with Israel in its determination to do everything possible to ensure that what happened on Saturday never happens again. And in that determination, we are, of course, as you know, providing assistance as requested by Israel for its efforts. That will continue, and we're working closely with Congress to make sure that Israel has what it needs to do what it must. With regard to the second front, as I mentioned earlier, it's our determination and that of Israel as well, that there not be a second front or a third front.
No, I haven't been talking. I've been listening. I've been doing my stretches.
As hard as we can.
Saving the voice, baby. Saving the voice.
To try to ensure
but I could interrupt if you would like, but
the president.
I don't know. You guys are making jokes that he looks high. I think he's really sad.
He's been very clear that
I don't. You know, I'm just, and again, giving an update on the funds, but
should try to take advantage.
I don't.
Of this
everything's
moment.
Moving in slow motion. That's the weird part about this
he's
situation.
Backed up that warning with the deployment of our largest carrier group, the Gerald R. Ford, as well as, again, making sure that Israel has what it needs and that we also have appropriate assets in place. Beyond that, I'm not going to speculate on future events.
For the next question, Ed Wong with the New York Times.
Should Sam Bankman be considered innocent?
Many people have likened the
AMC
horrendous violence by Hamas to the attacks of 9/11 in the U.S. As you know, the U.S. earned lots of goodwill after those attacks, and there were many expressions of solidarity for the U.S. from around the world. But soon afterwards, the U.S. squandered that goodwill when it began its invasion of Iraq. And now, decades onward, in retrospect, many people think that the most lasting consequences of 9/11 were the two wars that many Americans deem were disasters in hindsight. And so I wonder what lessons might you have for Israel as a friend of Israel, looking back at the aftermath of 9/11? Second, I wonder whether your team has an assessment of what Hamas's goals were in carrying out the attacks, and whether it has gotten any closer to those goals with these attacks.
Right. Thanks, Ed. First, let me say this with regard to 9/11. If you look at this in proportion to the size of Israel's population, this is the equivalent of 10 9/11s. That's how big and how devastating this attack has been. And of course, each of these situations is very different. And it's important to keep that in mind. Of course, we're always trying to draw the lessons from past experience, as they may or may not be applicable to what we or our partners are doing now. And of course, we are in very close conversation with Israel about the work it's undertaking, as I said, to make sure it can defend itself.
Walgreens still going up.
And
again, even Rite Aid came back up. So a lot of things were barely green, but things are holding except for the dollar and bonds.
Again,
I think the dollar came down a little.
The operational details to
kind of,
Israel.
not really.
And simply say again that as we have these discussions, we're looking at past experiences, including many past experiences more immediate to this challenge, including in Gaza and including in the region. With regard to the goals of Hamas, I think that is a question mostly on which I could speculate, but not give you any kind of clear, definitive answer. There are a number of possible explanations. We have not heard from them what their goals are, and I have to tell you that.
Yeah, they haven't made a YouTube video yet.
The simplest explanation,
kind of weird.
Maybe
they love to take credit.
The most
They'd be like, we did that.
This is pure evil. There may be second or third order interests. For example, I've noted this before. We've been engaged, as you know, in trying to support and advance the possibility of normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia and other countries that do not yet have normalized relations with Israel. Something that is very challenging, very difficult, but also very possible, and something that would have a profound effect on the region, on the countries in question, and on the region, a region that's been in turmoil for so many decades that through normalization, through greater integration, then has a path to much greater stability, much greater peace, much greater opportunity for everyone in the region. Now, who opposes normalization? Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. I think that speaks volumes as well.
Again, Walgreens continuing. Finally.
And the final question goes to Christine Renawi with Al Arabi News.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, did you discuss with Netanyahu the need for Israel to commit to international law on their war in Gaza, and any more details about the humanitarian corridors in Gaza? And following on my colleague question, the spokesperson of the White House retracted President Biden's claim of seeing pictures of beheaded children. But today, you mentioned in your press conference about the babies slaughtered and the woman raped. Did you see the evidence of that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To the first part of your question, I think you've heard the President address this. I've also addressed it in different ways, which is to say this. For democracies like the United States, like Israel, it's vitally important that we respect and follow international law, humanitarian law, the law of war as applicable, and it's a standard that we hold ourselves to, and it's a standard that we look to, including if and when we fall short of it. So this is something that motivates both of us, and of course it's what distinguishes us and other democracies around the world from terrorist organizations like Hamas, which have absolutely no regard for the rule of law, for humanitarian rules and rights, for any basic standards of human decency. On the contrary, as we were discussing just a few minutes ago, they quite literally and deliberately target civilians, and not just target civilians, target them in the most inhumane ways possible. And at the same time, use them as human shields. So that's a profound distinction between our countries and a group like Hamas. When it comes to the photographs, the videos, I described what I saw today. That doesn't mean it's the entire universe. We had an opportunity to see some of the photographs and videos. Unfortunately, there are many, many, many others. And every day, the world is seeing new evidence of the depravity and the inhumanity of Hamas. Depravity and inhumanity directed at babies, at small children, at young adults, at elderly people, at people with disabilities. The list goes on. And on a basic human level, how anyone cannot be revolted and cannot reject what they've seen and what the world has seen, it's beyond me. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Is that it? That was an interesting one. That wasn't as, again, that was Blinken giving an update. Didn't sound like all of it, but, or like didn't sound like the other ones we heard, but I've been saying this, and I think it's, you know, we were saying like wait and see, you're watching the back and forth. I mean, clearly our markets are doing their own thing. NOC's on the high, that's a defense, but it feels like everything is moving in slow motion. Just remember the first time, you know, ever over the weekend coming into this, you know, people were talking about a siege, a ground offensive. Like, there hasn't been a response. Like, if you think about it, nobody has really, like, claimed the damages. Nobody put out a video flexing. Again, the terrorist organizations do that. And then on the reverse side, you really haven't had, you know, Israel and Palestine. They've been fighting still a little bit. And, again, Hamas, and you've been hearing all these other countries, but you haven't gotten the official, like, hey, this is what we're doing. So it's pretty interesting, honestly, because it's not it's moving in slow motion, but this is kind of how Ukraine felt. But I hope you guys are like seeing that, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, you know, the markets are slow, but the way this situation is developed, I mean, you're really in the early days of all of this. You know, that's the only way to put it. And it's like whatever is going to happen, I mean, we're still kind of on step one of what has already happened. I mean, you haven't had responses and more dialogue or a development since then. I'll have to look. A lot of things came up. Even again, Young Walgreens is actually holding, but bonds are hitting a red here. And dollar is still high. Yeah, Outlook has. It's randomly gone. Remember, that's why I've been holding it here. Again, I plan on taking the tax loss, but they still have one more FDA update, but it's not guaranteed for the end of the year. That's about their manufacturing facility. Humana and Cigna, they were running earlier. They're both going in tandem right now. What a day, my friend. What a day. I can't believe today is the CPI day, though. This is all very, I mean, we still may have big candles left in store, but, bro, your biggest move, I guess 20 points off the morning was decent, but, I mean, you are still just holding within here. Again, I think volume is a little bit lower. Even then, 28 million on CPI day is kind of, I mean, it's almost 10 o'clock. What the hell? What is happening? 10 million an hour? Habibi. Very, very weird. Can you explain the tax law strategy? We've explained it a couple times. I think I explained it earlier this week or last week, but it's very simple. If you have realized gains and you have unrealized losses, the general idea is that before the end of the year, if you take the losses, you could lower the amount that you will get taxed on. So if you have $20,000 in profits you've already realized and you have $10,000 unrealized lost on a stock, you wait till around the end of the year or within the time frame, because even if you want to buy it back, you wait 30 days. But all you're doing is you're selling the stock for the loss, and now that $20,000 gains is now lowered to $10,000. So the general idea here is try to zero out, or whatever tax liability you want. You could control it depending on when you sell things and buy things, or again when you take profits and take losses. So my general idea is that I want to zero out any profits that I've made realized this year. With any unrealized losses, I will still be holding by the end of the year. And then once I zero it out, I'm going to take anything else that I'm holding and ride it into the next year, and then I could do the same thing for 2024. That's called tax loss harvesting. Yes. So I have some stuff you're going to see me do, because I had, again, an interesting year. I've had both like realized losses. I have realized profits. Last 2 months, I took a bunch of unrealized losses. But now what I'm going to be looking at, whether we bounce, not, however the market ends, I'm going to use whatever losses I have now to knock out my realized gain that my accounts still hold. And then whatever is remaining, loss or not, I'm going to hold that into next year. So then if we do end up trading next year and we make, taxable gains, I could use the losses remaining to zero them out as well. But this is something we did last year. We've talked about it a couple times, but this is a way where regardless of the $3,000 tax limit, this is just easy accounting that can help you out if you have the time, patience, and equity to do it. And again, the whole idea is you won't be able to access certain money if you hold it, because, again, you're holding it. If you're holding it for tax purposes, you have to balance it out. Again, the limitation is how much you make in profits too. So there's a lot of those things that are applied to it yet. I don't think I've got my MPW dividend again. How much equity loss can be applied to other income, that is completely separate. So especially if you don't have a company, but you could only, I think the max loss is $3,000 that you could just write off if you don't have a company or anything. But like I'm saying, if every time we have this talk, if you understand what I'm saying, the $3,000 limit doesn't apply. It's all about how you go about doing it, because it's like, even then, if you do it the right way, you do it and then you already had profits. I mean, in a weird way, you could lower your tax liabilities by as large as your profits if you had old losses. And then, generally speaking, you can make a lot of money this year and walk away with more money in your account and then less tax liability. It's all about when you take the losses. Again, your cost basis is very important. But this is just taxes. We talk about it every end of the year. I always tell you guys, get a tax professional. I don't know if I told you that enough this year, but maybe you guys should. If you're ever confused with any trading stuff, taxes, best thing you could do, find you a tax professional, get you a tax strategy, just so, or again, you have somebody in a professional capacity able to help you out with all this stuff. Tesla's still holding. Again, bonds are at a low and the dollar's at a high. I mean, again, equities are just not moving. So this is both good and bad because someone's saying, is it going to be a who's lying, equities or bonds? We don't know, but there is a scenario where the market will not respond to the bonds. As far as not responding to the dollar, I think that's where that gets interesting. But then even in the same respect, the thing about the dollar today, it's what I was telling you guys the whole like quarter almost, where we're just saying watch out with like the dollar, because remember when the dollar was going up, I was saying it should be a lot stronger, but you had the euro and the pound, and now today the dollar's up, which is unusual this year for post CPI, but then the pound and euro are down while the yen is down, but not as much. So it's quite a fascinating day we have here. The Royal Air Force will begin conducting surveillance flights over the Eastern Mediterranean and Israel. Oh, Raul. So again, we were looking at literally dollar into the high, bonds into the low, market just holding. So now you have your, now you got your little Raul there. We'll see, but a lot of stickiness and gap today. Again, bonds are like sticking to the lows, but not everything's getting attached to it, but very, very big gap over the week on these two. Again, that's what I brought up on the watch list. Go pull out like the 14-day chart. It was good when bonds are chilling out, but now they're getting to pretty much a couple weeks ago, and then equities are higher. So same thing, go look at the dollar, see where things are at. The dollar's it's to the higher point of the last 2 weeks, but it is still elevated. So these are the gaps. Pretty much bonds and dollars in the last 2 weeks have moved, but the equities have only moved higher, which is kind of contrary, but then again, that is the gap forming between all of these. So eventually, either somebody's going to have to catch up, either markets catch up to it all, or bonds and dollars, or we'll find a way to close the gap. But as of now, very, very weird CPI day, and the volume is extremely low. I mean, we're almost at our 4th hour. We've done 3.5 hours, a little bit more, 4 hours, I think. But you legitimately have like 30 million in volume. Again, yesterday you had a lot more. Dollar marking in an earnings mode. Dollar bond seem more muted. That could be it. Definitely. I think the only thing is it's just weird that it's CPI day. You would think it would be a little bit more jarring, but I could definitely see that. ATLX. Canada will provide an initial $10 million in humanitarian aid to address the need in Israel and the Gaza Strip. Bostic about to speak. We weren't able to get him yesterday. Audience, no. Media, no. National Agriculture Conference. So we'll get headlines, but there's no there's not going to be any live video of young Bostic. hope he comes out super hawkish. You've heard him a lot this week, so you kind of already know what they're going to say. And, I mean, for the most part, they all – I don't even know who is a hawk on the Fed anymore. Like, ever since Bullard left, and even Bullard kind of switched up to a dove, I don't even – like, is there any hawks still left? And I think any of the hawks, they're all non-voters. Yeah, he's speaking at an agriculture conference. Wheezy F. Bostic. Wheezy S. Bostic, the mother in Fed chair. Tried so many munis, they would think I was a bonking. No. All right. You guys remember Wheezy F. Baby, the mother in Carter. No? Okay. Only the real ones now. Only the real ones now. And the F is for Fed. Wheezy. Sorry. The Fed stays dead set on 2. It won't be good. We're still close at 3.7. Well, it'll be bad if they flipped it, though. You know, again, if they changed the target, that would be wild. The F is for transitory. Easy. Nothing hawkish about inflation anymore. It's basically Ukraine. Well, you don't care about inflation as long as it don't move up. I mean, a week and a half ago or 2.5 weeks ago, we were freaked out if inflation goes up. Again, you watched oil go up 30% or something. But as long as inflation doesn't come up, out of sight, out of mind, but if it comes back up, then we'll see. But if anything, I think the elephant in the room is interest rates in banks and held to maturity portfolios. Humana. Puts on Meta. I mean, how you feel for earnings? I mean, if you want to go earnings season, Google 52-week highs. There has been good earnings. The real question will be, do these companies that you're playing have high or low estimates? But, I mean, at this point, puts on Meta or Google, you're looking ahead into earnings season, I would say, to a certain degree. And then remember, right, when the first sets of earnings come in, if they're all good, what is everyone going to do? They're going to start buying up all the rest of the earnings, and vice versa. If they're bad, people might want to freak out a little bit, and then the market will hold, and then everyone will decide. What was that? There was an exclusive. $30-year bond? There's a 30-year bond auction? Oh, man. Well, there you go. Bro, 30-year bond auction. I don't know where 4.125. I don't know what it came in at or what the win issue is. 4.837. Whoa. Wait, what? The coupon's 4.1. So 4.837, yeah. That's your bond auction messing that up. So now it might be harder for the market to ignore. You're waking up, bro. 30-year bond auction just came in a little bit higher, decently higher. I don't have the when issued, but I could just tell even looking at difference on the coupon there and even what it's at. But even then, you're watching the market react there. Just instant bond dump. Yeah. I say everything else kind of doing its thing. Dollar is just rocketing up now. So that the bond auction is giving you more movement today than even the CPI right now. Yeah, bro, you're dumping. I put out a stream alert there that it's the bonds, bro. We did nothing at all for CPI. So now, bro, that bond volatility is back. So literally you just gave up all of yesterday. That little gap up yesterday was fake, essentially, for the bonds. But then even then, the market is right here. So 30-year bond auction, And looks like nobody showed up, bro. Market is dumping off of that. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, bro, that just flipped. Yo, you have a way bigger move there. So now, again, and that's like five minutes, you're getting that first 30-minute move. So wait for bonds to stabilize, but now I'm sure you're going to start getting momentum all over. And again, dollar new high bonds there. There was a 30-year bond auction. So 30-year bond auction just came in and then just blew out the yields once more, as no matter what, even after today, I mean, people are not showing up to buy bonds. Yeah, I guess at least on the long end. Yeah, even the 10-year, everything just popped up real quick. Honestly, even all morning, just from the start, though, rates are up almost 10 basis points. All these analysts were lying. Plenty said they were adding to the long end. I mean, maybe they were thinking the 10-year, but like the ultra long. And then don't forget, dude, the Fed is dumping. Meanwhile, you know, you cannot underestimate that, you know, the Fed is literally doing quantitative tightening. So they add supply every day. So it's one thing to buy at the market. It's one thing to show up at the markets, you know, the auction. And then think about it. There's a lot of cash in money markets. You know, you don't necessarily have to buy a bond or a 30-year bond if you want to get yield right now or protect your cash. So SPY's still dropping now in a weird way. Again, bonds already did the flush. It looks like they're going green, but SPY still has momentum. And again, the dollar's up a lot on the low, man, 0.15. Bro, that was, again, I put out a stream alert there. Just said big reds. It's not like too crazy, but this is the biggest move of the day, and like in a weird way. Like you got a bigger move off the bond auction than the CPI. 88.24, 88.90. It's like 120, 170. 86. Yeah, it's almost. It's almost. That was almost the same size as the CPI in the morning. Very weird. Weird because again, that bond auction's holding more weight for the bonds on the data, but you would have think, but that just woke up a lot. That woke up a little bit of that gap we were just talking about. So there you go. Again, you were just saying bonds, somebody's lying there. That's what you guys were saying. So you had that scenario, but I think that little pressure on bonds made it a little bit more difficult. Biden met with national security team on Thursday to discuss safeguards in U.S., including for Jewish, Arab, and Muslim communities following Hamas attack in Israel. He said in the U.S., so they're talking about how to keep us safe in the U.S.? Did you say Biden? What? 30-year bond rises 15 basis point after auction tails. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. I'm looking at the 10-year went up 10. That's huge. Remember, at one point, bro, it's like if we were just like 10, 20 basis points away from hitting the high in a weird way. So, like, to give you an idea, so even I'll use the 10-year, even though that was a 30-year bond auction, but like earlier in the day, bro, like we were getting closer to like 4.5 even after yesterday. But now it's like you move up 10 basis points in 5 minutes, and then we go back up again. I mean, you're right. You're staring at 4.75 and 5 again. And again, the 2 years already above that. Again, another low. So again, bond auction seems to be the big catalyst of the day, even though it's young CPI day. And then market is near the low of the day, which everything has gone red now. You were a little bit lower than here, or right around here earlier in the morning. And then these were levels we chilled at, but 43.60 or 43.58. Watch if we break there and then go below. ICVX, ICO Savax, 2% in one candle. Looks a liquid, but you've watched the game of biotech musical chairs the last 48 hours. Price maintained at 25 by Oppenheimer. They had clinical data in August. What the heck's going on? Bond auction. That's it. I mean, all day we've been talking about this gap. And again, I was saying there was a scenario where markets can hold up with higher bond yields, but then the 30-year bond auction came in, and it came in a lot weaker, and then that's it. Markets just vomited. They couldn't take it anymore. That's literally what we just watched in the last 10 minutes. Again, we were not moving at all on the CPI. You know, today was a very calm day. Low volume, too, we were mentioning. And now even volume's picking up. It's still low volume for where we're at. But then that 30-year bond auction came in. That seems a lot higher. I want to say almost 1% higher, but I'll double check. But that right there went crazy. Israel police report shooting at Jerusalem police station. And then again, ICVX. I don't have anything. They were at the Cantor thing on 26. Yeah, so nothing new as of late. We go through it. Bro, you're flushing. It's the bonds. I mean, honestly, screw the market. What if the bonds keep dumping from here now? Because, again, they were just slowly dying, and now, boom, it looks like something got ignited. Like I'm telling you, the way we get better or good off of here, you don't want them going nuts. You know what I'm saying? Netflix's sound engineer is still missing in Israel. What? That's sad. I don't think it'll affect the stock, but literally that's just to say, you know, again, you have Americans missing, and it's I don't know, maybe he was at the festival, but that's wild. I think it's more. They're telling us it's 17 Americans, but I feel like I've heard way more already on social media. Again, bonds are trying to hold. SPY's going. SQQ is coming back up. All right, so watch here. If we break down below here, this won't be good. And then if we do break, you'll get to like 43, 43, or 45, and then it's just all the way back here. Or 43, 36. Remember, these were the danger zones. I guess we didn't fill this gap to the downside. We haven't filled the upside. This very tiny gap. We did not fill, actually. So, yalla. GES, SQQ again. Is it still going again? Oh, that's fake. That's the Dow. Don't fall for it. Yeah, don't fall for it. I say, what? Without the bonds and dollar too? Nah. You're going a little bit lower. Rite Aid on the high still. Oh, that candle was fake, but VIX is green now. Remember, VIX went down to 15. Literally, VIX was just dying all day, even with the market, and now you're back. VIX is still struggling, though, compared. If anything, though, I don't like the bonds. The bonds are really close. If you give up now, you're chopping into the last 2 days. But remember, this is where the non-farms were. You see what I'm saying? So, like, the bond yields are about to be the same point of non-farms. And then if they vomit that up, you might even give up the recovery. So almost half of the bond recovery in the last 4 or 5 days now is over in this first couple of, 3 hours now? 3.5 hours, 4 hours? All right, it's weird, right? It was down like 20% in the morning. MNTS, that's running momentous. So you got a couple of high plays. Another new low, man. Netflix CEO streaming saved industry with new revenue. 4.3. So again, a little bit below the level. You just flushed it. And then remember, it's like 20 points. If we can't hold up here, maybe we dance queen for a little bit. But if that don't hold up, I mean, next level, it's just going to be those death zones that we had earlier. Is Netflix, was he talking about that? Dude, another one. That's it, man. 43.53. I'm glad I put out a stream alert on that one. Now it's getting crazy. Bro, we've dropped 30 points since that stream alert now. That's actually wild. So if you're just getting on right now, the bond auction on the 30-year set off everything. So you were just chilling here today. You sold off. CPI came in a little hotter, a little weaker, depending on who you asked. But, nothing crazy. The shape was the same. We weren't really going nuts with it. But then you just died after the 30-year bond auction. Netflix announces plan for 2 fan destinations in 2025 to open stores where fans can play, shop, and eat in 2025. Oh, isn't that like the Elon idea? Right through yesterday's closed. 20-year, even all of the bonds. Again, I think the whole curve just got blown out on that. And even the 2-year was already above 5% today. Again, see if the market chills out. But that was 30 points all off of that. That was literally all off one thing. Just knocked it all down. Just the bond auction. Like we were saying, bonds and how they keep moving probably has more. That wasn't Bonds. That was Raul. No, Bonds are still shaky. And, I mean, I don't want him to get mad at me, but the dollar, we should also give him some attention, too. Remember, the dollar's up. Like I was saying, the last 10 CPIs, the dollar has gone down every CPI, unequivocally. It just goes down after the CPI. Today, you're up, and all throughout the day, that's what we're noticing. I mean, you're kind of basing up here at the higher 29s. Jim Ratcliffe said to lead race to invest in Manchester United? What? Are they trying to hostile takeover now, or no? No, that's it. Tesla dumping. All right, man. Are we going one at a time now? Everything looks like this. I don't think Tesla's too bad. Netflix, again, even CFO, CEO announcements ain't helping it up. Where's Amazon? Look at Amazon, bro. Everything just went straight down. That bond auction I think that kind of spooked people. But bond volatility is not dissipated yet. We look like we're going to get it, but no, it kept going. That bond auction was literally like gasoline in a match. I think as everyone just realized that the 30-year is still not getting demand, it's just dumped. U.S. Justice Consumer Financial Protection Bureau issued joint statement cautioning financial institutions may not use illegal immigration to illegally discriminate against credit applicants. Said F the top. Bond auction. 30-year bond auction just set off flames. Oh, Kirby. Greedy short, you had a couple of opportunities. I mean, you could take the ultimate greedy short here or wait till it bounces up to 43.60, then short it if the bonds are still down. Again, eventually the bonds and dollar are going to calm down and we're going to slingshot back to some level, but for the most part, you either take this now or you wait for the bounce and short it, and then again 43.39. So you have 12 points to target from here. And then you fill the gap. It goes below there. You could squeeze out another 10. So you're going for like 10 to 22 points. And then if it gets really bad, then you fucking hit the jackpot if it keeps going lower. So otherwise, you either go here, but I would say you could wait for a little. It's up to you. I'm not taking it yet. I was saying if it did drop, but when I was saying that, we started to go up. So I don't know. I'm not liking this really at all.
It wasn't accessible to Qatar, where it is more accessible. All that said, none of it has been accessed by the Iranian by Iran at all. And even if they had accessed it, it wouldn't go to the regime. It would go to approved vendors that we approved to go buy food, medicine, and medical equipment, agricultural products.
So we gave Iran food stamps.
To the benefit of the Iranian people.
We control how they use it, is what they're saying.
Has the United States independently verified the photos released by the Israeli Prime Minister's Twitter account today showing the images of dead children?
I don't think we're going to be in the business of
yeah, bro, the Prime Minister. That's what I was showing you yesterday. I was like,
validate
bro,
or approve,
I didn't show you those pictures,
images
but I was
are
like,
coming from
damn.
the Prime Minister of Israel, and we have absolutely no reason to doubt their authenticity.
Next question, please.
Don't doubt it's fake. I'm like, wait, why is that even being
I
posted?
understand Iran hasn't accessed
I get it,
any
but
of this
it's
yet.
like,
It's intended for humanitarian purposes, but there have been reports of this quiet agreement. So, yes or no, if Iran wanted
another
to
low.
access this today?
Watch out, you're getting another low off of this.
I'm not going to speculate one way or another here about.
Again, just dollar bond, same trend.
What I can tell you is
30-year auction
none of
set
it
this
has
off.
been accessed, and we are watching every dime, as you would expect we would. We're watching it very, very closely.
So you're
And
not
I'm not
going
going
to still tap into it.
I'm
today?
not in a position to speak about these press reports. I'm telling you, nothing's been accessed, and we have oversight. We have oversight over what can be accessed and for what purposes.
And on another topic, the president said yesterday that he told Netanyahu that it's important, even with all of the emotion and anger and frustration, that they operate by the rules of war. Why does the president feel the
Iran
need to
says no
underscore this
change
point?
in access to funds
The president
in Qatar.
feels strongly about the law of armed conflict and and the proper respect for innocent life.
Iran said,
anywhere
no,
in
we
the
got
world,
it. We're good.
No matter where it is. And that certainly includes, maybe even especially includes our own military operations.
But is the president worried that Israel may have already violated the rules of war, or that they might going forward?
It's just part of the conversations that we've been having with our Israeli counterparts about the prosecution of these military operations. The Palestinian people are likewise innocent civilians. They didn't ask Hamas to come in and do this, and I think it's always on the president's mind, the protection of civilian life.
And just one last quick thing. I'm wondering what you made of the former president last night, calling the Israeli defense minister a jerk, saying that Hezbollah was really very smart.
I'm not going to comment about comments on the campaign trail. That's well beyond the pale for me.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Kirby, can you give us an update on the intelligence about Iran's role in this? Anything changing in terms of what you're seeing, what the U.S. assesses to be Iran's role?
No, I don't have any updates for you. We're still looking into this, but
Wait,
again,
but doesn't
no
Trump
direct evidence
support
that Iran
Israel?
was a
So that's what they were
participant in
talking
these
about
attacks
Trump's comments.
in any way.
But doesn't
again,
he support
you know,
Israel?
we're still monitoring it. We're still looking at it. And if I can go back, Mary, I'm not going to comment. I would just add that we take seriously our bilateral relationship with Israel. We don't get to decide, obviously, who their cabinet officials are. That wouldn't be our business. But we have strong relationships with them.
Where it
and
probably
it's
gets,
important now that those
that's gonna be
relationships
difficult.
continue to improve and grow.
Some people, I don't know if they've ever shared an
particularly
opinion
in
with
this
Trump.
time of crisis. And so we're focused
That would be
on
difficult.
getting things done and supporting Israel. That's where our heads are.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. Admiral, speaking of Iran, what did President Biden mean yesterday
in his remarks when he said he, quote, made it clear to Iranians, be careful. What was that referring to?
It refers precisely to his comments the day before about not wanting to see any third party, be it a terrorist group or a nation state, that might have hostile feelings towards Israel, that, thinking that this might be a good time to take advantage of that and to widen and expand the conflict. Very much in keeping with what he said the day before.
Well, was that message communicated to Iran, or?
The President of the United States said it publicly. I think that's pretty good communication.
Jewish audience question, please.
Thank you, Admiral. I just wondered if you could explain to us just about how the president came to say yesterday that he'd seen.
The bond market footage. Banks weren't buying it as much, and it's up over 0.5% since the last bond auction.
He's referring to images I think many of you have seen.
Again, VWAP's still higher,
on,
dollar's still elevated.
Just
watch out here, see if the bonds again make another move or not. But market's ready to do its own thing.
By Prime Minister Netanyahu. The thing I think, and just allow me a second here, we all need to be prepared for the fact that there's going to be additional gruesome images coming out. And there's going to be some pretty tough reports for all of us to swallow. This is not over. And all that is, certainly the president's comments yesterday, to underscore the utter depravity and the barbaric nature with which these terrorists murdered and butchered innocent Israeli civilians. And that further underscores why.
All right, another low, bro. You're flushing. Bonds and dollar ain't doing anything. This is equities on their own.
We got to stay with
43.49 now.
Sure
so baby greedy short kind of. You have 4 points of bouncing.
Seen the photos yesterday. There was
a couple of follow-up questions actually to what Mary had been asking regarding the issue about abiding by the laws of war. Israel does continue to halt supplies of food, other aid materials to Gaza. So I'm wondering if the U.S. feels that is an appropriate action by the Israelis, and if you made any concerns about that to the Israeli government.
We are having conversations with Israeli officials about the continued need for humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people who are victims here as well.
Does the U.S. see that as any sort of a violation of the laws?
I'm not going to stand up here and put a bumper sticker on it. We are having active conversations as we would anywhere around the world. With their Israeli counterparts.
And regarding the former president's comments last night, setting aside the politics of it, do you have any concern that he may have revealed classified information as it relates to the death of Soleimani in 2020 in his comments last night?
I'm not in a position to comment on that right now.
Jackie.
Thank you, Karina. John, one quick one on the charter flights. Are those free of cost to American citizens now?
I refer you to the State Department. Typically they are, but I mean, I don't have they're still working through the details of how they're going to coordinate these.
And then on the $6 billion, we know that 100 senators were told on Tuesday night that the plan was basically to leave any requests for withdrawals pending indefinitely. And now we know that House Democrats were told by the Deputy Treasury Secretary behind closed doors this morning, pretty much the same, with one added layer that there's an agreement with Qatar not to let those funds be dispersed. Why is it that you won't come out and say that the U.S. does not intend to let this money go to Iran?
Jackie, we've always had, since the beginning, we've always had the ability to provide oversight over the disbursement of these funds. We've always had the option, if we wanted it, to look at transactions and to make a call about whether we found it valid or not. That has not changed. And even now, as you and I are speaking, none of that money has been accessed by anybody. It's still all there.
Is it because we think that freezing it essentially again would complicate any negotiations with Iran or our ability to get Americans home?
Iran is doing the Sam Bankman. They going around everywhere. They like, look, I got proof of funds.
And
I got $6 billion in the bank account. Just let me borrow $50.
Why is it
and
that
buy a
we
barrel of
find
oil? That's all.
in so many situations
Look at this. I got proof of funds right now, sitting in the Treasury, in Qatar, wherever else you want. It's international, U.S. dollars.
Not through a government effort.
POF,
We're telling
right now.
civilians to find their way across a border.
And then SPY's still slipping a little bit.
War zone.
Candle on dollar, bonds even coming down a little bit. So
why
watch
is it that we
5
found
points
ourselves in
till
that
other
position
low.
so many times, it seems.
3 points now. And then
We're directing
43,
American
39.
citizens to basically find their way, their own way, to U.S. help on the other side. Whereas you've got other countries that are sending their military in or doing evacuations in a more formal way.
Well, first of all, Americans and dual passport holders
Walgreens
live
earnings
all over
were
the world.
bad, but they were a lot better.
Sometimes they
from
choose to
last
live in places
year.
where
So I think
where
even
bad
they were
things
like
happen.
in line, slightly missed
we're not in a-
expectations
we're
this
not in a
quarter.
position of lecturing
But then
to
the year over
Americans where
year,
they
the
can
new
go live, work,
CEO,
and travel,
no
recreate.
dividend cut. You know, that's all
number
been
two,
been
they
good
don't
for
have
them.
to tell us that they're there.
But literally last
So
year they
sometimes
were
it's really
losing
hard to
like
get a sense of
400
what the
million.
population
This
is.
time, same quarter, 500.
In places like
They're now
Israel,
down to like 180 or
there
160.
are a lot of Americans.
Again, another low.
Most of them, maybe most are dual nationals, but a lot
You're
of
within
Americans
2 points
are
of
there.
yesterday's low.
Other
now.
nations
We'll
have
pull this
smaller
out.
populations.
So again,
Maybe
this
they
is that
have,
the
they have
death
to make their own
line and
decisions
fill the
about
gap you're
how they're
looking
going to
for.
handle those smaller populations. We also have to be respectful of the needs and the desires of Americans who live there. We know that some want to leave. We also know that a lot of them want to stay. It's home. They don't want to go. And we have to respect that as well. So we tailor the approach based on what's going on and what's going on geographically inside a country, because some parts of countries that are in distress are safer than others and people are less likely to want to go. You have to take all that into consideration.
Oh, again.
And the other thing I'd say to your question is, as this situation evolves,
So there it is, new low,
we
man.
should
Between
expect
now
that
and
so too will
yesterday,
our approach
you have
evolve.
hit a
And-
new low,
and
lower
if there's
than.
a need to do
I mean, yesterday was
more
all
or to
day
do
until
it
the
differently,
minutes.
well, by goodness, we'll
The
do
bond
that. But
auction,
right
it
now,
wasn't even the
in the early
CPI.
hours,
The
there was
bond
still
auction
ample
literally
commercial
just
flights going out of
the
Ben
market
Gurion,
could
and
not
certainly
resist.
there were some viable land
You were
grabs. We
outpacing.
kept-
You kind of
and
followed
part
here,
of the
and
reason
then
why we're doing
right
this
when
is
the
because
auction
we have
came
such
out,
good
everything
communication with
just caught up.
Americans, and we're having these conversations, and we realized that as the situation has evolved,
came back
more and
mainly
more
to say
Americans
Bill is
were
holding up great,
expressing
baby.
a desire
Amen.
to leave.
Amen.
And because not all carriers are working out of Ben Gurion, this made sense as the next best move. If we have to adjust it, we absolutely will.
On the day of jihad, are we doing anything to fortify, I guess, the U.S. against any potential activity against Americans, domestically or abroad, given the calls for a day of jihad and your statement yesterday?
I
that
thought you
now
came
is
to
not
say,
the
Bill,
time
you came to
go back
flex,
and look
bro.
at any
Come on, I
intelligence
love
gaps.
you, but
Is it the
I
time,
feel, but
being
I
that
love you,
tomorrow
but,
is
like,
supposed
that's
to be
not
this
why you.
day
Oh
of
yeah.
jihad?
What I meant by
Also,
yesterday was
what the
we're
fuck?
focused on making sure that our intelligence.
Want to
sharing
tell you
with
that
the
cash
Israelis
and
is
bonds
as
was such a
sharp
great
and as good as
investment,
possible for the
and
operations
also my
that they
highly
are in.
speculative ones
I
just
saw
hit,
some
bro.
reporting that made it sound like I blew it off. That is not the case. We understand that there will be a need to go back and look at what was missed, by whom, and when. Of course we're going to do that. But we've got to stay focused on the task at hand right now. And as for your second question, absolutely, we are constantly in touch with local law enforcement, state and federal officials across the country to make sure that we are as vigilant as we can be to be able to identify and disrupt any threats to the American people. We're absolutely going to stay focused on that.
John, is the concern about publicly addressing the $6 million as now being frozen a concern that it would suggest culpability on the part of Iran on these specific events? And is that too volatile a statement for the U.S. government to make publicly, since clearly it's being communicated privately to lawmakers and others?
Again, I don't have anything more to add on this, Kelly. All I can tell you is we haven't seen any specific evidence that Iran was involved specifically with these attacks. But as we've said, broadly, yes, they're certainly complicit. We're not walking away from the fact that Iran has supported Hamas and other terrorist networks. So this is not about being unwilling to speak to culpability. We've already spoken to the culpability and complicity of Iran with respect to support to terrorist groups. I'm just not able to go into more detail than that. I would tell you that, again, a reminder, I know I sound like a broken record, but not a dime has been accessed, and we are watching it very, very closely.
When the president spoke about
Bro, they're going to
the
trade it
hostage
like food
situation
stamps.
in yesterday's
They're going to
event
go to
with
India and be like, I'll give you
and
$10
the fate
billion of
Americans
medical
broadly,
aid
and that he didn't want to say
for
too
$1
much
million
publicly
of
for
oil
obvious
purchases.
reasons. Could you just speak to what his view
like
is
Russia,
about
Ukraine.
an American
same
military
thing.
role in another country when Americans' lives are at stake? How would he view the calculus there? Is it deferring to the Israeli, the IDF? Is it working in partnership? How would he describe as Commander-in-Chief, what his priorities are with that kind of potential.
As Commander-in-Chief, his first priority is always the safety and security of Americans that are overseas, as well as our own national security interests. And we have national security interests throughout the region. Moving the carrier strike group to the Eastern Med is part and parcel of that concern he has of our broader national security interests here. Now, the Israelis have made it very clear that they don't want foreign troops on their soil, that they want to prosecute these operations on their own, and they have every right to want to do that. Now, we have some experts that were already in country providing advice and counsel on like hostage recovery. We obviously have a terrific information and intelligence sharing relationship with Israel. We're working to improve that. And certainly we have a strong defense relationship when it comes to providing weapons and munitions, and we're doing that. And so no, there are no intentions, no plans to put American troops on the ground in combat.
He hasn't been given any updated
And there is no interest by the Israelis.
or options to that effect since Saturday?
There are no plans or intentions to do that, so there are no active planning efforts underway to do that. And the Israelis have made it clear that they would not welcome that in any event. What we're going to do is make sure that, and this is a very capable, small, but very capable military, and we're going to do everything we can to improve those capabilities.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Kareem. Go ahead.
You guys fight it out.
You think it's a reversal based on uncertainty?
Is the U.S. contemplating
It could be,
the
but
creation of a
I just think
humanitarian
bonds are
parole
really
program
scary.
for
That's
Ukrainians,
it.
for people
You've given up half of the
Israel,
bond
or people
recovery
on the ground?
in a
I'm not
couple
aware of any
hours now.
such plans.
And I have another question. Is the U.S. willing to withhold the military aid to Israel until they create a humanitarian corridor?
We are providing them military aid as we speak. So no, there's no plans of holding back military assistance. We wouldn't do that. The president has been talking now for 3 days about how we're going to keep giving them the capabilities that they need. That doesn't mean we aren't going to have conversations with them, as I've answered now 3 or 4 times, about humanitarian assistance and the importance of that getting into the people of Gaza.
Do you see the creation of this corridor as an advantage for Israel?
As a what?
As a strategic advantage for Israel creating the corridor?
It's the right thing to do for humanitarian assistance. It's the right thing to do for innocent victims who are actually being held hostage, literally as well, by Hamas.
Okay, Brian.
Thanks, John. The oil sales coming out of Iran have increased over the last year. Is the U.S. looking at what it can do with the existing oil sanctions to decrease the amount of barrels coming out of Iran?
Without getting into specifics, I can tell you that we are constantly reviewing our regime sanctions against Iran, and we will continue to do that.
Should we expect some announcement or
That's as far as I'm going to go
enforcement
today.
of those sanctions?
That's as far as I'm going to go today.
Yeah, Jay.
Thank you, Colleen, and thank you, John. I'm here. Okay,
I know, I see you.
I have 2 questions for you. And first question regarding arms trade between Hamas and North Korea. Hamas used the North Korean rockets to attack
Yep.
Israel.
Another bond
Can
low.
you tell us
Market's still go. Again, they're all caught up now. If anything,
situation
I think
where
equities
North
might be
Korea is
outpacing.
providing weapons to
No,
Hamas?
bond
And
still.
second
Oh.
question, how will
Dude,
the
this is
Middle
awful.
East crisis affect United
So again, the
States
TLT, IF, the 10-year,
on the Korean
that's it. It's back to Monday
I
lows.
can't, I can't confirm the reports about the.
So
the-
you
the
break here,
rockets.
you get
I'm
right back
happy to
into
take that
non-farms
question
level
and-
for the
and see if
bonds.
we have more information
That's
on
why
it. I
it's
just
bad,
don't
because
have
think
that
about it. We were
today.
still having
And
tension
as for how
ahead of the
what's going on in
non-farms.
the Middle East is going to affect,
So it's
our
bonds.
view
I
of
mean,
the
again, I
security
think
environment on the
yesterday we
peninsula,
did
quite frankly,
random
anywhere else in the
calmness
world.
with
Big enough,
bonds.
strong
We're
enough nation,
doing random
And
volatility.
we've got global
It's bonds.
responsibilities to look after our national security interests anywhere and everywhere. We're still also supporting Ukraine in their fight against Russia. We're still doing an amazing amount of work in the Indo-Pacific to shore up our alliances and our partnerships and to try to increase stability, security, and prosperity throughout the region. So we're not worried about our ability to do all those things.
Good, Ted. Yeah, thank you. On the $6 billion, I'm trying to figure out if you're saying that policy hasn't actually changed in any way, or just that you aren't willing to talk about changes that may have happened in the last
Bingo.
24 hours.
It's the last
okay.
one.
All right. And lovely. Thank you for clarifying. The other question is, on Morning Edition today, we had someone on who is an American citizen living in Gaza. Is the United States doing anything to help American citizens who are trapped in Gaza who may want to get back to the U.S.?
These
Not
are
the hostages,
Palestinians.
but yes, like dual passport holders.
Yeah, the first and most important thing that we're trying to do is as I mentioned yesterday, allow for safe passage. But right now, they can't leave, so we would have no physical means of permitting
Treasury
that
10 years
transit
now
out. And
gone
so that's why
15
we're
basis
so
points
actively having
in a single
conversations
day
with the
at
Israelis and the
471.
Egyptians about a safe passage
You were maybe
corridor
going to
so
get
that
back
people
to
who want to leave
4.5
can leave.
yesterday.
And then at that time, if it's
Bro, 15
onward travel
basis
that they
points
might need, then
in a
we'd
day.
be more in a position to
That's
to
a
be
lot.
more physically involved.
So really,
Does
the
that
story,
make
it's
sense?
like take the
Yeah, I was
CPI bond
interested
blowout
first question, but I
already.
think I'm just
You already gave up some,
No, I'm gonna leave it.
and then you add in that auction.
Thanks.
It
Just to go back
that's
to
a
the
big
president's
day
comments
of
yesterday
bond
about
rise.
the pictures.
After 4 days
He
of
said
recovery.
he never thought he would see and have confirmed
Again,
pictures of
equity
terrorists
still red,
killing
bonds,
children.
dollar,
At that point in time,
nothing on the pressure
had he
index
seen
has
such
calmed down.
photos? What had he
So,
seen that made him say
keep
that?
watch.
I don't have anything
VIX
to add
is hitting
to
another
what he
high.
said. I mean, again, you guys have all reported on these atrocities. Some of your outlets have even run some of these images. They're plain for everybody to see, and the Prime Minister's office has spoken to that. Even before today, they'd spoken to these kinds of atrocities. And
Airbnb, a lot
again
of
today,
names dumping.
the Prime Minister showed Secretary Blinken
And
some
China's
additional
not helping you today. I think
grotesque
that's part of
imagery.
it. Remember, the days that we were
Sorry, one more.
ripping,
On
you
the
had China up
aid
a lot.
package,
They're not doing
is
as
there anything
good.
you can tell us about what the request will be to Congress, what that's going to look like, what the complications are there?
Yeah, the banks didn't show up. I think 60% of the
But can
auction
you specify
went
whether
to
or not
indirect bidders.
Taiwan funding and
And then again, the amount of
border security
dealers,
funding could be
you
a part of
didn't.
that
It was a
request?
really, really big tail. And then ultimately, it was half a basis. It's 50%, or excuse me, half a percent higher than last meeting.
They'd be willing to trade.
We'll talk about
hostages
it more. I'm saving my
Hamas
voice a
prisoners
little
and
bit,
any
but
prisoners, including
let's
in the
let
United
this
States,
calm
and they
down
specifically
too.
said
But
the
it's
United
all the
States has
bonds
traded prisoners
and that bond
before,
auction.
citing the Iran deal that was just made. Is that something the United States would consider doing in the case of the American citizens?
I haven't seen
Hey,
that
do your
particular
push-ups. It's
report,
almost
so
11, bro. You just spent almost
I'm gonna
an
be
hour.
loath
That
to
started
comment
quick,
specifically on
but
it.
yo,
What I will tell you,
it's
just
crazy.
broadly speaking, is we obviously take seriously our responsibilities to get Americans held overseas back with their families. We have in the past entered into negotiations to do exactly that, and we have not foreclosed any option right now in terms of these particular hostages. Obviously, if their return to their families can be arrived at in a peaceful way without additional risk to their lives, that is certainly something we would take very, very seriously.
Possible release of people that we might be having in our prisons?
Again, I won't get ahead of where we are. Even, Peter, even if I had more knowledge about this offer than I do today, my answer to you would be the same. It's never a good idea to negotiate for the transfer of hostages or detainees in public, lest you torpedo the actual success you're trying to achieve. But I don't have a lot more granularity or context on this. All I can tell you is, as Jake said himself better than I can, we'll do everything that we can, everything possible that we can to get these Americans back home. I would remind Peter, we still don't have a lot of information about exactly how many, where they are, not even all who they are. So there's an awful lot of information we need to gain before we
opens
come up
probe
with any
into
concrete
Twitter
policy options.
over
How
Israel-Hamas
does the
war.
Israeli strike on the Syrian airports
So the
change
European Union
situation?
going
And
after
then, can you
Tesla
also
and
address
Elon,
reports that the
or at least
Egyptians warned the
it's
Israelis in the days
not
prior to
Tesla.
the attack?
I've been asked that
Again, you
question
just
about
wicked
the
into
Egyptian
another low,
warning.
caught
I
a
don't have
quick
anything
green,
on that.
bond
You'd have
still
to
at the
talk to
low.
Egyptian authorities. I don't
Egypt.
have anything, and I certainly wouldn't talk about intelligence matters.
Dollar's still-
On your
the
first
dollar's about to go to
question,
30,
That's
bro.
a better question put for the Israeli
Again, I think you only
Defense
did that,
Forces,
what,
not for the
one
United
time
States.
here?
We're focused
And then
on
that's when
helping
we
them
topped
go
out?
after Hamas.
Good, in the back there.
So again, dollar is in pole position to start wrecking and get back into front. So again, market is very far from where the dollar is. And then again, the
I'm
bonds.
still concerned that Hezbollah could be taking part in this war.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have any intelligent information about the capability of Hezbollah that they've been preparing, and we know that the capability is way stronger than Hamas?
They are a potent terrorist group, no question about it. We watch them closely. The Israelis watch them closely. We don't want to see this conflict widened. We don't want to see Hezbollah make that kind of a decision. And I would remind, again, that we take our national security interests very seriously in the region. And the reason why we moved a carrier strike group to the Eastern Med was to act as a deterrent for any other actor, including Hezbollah, that might think that widening this conflict is a good idea.
American forces might, last question, American forces might join the war if Hezbollah made a difference.
Are you implementing a policy decision there?
No, I'm just asking. You have two big ships, one coming on their way. So I'm just wondering if Hezbollah changed their game and did they make a big impact in the war and made Israel look another surprise maybe.
I appreciate the effort to try to get me to confirm a hypothetical. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. There is no intention or plan to put American troops on the ground in Israel.
Look at Kirby.
There's
I
no
like
desire
Kirby.
by the Israelis.
I appreciate you
for that.
trying to get me to admit that.
So
Thank
I'm just
you.
not going
but
to get
no.
ahead of where things are.
Thanks. Thanks, John. One of your priorities has been, as you
Dude,
said,
another
to keep the
low,
war
bro.
confined to Israel and
again,
Gaza. So are you concerned that that's going to be
I was
more
feeling like
difficult
much didn't
as
change,
casualties
but that
grow
30-year bond
in
auction
Gaza
is its
and
own
as the war
CPI.
It's gonna.
I don't know if
think,
you guys
the
realize this. Look at
prospect of
this. This was the
widening is
CPI in the
gonna depend
morning.
a lot on-
This was a
on
30-year
other
bond
actors
auction
outside Israel.
coming in dramatically
So,
higher
the US is
than where it was
accelerating
last time, with
PGMs
honestly a
that
lot of
Israel
money
already
not
paid
really
for
showing
and
up
then
to
potentially
play.
considering sending
But
even more
very,
after
very
that. Have
odd,
there
but
been any
that's your
restrictions
move
put
on
how
the day,
Israel uses
ironically
those
enough.
weapons, and if not, why not?
I won't speak about that for
You're down
Israeli
1%
operational
almost on the
security
NASDAQ
reasons,
and SPY,
and I'm not
about
even going to get into
0.8, 0.7.
detailing the kinds of munitions that were that are being provided to them.
It's not
the
enough to
Israelis
change
have
the
a
sentiment
right
yet,
to
but
have that
I mean,
information
fuck it. You
protected
bring
for
the bonds
for their
down
own
one more
ability to
day
conduct
tomorrow.
operations.
I mean, I would throw.
Thank
Maybe
you.
we do have to throw
John,
October out the
I
window.
want to press
It's
you
the
on a
bonds.
previous
I'm just
question.
again, we were just saying, we
This
calm down,
administration,
full of sigh of relief. But
this
if these things get
administration
right back
fought
on
very
here,
hard against
then the
misinformation.
bonds,
You
we were
hold
going to
the
have a
truth
problem.
as a
Again, we
gospel.
want
So
stability,
facts matter,
and we've
yes.
had a little bit of signs of it. I thought today
when you have
nothing changing
misinformation, please to
too
incite
dramatic
them
was
and
giving
what
it
to
to us, even though we were
So
coming down. You were
again,
still holding,
whether
but
it's the
now,
stories of the
very
babies
quickly,
or
you've
the
given up
rape,
every
just wanna
day.
make
This whole
sure
week
that
of
you
bonds
are
is over now.
100%
You
sure
get a
of
little
these
couple more
stories
points
because
down.
they prepare
It's still a
us what
decent
to
amount
come.
down, but
And I
you've
have
given
in
up,
mind the
like say,
Iraq War,
70% of the
where
recovery.
multiple outlets, including many of
And that's
our
just off
colleagues
of
here,
literally
had disseminated
people not
misinformation
wanting
and
to buy
governments
bonds,
lie,
the
actually,
result of the
about
bond
the
auction.
war. There's no comparison here, but I'm
There's
saying
no
I don't
comparison
take-
whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't take somebody else's information as if you don't verify it yourself. So are you saying there is no need to verify it yourself because you trust the sources? And I'm asking, my question to you is how do you separate between facts and misinformation?
I mean, I taught a whole class at Georgetown on that. I mean, we could talk about this for hours. I mean, look, obviously we take seriously. What's that? You're gonna have to register. You're gonna have to register for the class.
I'll take the full course with you, Jim.
I don't know if you can handle the reading list, James. Look, we take it very, very seriously. The need to be as factual and certainly truthful as we can possibly be. If you're suggesting somehow that we're taking that lightly, I mean, I again refer you to many of the reporting many of your colleagues have done about the atrocities that have already taken place, in just the last few days. And comments made by Israeli officials themselves. It's obvious, sadly, but it's obvious what Hamas has proven willing to do to innocent Israeli citizens.
MNTS, I think, still going.
We're not going to.
I'm doing my resistance.
Shy
That's at
away
1:30
from
now.
talking about the grotesque nature here of what these terrorists have done. But I also think it's important that we all, and I don't mean this in a chastising way, but we all have to keep the larger picture in mind here of what's going on and how important it is for Israel to be able to eliminate this very real, very tangible, very demonstrable threat to the lives of their own citizens.
One more question, just quickly. If you manage or succeed to open the border crossing with Egypt to Rafah, can you guarantee that Palestinians from Gaza who are exiting will go back? Because there is a fear.
Go back.
Yes, to go back to Gaza after the war
Yeah,
ends.
the captions are really
There's a
bad
fear that
sometimes.
when people leave, as history told us, since you're referring to Georgetown, they don't come back. so they don't come back. There's people worried about an ethnic cleansing, that when people leave, they don't come back.
I know, I
Damn,
understand that.
son.
Our focus right now is making
I
sure
like
that,
these Middle
and
Eastern
not all of them are
reporters.
going to want to leave, but those who do,
That's why they
who
letting
really
us
want to
in
get
for
out,
this
that they have the
topic.
ability to get
Y'all
out.
don't want
That's
us
the real
asking the
first priority.
questions.
And
He said,
you know,
well, Mr.
if there's a
Georgetown,
concern
wouldn't
about
history
getting
say
back
we're
in
not
at the
allowed back
appropriate
in?
time, we'll certainly deal with that as a policy issue going forward. I mean,
with it later.
the bottom line here is that we know that Gaza is home for these people, and they, if they want to go back home, they should absolutely be allowed.
Yeah,
to
that
go
went
back
pretty
home.
hard,
They
bro.
should be able to
Yeah,
make
like,
those
that was-
decisions, just like citizens
that was a good
anywhere
rebuttal.
should be able to
I would
make
give her a
those
point
kinds
if it was a debate. I'd be like, all right, good counter. Good counter.
Thank you.
She used the Georgetown against him.
Today, Senator Bob Menendez was accused of being a foreign agent. Is the White House considering or will consider putting a national security assessment on the situation?
I have nothing to update or comment on that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Marie. Hi, John. Is the White House concerned or have any response to the court order in Kenya that temporarily blocked deployment of security officers on the multinational mission to Haiti? And if this legal challenge is successful, is that concerning? Does that change the U.S.'s pledge in this mission?
I'm going to have to take that question, sir. I wasn't tracking that. I don't want to speculate.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Karen. Thank you, John. So a follow-up question on social media and misinformation. Social media platform X says it has removed hundreds of Hamas affiliated
And literally, the
accounts and
EU
has
during
taken
this
down
presser,
thousands of
they
posts
just said
since
they're
Hamas
probing
attack
X.
on Israel. Does the administration think that enough is being done about potential misinformation surrounding this war, and how concerned is the administration about this?
We've seen the reports that X is
Netflix,
has
another
taken
low.
down quite a bit of.
So watch out, a couple
misinformation.
names, bro.
We
High ticker's
certainly
still
support those
gassing,
decisions.
even though bonds haven't hit a low yet. Don't let this
Information
penny
has
stock
no
fool
business
you.
being out there. Certainly, when you know
Again,
it's
dollar's still
absolutely
kind
no,
of
it's false.
elevated,
So,
but low ticker
so
getting
we're
active
grateful
once again.
and support that. That was obviously a corporate decision that they made, and again, we think it was done in the right vein.
Question on sending U.S. troops. So you said there's no intention and no plan to do so, but has it been ruled out? Is that still an option pending?
There is no intention, no plan, and frankly, no desire by the Israelis for U.S. combat troops to be involved in this conflict.
Yeah, Netflix CEO said a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Karine, and thank you, Admiral. Two questions on the Mideast crisis. 27 Americans
low.
killed is a very
Again,
large
more
number.
Netflix paying.
That
A
is
couple
larger
China
than
names
the
on the
number of
low
Americans
too.
who were killed by terrorists
China's really wrecked.
during our withdrawal from
43-39. Three
Larger
more
than the
points.
number of
This is
Americans
danger
killed at
zone
USS
number
Cole.
one. And then you'll
Larger than
fill the
number of
gap
Americans
from
killed at
last
Benghazi
Monday or last Tuesday.
or
Or this
beheaded by
Tuesday,
ISIS.
excuse me.
And I believe it's accurate
So
to say
again,
that
bonds
after
have already
all of
given
those
up.
events,
If this was a
direct
bond
US
chart, the
military
bonds
action
would be
was
like
ordered by
right
the
here
Commander-in-Chief.
almost.
27
So
Americans
stocks would
killed.
we still have
Why
50
is
points
it the posture of the Biden
if they're going to dollar for dollar
to just
matchup.
let Israel handle this job in essence, instead of U.S. forces going in
There's
and getting
news
the
of like
guys that killed our
sirens
people?
in Israel, but other than that,
James,
you're getting some news
we will
right
do,
now.
as Jake said, everything we can to get those American hostages home with their families. We recognize that they are not the only people being held hostage. Other
So here's the overlay, but
nationalities
just
are
like pretty much
included
go
in
back
that
to the last
group.
10 days.
We don't have enough
Again,
information
non-farms.
right now to make a
Bonds are
policy
almost at the
decision
non-farms.
about how to do it.
SPY
so I can
is way
appreciate
above that.
the
So
sense
if
of
they're going to
urgency in
match
your
up,
question. Believe
SPY's
me, we
going to
share
come
it.
to like
But
426.
we aren't going to act one way or another until
So
we
a
have
long
enough
way down.
information to act upon.
But then again, and then the dollar too,
Hostages
same exact
issue.
thing. Pull it out. You're right
You have
at
suggested
Friday's
that
level
it's
as
a
well.
very small number of hostages, American hostages, being held in Gaza, less than a handful.
Treat yourself.
And I assume that that assessment is still
What the
operative.
fuck was that?
Has there been any discussion?
Yeah, that was
amongst
them. That
President
wasn't me.
Biden and his aides about how to avoid the fate of Jimmy Carter in this situation?
You hear that?
Where we actually saw the
Street
president
show
of the
sound.
United States and his administration.
Someone was watching a TikTok
become,
or
in
an ad.
effect, hostages themselves to a foreign terrorist organization.
No, it said
With
treat yourself.
all the respect that President Biden has for President Carter, I can assure you that he is not focusing on history here, even domestic history. He's focusing on what's going on now and making sure that we are doing everything we can to support Israel and look after our national security interests in this moment, because this is not 1979. It's 2023. And Hamas is an organization that has existed for many years with the support of Iran. We've got enough challenges just dealing with this that we're focused on that and that alone. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, thanks, everybody. Well,
Corinne.
thanks, everybody.
All right,
Thanks,
Corinne,
Admiral.
lift the market.
Um,
Again, this is all bonds. I've been
Go
interrupting,
ahead, Sonia.
coming in and out with what's happening, but my
Is the
goodness.
president okay with having
Bond
a lawmaker
stability,
who's
my
accused
friend.
of
Bond
conspiring
auction
to
just
act
knocked
as
this
an
more
agent
than the
of a foreign
CPI.
government remain as a member of Congress?
The Admiral was just asked this question. I just don't have anything to say beyond what he shared.
This has been referring to Bob Menendez's proceeding.
No, I know, and he was literally just asked this question. I'm just not going to say any more to what he just added. Yeah.
Karine, does the president feel supported by the Democratic Party writ large, by lawmakers, by his party for his actions now with regard to Israel?
Look, the president is, I mean, very much to what the Admiral just said about the moment that we're in, about what we're seeing, this terrible event that happened this past weekend in Israel, is that who is an ally, who's a friend, is what we saw this terrorist organization do, Hamas, which is kill hundreds of lives, take hundreds of lives, murder people, and we believe, this president believe, it is the right thing to do to continue to assist the people of Israel as they're dealing with this devastating, horrific time. And so the president, as commander-in-chief, has difficult decisions to make. Right, difficult decisions to make on behalf of the American people.
You found a perfect Colt
right?
compound.
The Admiral talked about how there's a national security piece of this as well.
Didn't you say you had
We
that one
have,
guy
as we all know,
who's selling
Americans,
properties though?
27 Americans
You should
who
look
have-
into that.
who
I
have,
got
sadly
I got
perished,
3
and
foreclosure type
many
emails
are still missing.
today.
17
So
or so are missing.
I mean,
and
you
so
got that.
it is the president's duty
might-
as
you'd be
commander-in-chief
surprised.
to do everything that he can to protect us.
Yeah, we'd
and
probably
to
do a Colt
also,
real estate compound
assist
first.
in this horrific
I love
events
those
that we
guys.
saw
After
this
meeting them, I trust them. So
Does he
I
feel
got to
that
meet y'all
his
first before I
party
give you the full
is
Colt
supporting him
compound.
in that?
But we
Does he
definitely got
sense-
like 100,
does he
200
sense
people
divisions
almost
among some
that
parts
we
of
probably
party?
I'm down for.
I
I'm
can't
down.
speak to. We're not sensing division, right? The president is focusing on the job at hand. The president is going to always focus and make sure that Americans and our national security is front and center, and this is part of that. But also, Israel is a friend, and what they have gone through, the people of Israel have gone through these past couple of days, is horrific. And so we are going to stand by them, as the president has said, as they go through this terrible time. Remember, they were, as you know, as you all have written about, attacked by a terrorist organization. And so the president's going to continue to do his duty as commander-in-chief, as his president.
Do you have an estimate on how many American citizens are trying to leave Israel right now?
I don't have an estimate. As you just heard from the Admiral, we announced the charter that the state is going to be running. Just don't have any intel. And the commercial flights are still ongoing in Israel, so there are opportunities for folks to leave. I just don't have any number for you.
Are there any active threats that, on the domestic front, that law enforcement is tracking at this moment stemming from Saturday's attacks?
What I can say is that we're always monitoring. Clearly, we're going to monitor to make sure, that to make sure if there are any threats. Obviously, we would address those, but there's nothing active that I can announce to you or lay out to you at this time.
There is.
We're monitoring right now, but there are no active threats at this time.
Now in the second week, without the House having an elected speaker, does that change at all any conversations the president may be having with senior House leaders, Republicans, Democrats, about speeding this process along?
Which process?
Of electing a speaker.
I mean, look, it's their process to run.
VIX is on the high
you know,
again.
this is the House
Very
Republicans, as I've said
interesting.
over and over
Spies
again.
kind of
It is a
showing
process. The
reds.
president doesn't have a
Bonds
vote.
chilled
It
out
is
for like
what
10,
we're seeing
15
is certainly
minutes.
shambolic
Dollar's
chaos
still
that we're
ready to
seeing over there on
explode.
the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue, and they need to get their act together. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on behalf of the American people. We've said this over and over again.
Well,
They need
earnings
to figure this
are
out.
holding up
How are
still.
they going to
Where's
select their speaker? That's up to
did
them.
Pepsi do? Even
But of course
Pepsi
the
gave up
president
there.
wants
That's not
to
a good sign,
continue,
though.
to move forward on making sure that the business of the American people is done. But
It doesn't stop the president for continuing to do the work. We announced junk fees the other day. The president has been being pretty engaged and active every day on behalf of the American people, and that's something that he's going to do. But of course, we want to see the House Republicans get their act in order.
Understanding the sort of uncharted territory that this is, there is
It
not
is charted
a role.
territory.
Yeah.
It
So
is.
no, I understand that. So I'm asking, there's not a role then that the administration sees that the president could play here to try.
It is not for us to fix. It's not for us to fix the chaos in the House Republicans. It's not for us to fix. They have the majority, as
So
you know, in the
literally
House. It is
one
for
or
them
two
to
more
fix.
points away now.
We've never seen a conference
Danger zone number 1.
behave this way or be this chaotic. It is important for Republicans who have the majority to figure this out, and get there and get they created the situation and they have to figure it out and elect their speaker so we can move on.
Corinne, will you take our Jewish audience? So I want to talk about CPI inflation. The CPI inflation report came out today. It was hotter than expected, 3.7% year over year, unchanged from the prior month. You talk about all the spending last year to lower costs. The last couple of months, how is that lowering costs?
So, look, what we believe is that Bidenomics is an action, right? You're talking about lowering costs, right? And that's something that the president is certainly continuing to do. Inflation is falling while employment remains strong. As you speak to CPI, inflation has fallen 60%. Since last summer, and the core inflation, as you're speaking to this data, fell to its lowest level in 2 years, and so that matters. Let's not forget about wages are higher than they were last year, accounting for inflation. Prices fell for core goods like cars and furniture for the 4th month in a row. All of those pieces are in the data, the CPI that came out today, and that matters.
But people still hear Bidenomics and they see rent is up 7.4% year over year. Car repairs, car insurance is up almost 19%. So costs are not coming down for all Americans.
So here's the thing. As we
Man,
know that
don't tell me
when it comes
year
to
over
housing,
year.
people are still dealing with a lot, right? We understand.
Tell me 3 year over 3 year.
Economic hardship as it relates to housing specifically. That's why the president put forth.
I'm over year over year. I try to explain it to my dad, and it got different. That's why I'm like, why are we no more year over year?
But when you think
I'm done
about
with the rate of
wages,
change.
wages are indeed up.
How
which
much
matters,
higher? Let's
over
play it like
the
Price is
last
Right.
year, accounting for inflation, even more for blue-collar workers and those not in management. So that matters, as I mentioned moments ago. So look, the president's going to continue to grow the economy. We talk about Bidenomics. We see the economy growing. We see unemployment at under 4%. We see jobs created under this administration as more than 13 million jobs, more than 14 million jobs at this point. And that's what we're going to focus on. When it comes to Republicans, they want to slash taxes for the wealthy. That's what they want to do. That's what they're putting forward.
I would say
cut
welcome
Social
back,
Security,
but that
cut
pony
Medicare,
already
cut
showed,
Medicaid.
you know?
They already started talking about that again recently.
The 3 years
so
probably
the
like
president's going to focus
20%
on
or more.
what is needed
And
for the
then you
American
still
people
realize
to continue to give them that little
how
bit
bad
of
those
breathing room,
metrics are
and that's what the president's going to focus
to
on. Let's not
reflect their
forget
cost of
yesterday.
living.
Is it still appropriate for the president to go to Philadelphia tomorrow, given all the Americans trying to get out of Israel and the imminent ground war there?
Well, look, the president has to do multiple things at once. The president's going to go to Philly. He's going to continue to talk about Bidenomics.
Okay, you're breaking down again that 10-minute calmness in bonds. That's not there no more, man.
To bring back manufacturing.
43.36. You're right at line number 1. So again, we were talking that greedy short. These are that like what 12, 20 points you got. Anything below here now, you get one more death zone level, and then I think we should come back. I don't know. That's it. That would be the only other baby gap. But once we broke below 43.20, just all eyes are back to 4,200 potentially.
State just announced the charter flights, right? So that's something that is going to help get Americans out of Israel, and also commercial flights are still ongoing. I want to make that very clear. But the president is going to make Americans
we're dropping
a
since the
priority.
30-year bond
He has to do
auction. That's
multiple
what
things at once. That's what
set
you're going to see
everything
the
off.
president do.
That's why we are dying right now.
Go back to the
It's weird because today was the CPI, but literally the bond reaction in the last hour from the auction is like almost double the size of how the bonds moved after
He's no longer
CPI.
chairman.
No, but the president was once chairman.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes,
I see.
yes.
You're making that connection.
Yes, his
Got it.
successor to
Successor.
the
No, I
then
got it.
senator, has been accused of being a foreign agent for Egypt, which, not for nothing, is involved in this situation right now, for that matter. Has the president been brought up to speed on this? if he has no comment today, can we see comment on whether he has any concerns that someone with that kind of a position may have been accused of doing this, and whether he should be running for re-election?
So we have always said it is a serious matter, right? We've always said that, and we'll continue to treat that as a serious matter. I just don't have anything else to share beyond any statements from the president. I just don't have anything outside of that. But of course, we see this as a serious matter. Okay, Kelly.
Has the president requested any sort of biographies on the families or the victims in Israel in order to have outreach? Would you expect with this number of Americans killed that he would have by letter or call or something, anything you can share about that direct President Biden to these American families?
And it's a very good question. You know this President Kelly-O. You know this is a president when it comes to human tragedy like this or any type of loss. This is a president that takes this very seriously and tends to reach out and have those conversations.
I tell you a story about my house.
Who have lost a loved one.
Yeah, I tell you.
Don't have anything to read out to you at this
don't
time
worry,
or to a plan or anything like that to lay out.
Support a lot of wars,
of course,
but
something as
I know what it
the
feels
President
like
of the
to go
United
through
States,
it.
Commander-in-Chief, to hear, to hear what has 27 American lives have lost. This is something that affects him deeply. If and when we do outreach and have any conversation with the families who have lost their loved ones, we certainly would share that. But of course, this is a president who wants to hear and wants to know about folks who lost their lives and also wants to hear directly from the families. I just don't have anything to share at this time. Go ahead, Kath. Oh, go ahead.
We also see that he attends Catholic Mass every week. Has he expressed any desire to go to a synagogue or a mosque for that matter, or to have any kind of a faith experience in light of this?
Don't have anything to share as the president visiting a synagogue or a mosque. Obviously, at the top of the briefing, I mentioned how we are there for all faiths who are, potentially going through some really difficult times in this moment. And certainly, when it comes to what the question I was asked about homeland.
I don't know if I have to
We're
say it
certainly gonna
again,
monitor
but
and
level
keep
1
track,
now
but
has
we
been
are
broken.
here,
You have one more
for,
parachute left.
The Jewish community, we are here for the Arab
So
community,
literally,
we are
somebody
here for
asked that the
Muslim
other day. They
community,
said, "What's the
and certainly,
parachute level?"
It is also
Pretty much is right here.
important for
I don't
the
know if you guys
president,
remember.
for people to
last
feel
time we brought it
protected,
up,
to feel safe.
it was kind.
And
Yeah, I
that's
think it
what
was right
his,
around here.
Homeland
Sure
Security
enough,
is doing. His advisors
we can't
here.
hold
That's why
this.
he met
First
with them
level
today,
gone.
To get an update.
Bro,
And
everything.
certainly we're
Nothing
gonna
is
stay on
helping.
top of that.
Again, dollars up, bonds
UAW
still
has
getting
expanded their
killed.
strike. Obviously,
That's
we're
it.
4 weeks into this now. How concerned is the White House about getting a resolution and potential economic impacts?
So look, we're going to monitor this very, very closely, this situation, certainly the economic impacts. But look, the president says this all the time. You hear me say this all the time. We respect unions, their right to use their option for collective bargaining. We believe that works when both sides come together and negotiate and come together.
Bro, Vic's still running, bro. Look at the low ticker balance. Everything's getting pushed to the downside now. Google, Meta, some of your bigger leaders. Apple now. Apple's actually negative. So that actually took all day to do that since they had a little bit more steam. Some of those tech names are doing a lot better. So they're still working their way up. Don't get it twisted.
White House officials obviously have been in Detroit.
So again, pull out the
I don't
charts.
have any travel from White House
These
officials,
stocks
as you
look
know.
way different
Acting Labor Secretary
than even the
Julie Su
S&P
has
on the
been
14
engaged,
days.
and
So
has,
keep that in
the
mind.
senior advisor here, Gene Sperling, have been the two people who have had direct communication and certainly not
Okay,
part of the
bonds
negotiation,
chilling,
but
dollars
offering
still
any
up.
assistance
Again,
that might be
you are
needed
now
to the
5
Big
points
Three
below
and
the level, and
UAW.
you are
I just don't
about
have any, specific
8 points
engagement to
away,
read out or any travel
7
at this
points
time.
away
Get to-
from the last parachute level.
Has the crisis in Israel caused the president's major address on Ukraine to be delayed? And does he still plan to deliver it?
I don't have any update on the president's Ukraine address. I'm sure that we will continue to hear from the president. As he said this week, next week he's going to put forth a supplemental plan on additional funding that he's going to be asking for, and don't want to get ahead of that. Certainly the best path forward. I just don't have anything to share on any remarks or extensive remarks that the president will be giving or might give on Ukraine, but certainly you guys will continue to hear from the president on all important matters, whether domestically or foreign. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Jadadonia. So we got a couple of things to talk about. Number one, we had the CPI today, and quite frankly, it looks like peanuts compared to what we went through here. Again, like even the initial move, all of that, the numbers were pretty much in line, a little bit hotter. Car prices went down. Real estate shelter went up a little bit or was still elevated. Core kept going down, which was good, right? But then the dollar was up from the morning. And then right here, literally, we put out a stream alert. Again, I think it was a very timely alert there because you haven't got one in a while where it said big reds, but it started after all of these damn bond auctions, or just one of them. It was a 30-year bond auction, and there's a lot of weird factors on it, but essentially it came down. The demand was a lot lower, both banks and then even people buying it. But then if you go and look at the rate compared to last week, or excuse me, 2 weeks or 4 weeks ago, it is 0.5 up. And then I was saying all of this during the speech. I'm recapping it right now, but you even had the 10-year go up 15 basis points on the day. And I don't know. Let me go pull up the chart, but we're going down again. We're going down even more. So again, I wouldn't even call this the CPI as much as I think this is the bond volatility getting disturbed. Again, if you overlay the market here, and then this is what we were talking about, it's like up until today, markets were really kind of ignoring things. Bonds were down a lot, but markets were still elevated. You see, the bonds were literally going back into the other day's levels. We just hit that maybe like 30 minutes ago, but it was the bonds were dying already. Still, the market was holding up, and then right here at the bond auction, it got too crazy. It got too crazy. So now you've literally given up most of the recovery. Now there's a little bit left, and now when you pull this chart out, this is the SPY, these are the bonds, there's a decent amount to go. And then but we're already kind of trading now at Friday non-farm levels. The bonds are where we closed ahead of the non-farms, and then they opened up, TLT went down another $1 pretty much from here. But yeah, the bonds moving up again. I was saying yesterday there was preparation for CPI. We got the CPI. Didn't really have too big of a reaction, but, the calmness in bonds was good. But now you just gave it all up, and that bond auction it turned everything on right there. Very, very wild. We have, maybe an hour 50 left? But welcome. I want to see if I can pull up the 10-year chart, but you're getting a new low every couple of minutes. Dollar's still going up. That is another one of the problems there. Let me see. .2. No, it's the same thing. What day was that? October. So that was the non-farms. Following the non-farms, you had this little pop and lock. But so even on one of the biggest drops of the non-farms there, when we really, really started rallying, this is big. It's 20 from the start of this morning to now. You've moved up a quarter on the 10-year. Not to mention, again, just nobody wanted to buy the 30-year. So bonds are still holding on now. Equity slipping a lot more. I think you're at danger zone number 2 almost. So parachute level 43.25. One more point. The move index might be a little delayed, but, it calmed down, and then all of a sudden it's back up. Is this rocketing? It might be higher. It might come back to 140, which, again, that's not good. Remember the guy, the VIX thing? It wasn't Ernest. I forgot who sent it to me. I don't know if you're in the chat now, but they sent me the VIX thing. But 140 is a pretty big level on move. So that above there, it might be coming back, but I'm pretty shocked. Again, you had 4 days of calmness, and then we just gave it up. That little rally you had on non-farms from that Friday. This was bigger than it, but this wasn't like an event. Again, the bond auction, I paired up with the event. It pairs nicely. Yeah, Lakshay, baby. That's who it was. But yeah, 140 there. It's not real time, but 140 is a big level. That's why. So you don't see it now, but I'm sure after this move today, it's going to be back up there a little. I don't know if it'll be that much, but we will see. We will see. OVIX, the oil VIX. Well, oil's been creepy. I don't think oil was up 2% today. I think that's one of the things. No, that even came down. So even oil got sold off. That means oil was probably down 3% on the day. Remember that other day before the bonds calmed down, that was 2 days before we had that random 5% sell-off there. We'll see. Again, VWAP, you guys know volume is extremely low right now. I will tell you that, though. For CPI day, almost in a power hour, I think that's why your VWAP looks so disconnected, but volume is still very, very low on this. Entire curve move, so could be really big. Yeah, it started with the 2-year, honestly. In the morning, the 2-year was already up. Maybe that was the sign, but then again, a bond auction just did not do good at all. Again, euro and pound too, though. That's the thing that's not that's what's weird about the day today, though. About, if anything, it's just I still think the yen is kind of calm. So on days like these, bro, we've seen the yen is just ready to die at this level. So I guess it is near the low, but it's holding very calm. It is right where they intervened last time. But now this time it is the pound and the euro are helping raise the dollar more. But then the dollar is just, we were saying that the last 3 days. Again, every single day the dollar was up, and then after this was a more vertical move. You unwound all of the dollar gains really quick. So again, only thing that hasn't unwound is stocks in the Magnificent Seven. Again, Google, Apple, some of those are really, really up on the 14-day charts. The right way to order a martini with a snack. Wall Street Journal. Bond auction pairs nicely with CPI. Wow. It's like there's no floor for the bonds. I mean, equities are doing tremendous in a weird way now, because that's the thing. If, like, hey, you're still, like, look at where we're at on the year. Like, I don't know if you guys have looked at a 1-year chart on bonds, but it looks just like 2022. But, I mean, you're considerably lower just as you are considerably higher. Now, obviously, if you look at the equal weight S&P index, you're going to get a different view. But for the most part, I mean, bonds are just absolute destruction. And even then, look, if you don't really, like, see it, bonds are holding up until this last quarter. This was just this recent bond blowout is from here. You know, when you really see it stayed within a range for so long. And then let's zoom in. Then you go to this last quarter, bro. It's just been death. So that's the thing where I don't know where the floor is on that, and that's what we were worried about. And then we, like, calmed down for 4 days. We're like, okay, maybe it stops here, but you know, if this wakes up the bonds again and everybody is selling, and then that's why this earnings will be important. You know, we're gonna go from there. But maybe if earnings gets people to sell off the bonds and buy into earnings, that will be something to keep in mind. But like I was saying, from the morning, I don't think today's CPI shook us up. I don't think that changed the story, but the bond auction has brought back some of that bond volatility, though. So that is the thing that is the X factor when it's all said and done, it seems like. Yeah, there's no institutional buy. That's what it seems like. It seems like the banks did not participate. So that's either because they believe Powell, they don't want them, or maybe they don't have money. I don't know what it is, but you definitely it was cold out there. I mean, who knows? I would hate for this to turn into like 2018 again. That's what I always said about like the 2018 thing. It was weird when people stopped showing up. That was the part that made things like really, really odd with like the repo crisis. Just all of a sudden, just money stopped showing up to the market one day. And then from there, liquidity became an issue. But I don't know if liquidity is the issue now, but we'll see. We'll see if that quickly forms. But earnings is right around the corner. But now lower volume, bigger move. The bond auction was the real story of today. Who would have thunk it? But we've now gotten CPI out of the way. I mean, assuming the bonds don't die, I still would feel good about this month. But, in the same breath, I said it earlier in the morning, I feel good unless the bonds die. And then sure enough, bonds get blown out and the market's showing you nobody is really safe in that instance. So we'll see. Let the yields guide you, my brother. Let the yields guide us. But I'm on the lookout. Maybe for earnings, people want to ignore them, but bonds are very pervasive in this market right now. Ask the banks. The banks, they said they're sound and resilient. Jamie Dimon says he can handle 8. Next be 25 SPY put, 25 on Apple, membership incoming every time, baby. Mr. Hadlin. I might have something for you too, actually. I might have something to send you. I might have something new, bro. No, everything is down. I mean, we could do that. I don't think the high ticker has had a tick up in a while. There it is, baby. Mr. Hanlon. God bless America. God bless the troops, and God bless our producers. Oh, our musicians and artists out there. But Mr. Hanlon, God bless you, my friend. I love you. Or not. Oh, my goodness. We need it. We need a good horn. We need to get that out there. You want me to tell? I could tell you the first line of the song, or I could show you the beat. Which one do you want? I don't know. It's not done though. I have the hook done, but I need a verse now. It's my second country song. I'm working on my second country song. First line. Twitch says they want the beat. Timbuktu wants the beat. I'll see. Well, maybe we'll leave it up to Mr. Hanlon. I love throwing decisions on Mr. Hanlon. He's good. He's like, why do I got to decide? SPY bouncing a little bit. Again, dollar's not looking good, but again, you're back to this. This is now like an hour almost to the same price on the bonds. You want the beat? I got you with the beat. I got you with the beat. You ready? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We're dropping off of the bond auction. I just went through a nice little recap. I'm sure we'll go over it today again, but as of now, it's the bonds. Bond auction was bigger than the CPI, which is unexpected. Again, I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card for today in that same respect. But because it wasn't dramatic, but it was. It shouldn't have been dramatic, but it was, and that's what makes it dramatic. Very unexpected. And then bond yields and dollar are now back to prices that were, the market was a lot lower. And welcome to earnings. It's good. It's not bad. I like it. I like it. I like it. It's good. It's good, bro. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. It's soon. I'll have it soon. Eventually, I'll get it to you. We'll see. We'll see, man. All right, man, you're bouncing. I don't know. We'll see how long this lasts. Okay. I guess on that note, I'm gonna play F350. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Unless they have something talking about the bond auction, I would rather play you that because that was amazing today. I still can't believe it. Qualcomm is set to reduce workforce by 1,200 positions in California, spanning Santa Clarita and San Diego. Qualcomm 1,200 layoffs. They haven't even really moved. Again, they have earnings coming up. So interesting. I don't know. Usually that'd be good news, but I don't remember when it used to be you cut a job, you go up 50,000%. Nah, okay, it's hyperbole. No, but seriously. Yeah, layoff news, I don't know if it hits the same. It's not what it used to be. Yeah, they're talking, there's screen time event in Los Angeles. Was this? I'll just play you some F350. So yeah, I do make country. If you don't know, you guys could get it. Spotify, YouTube. Josh Answers, F350, bro. Market's bouncing again. This is all bonds and dollar. Watch out. Qualcomm just had layoffs. I'm gonna be right back. Dollar got a red.
Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man? I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge.
Hey yo, LL. Is this updated? LL confirmed, but it might be. Yeah, bro, it's saying 585 a share. There's like $1.80 remaining. Ooh. That's tough.
My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
Literally, LL, they confirmed the receipt.
They said they
it's
waited an hour
moving up
charge.
a little bit.
I know.
All right, man. Hopefully that was enough for, what's it called? The market. And then GPCR. So that one's still going. Remember, that one was the other GLP approval recently. So we got in that one. I bought in high, but I'm up on this one now. We're up $4 a share on that. So that's decent. You stopped out at LL. I don't know. It's a weird one. So, like, if you remember the buyout video, and just like if it's already up 50%, that's one thing. But then the purchase price is at, if it says like what, 585 and it's at 420, so you got like $1.60 that's still like almost 50% left. But then maybe leave like 30% off just for approval, all of that. Then what if they reject it? So I don't know. There's a little bit of meat on the bone to get off of that one, but I don't know if it's not confirming. Yeah, they said they say though that they got an offer. So they're saying, yes, we received an offer for $5.85 a share. So they're confirming that. But they're not saying that they're going ahead with it. That's why like maybe they negotiate for a higher price. Maybe they say no. You remember Root? We made that. We actually came out a winner on that play. It's actually around the same price, I think. Remember that was earlier this year. They had that rumor, then it dropped and popped, and then they said no eventually to the company. And then SPY bouncing again. Dollar still chill. It came down a little bit, but bonds have just been stable at the lows. So I think as long as bonds aren't moving straight down massively, market's in its own world. But, you know, the bonds do provide a lot of gravity. U.S. gives first Iron Dome interceptors to Israel, Pentagon says. Yeah. They have announced that the U.S. has supplied Israel with its first batch of Iron Dome interceptors. I don't think they're new, though. Those are the ones that they already had in Israel. So they're just like, here you go. But RTX is around where we bought. It was up today, but we got in at like 73. It's like oil. Again, it's like oil. They all got the pin. I think oil looks a little lower. Kind of. Oil looks a little uglier now. Yeah, oil gave up the pin, I guess, late last night and even into now. That was all in the morning. Oh, yeah, you got 2 hours. Oh, yeah, bro, a lot. It was a bond auction. We went over a couple things with it, but pretty much bond auction, even if you look at the bonds, this was the 30-year bond auction, and then this was the CPI. Which is wild to me when you really think about it. Because, again, this event held so much potential, but, man. Yeah, we are even then. I think the market's right at the last parachute level that we talked about. You bounced right off of it, actually, and now you got above the other one. But we'll see if that holds. GPCR. Let's go GOP. And then LL. I got you in a country. Wow. I mean, I like a couple of country songs. I used to hate country. I used to despise it, but then I told you the one song that got me was "Whoever Said the Grass Is Greener." That's why I had to remix it. So pay homage, man. That's a good song, bro. Like I like Luke Combs. I fuck with Luke Combs. That's a good country musician. Mm-hmm. Where do we go now for the rest of October? I think we go up unless the bond yields go up too. So maybe we watch 5% on the 10-year, which is still, should have some reference to what we've talked about recently. But I still do believe in the upside, again, and like I've said all morning too. If the bonds, though, cannot hold in the sense that the bonds are literally, even if it's every 3 days, every week, they just hit a new high and get back to this movement, I think we could throw October out the window. Other than that, though, this is all earnings. Again, Walgreens is up today. Earnings companies, some of them gave up like Pepsi, but as in the upside, I'm basing it all on seasonality and the broader picture not changing too much. And I don't think, and then I think people are going to plan accordingly until the end of the year. We still have more data and more Powell, but for the most part, I think seasonality paired up with nothing changing too much. And then even that dot plot, it's either Powell is going to have to pivot immediately due to an external circumstance, or, they're going to try their best to keep things up. But at the same time, if the earnings aren't bad, we've already sold off leading into it. You might get a little bit of relief, but that's about it. But I'm not really married to that theory in the sense that, like I'm saying, I think the bonds are the gravity, a mix of the bonds and dollar. But for the most part, if bond yields go way too high, way too fast, I don't think markets will like that. Did you say circumstance? I said something around that. I don't know what I said. Yeah, I'm glad you caught it. No fucking clue. It came out as a weird circumstance adjective, but I have no idea. You know, there's a lot. I mean, I'm thinking a lot about the bonds. There's so much. Very wild day. There wasn't an intervention on the yen. Nah. Even though it's at the level, maybe they're slowly supporting it, but if any, the yen is kind of the bright spot of the day. I know that sounds weird, but if you've been watching, you know I mentioned it. I said wait till the euro and the dollar and the pound actually move. So they could go a little lower here, but you know when you look at the daily, the yen is now, you don't want that to go any lower, but on a day like today, it's doing a lot better. So it's like the dollar, I think, has a very interesting reaction, but let's see how that actually develops though. But the euro and pound are both down 0.7 to 1%. Well, I think about bonds, it's a problem. It is. I mean, it's a problem of what we don't know. The unknown of bonds is a problem. That's it. Because you're like, you're 1% away from like unlocking a new level where everything survives at higher rates, you know, and you buy yourself more time, or you're like 1% away from like absolutely destroying a lot of debt and investors and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think the unknown, you know, the fear of the unknown is much more terrifying, but we don't know what is going to happen with it. So it's like, maybe they calm down, maybe they don't, and we don't know whether it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't know. We have no, I don't think anybody does, and if anything, everybody has proven they don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, no, I don't, even the best and brightest minds in the world, it's not even meant to be negative. It's meant to say I don't even think Powell understands what the full economy will withstand, and at the same time, it's like, you still have to, like, get through that process, and I think there's a lot of ideas out there, but we have no idea. So the fear of the unknown, and that's why I'm saying if the bonds continue to plummet and we start, you know, right here, when the fear of the unknown was when we were dying, it wouldn't stop. Every single time you die, rally a tiny bit, and then die again, we get more and more worried. Bond volatility goes up because we're like, oh my gosh, when's this going to end? Where's it going to go to? You know, that has been the story for months now, but like, you know, pretty much like 2 weeks at a time. Dead, bounce, oh my gosh, where is it going to stop? Okay, it's going to stop here. Oh my god, it's not. Maybe, oh my gosh, it's not stop. It's every single time, so that's what we need. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, higher to value Hulu. Oh man, Disney. Are they going to sell it? But I like Hulu for Disney. Why would they do that? That's the one they own, right? Yeah, they own. Don't they make crazy money off Hulu? Unless they need to buy the remainder of it. That news sounds big, but yeah, stock a little off the bottom. Nothing crazy. It just looks like the SPY. Hulu Live Sports. U.S. Defense Secretary Austin traveled to Israel on Friday. Will meet with Netanyahu and cabinet senior and U.S. defense official. Hulu is the best. I can't believe they make that much money off Hulu. I remember looking at the earnings, bro. They kill it with Hulu. I felt like Hulu don't even get in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I hate Netflix. Get HBO Max. I hate them. I feel like Hulu is just silently just like running it up. That's the one thing they do have going for them in that. Dude, Hulu is, I think they make like $16 a user or something. It's something ridiculous average revenue per user off of ARPU. They got a crazy ARPU off of Hulu. Delta to add Athens flights to bring Israel evacuees back to U.S. It's like Middle America. All it has is basic cable. And it has the Kardashians. My girlfriend got a trial to watch the Kardashians. And then I told her, I was like, you need to stop watching these reality shows. I said, stop it. And then I prayed for her. I threw holy water at her. Didn't work, but and then I prayed again. Like, no more housewives, no more Kardashians. It didn't work. It did, actually. She hasn't watched that. I told her she moved on to Grey's Anatomy. I'm proud of her. But now she keep diagnosing me. Hulu just price hiked. Dude, they make a lot. That's the only good thing I think Disney has in that space. Besides the foreign shit, but then they overpaid for it. And then they lost the cricket. How do you lose cricket, man? One job, Disney, one job. Sell Hulu high and rebuy low might be Disney's plan. Maybe. And they're like, fuck this, bro. Let's just go to the parks. That's it. I think, honestly, like one less demon show a year, I think they could make some progress. That's all. I don't know, Bob Iger. I don't know who's out there, man. Y'all just need to work on, like, I'm telling you, just like maybe like 3 or 4 less shows a year that just like totally, absolutely offend, big populations of conservative people. Other than that, I think it'll be good. Other than that, I don't think. And then, but maybe they sell off and do it. I have no desire to go to Disney World anymore with my kids. I don't blame me. I've only been to Disneyland once when I was a child, but I've not been recently. That's it. So I don't know. I don't know if I had kids. I think my nephews have gone. I think they've been once already, but I still don't think, I understand. I mean, it's not like, there's some weird shit, but the parks are good, broadly speaking, though. The parks are their best thing they got going on. I really like Disney's library, though. I think, again, they have a very extensive one, but, how they monetize it over the years will be the key. God bless you, Braxton. I hope you're living good, man. I see you every day, baby. God will it. You got the pony too, bro. You got the pony. It's a Twitch pony. It looks a little different, but it's kind of similar. But Twitch is crazy, bro. Twitch is like, they have you put like a badge for like every anniversary. It's like the girlfriend who wants to celebrate every week. And I said, Twitch is kind of like, they like, we got 13-month badge, 14, 18, 17 and a half month anniversary. I'm like, what? Which company do you think will be the next Sears? Oh, I have no idea. Man, Sam Bankman was a fraud. We didn't know until he actually failed, but you could start with all the behemoths. I don't know. I mean, that'd be weird to say Apple, maybe Amazon, I don't know, maybe Google, but then again, there's still names that could, like, maybe a Starbucks, you know what I'm saying? Believe it or not. Maybe one day we don't, like the $10 coffee, we get over it. They said that for a long time, but we never have. It's actually kind of funny if you think about it. They've been saying we were going to get over the Starbucks shit for a long time. And then look at it now, bro. We buying Frappuccinos. I haven't had Starbucks in a minute, but I don't hesitate to get me a Frappuccino. You could get it without caffeine, too. Well, now that I think about it, I got to hit them up. The 100th anniversary of the 1987 stock market crash. Dog. I'm not really good at math all the time, but I don't think we're living in the year 2087. I'm going to go out on a limb. If we are, that's crazy. All we had was ChatGPT. This is bullshit. I don't even want the flying cars. I don't know. Maybe teleportation. I don't know. Starbucks. Did they fail in Italy? I remember I made a comment on that there, but I don't know. I remember that was like last year. They made the push into Italy for Starbucks, but I don't know how they ended up. They're still trying for Italy, but not. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's a crazy concept to go in. I mean, they're going into like a place where it's like the food culture and everything is so much different. But then again, the young generation. I mean, we're still holding up. Bond's not dead. I mean, VWAP came down. Again, volume's still very low for a day like this, but dollar's still up. So this was a chat request. This is the best I could do for you. They wanted to hear this. They wanted to hear this.
Screaming in my ear like a bird.
Oh wait. Oops.
Loading up my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm going to keep driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird.
Snaps, everybody, snaps. He tried. The effing was a very aggressive. He said it with a really, you know what I'm saying? That was really aggressive. Lira and yen. Watch the pound and euro too. I'll keep up a yen because the yen it's not as dramatic today, but the level it's holding at right now is dramatic. You had to do it, man. You had to do it. MMYT. Well, I thought modern monetary theory was on the low. So that's crazy. According to Lipper, U.S. high yield fund experienced weekly outflows of $2.45 billion in the week. Well, a high yield fund outflow. Where did the money go, Habibi? They don't buy the bond auction. They don't want high. What is? Do they all hold the cash? Maybe. I mean, the dollar is up. Maybe they did. X is on the high. Yeah, X is going up. Remember yesterday, you had that thing with MT in them. At the end of the day, it could be a crazy move. There's a lot. I mean, the gaps are all very wide. The dollar and bonds are saying market should be a lot lower. It was saying that since the morning, and the market didn't. The market did not come close to that until we had the bond auction. So, very weird. And then tomorrow morning is bank earnings. And I don't know, man. I think it's because I woke up late, bro. Today flew by, bro. I don't know what this is, but you only got like an hour and 20 minutes left, man. Mm-hmm. First hour was dope. It was just weird. We were just talking about how weird today was. It did not feel like a CPI day, bro. So much tension, and then just like it disappointed, man. That was like going to an event, and like it reminded me of like the Bored Ape Yacht Club party back. You know what I'm saying? Like it was so much hype building around it, and then you saw the real event, and there's like only 4 people. You're like, what the hell? This is weird today. And then all of a sudden, the bond auction, though, that was just a rush to the exits. But honestly, I wouldn't get too bogged down into what the equities are showing. But that bond market, man, that is the answer. Your parents hit their 47th wedding anniversary. Wow. Tell them congratulations. That's amazing. You guys say, thank you, Mom and Dad, for making me, Mom and Dad. I appreciate you. Today is a foreshadow of tomorrow, when the stock market crashes because it crashed every October. I'm telling you, same thing happened with Lehman Brothers. The same thing even happened in the 80s and 90s, always. There was war. There was Powell. But everybody kept buying the dip. Find out Friday the 13th tomorrow. The stock market hates you. It's good. He's coming back. Don't forget 1929. I'll sell you my car for an apple. I'll sell it to you. I'll sell you my car. I'll give you 10 cents. Values were everywhere. Bankers were scared. Nah, why the fuck am I in this one? I don't belong in this clip. He didn't belong. I still do it. We're gonna build back better. They were not going to build back better. Yeah, but stop saying that. I will. I mean it. He didn't mean it. He just said it for your vote next year. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, and every American supports killing, whether they realize it or not. In theaters everywhere, Friday the 13th, October. No viewer discretion is advised. Thank you. Bond's catching a bid. Oh no, man. They've caught like 15 cases before they caught a bid, bro. This was murder. This was a slaughter fest. Exactly. I yield back. Thank you. Honestly, it's good to have like a little bit more vocal range back. Sucks, man, not being able to do like voices and shit, bro. That's bullshit. I can't lose half of my personality if I fucking yell too loud. Stupid. Yeah. We're back. Voice sounds majestic. I hope, man. I don't know. I still got voice cracks. They're hiding. They'll pop out of nowhere. You sounded like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Can you smell what the... No, wait, that's The Rock. Was it Can of Whoop Ass? I told you I got beat for that, right? Because I looked up to Stone Cold Steve Austin. You know that? I really, in my WWE days when I was a child, or WWF is what we called it, bro. I love Stone Cold Steve Austin. I forgot. I was around my mom one time, and somebody asked me a question, and the answer was open a can of whoop ass. And I said it, and oh, man, I got... What you say? That was the first time I cussed, I think. And ass was the word. Now look at me, man. Even though I didn't learn much, I guess. It's awful. Vince McMahon. Bro, you guys don't. Dude, remember when we played WWE? That they have no debt. It's weird. Like, dude, who would have thought that the fake wrestling organization would have been such a well-run company? You know that, bro? is crazy. It's like, dude, they had like no debt, their obligations, and just for years, bro, they get money off licensing, bro. It's just all of it without like the back end costs. Like, bro, like they're making WWE a lot cheaper than anything on Netflix. I'll tell you that much. That it's like they're not taking out loans or bonds to fund it. They've been funded for years now, and it's just like, it's surprisingly a not physical theater. Yeah, it really is, and it's a great business. Like, you know, it has limitations. Like, it's not going to grow, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like physical theater wrestling is going to like blow out and turn into like GLP-1 drugs, but you know, as far as like operate, keep it running, cost, profits, it's a cash cow when it's all said and done. So very surprising. This isn't fake at all. Are you talking about the market or WWE? I don't know. They're taking huge advantage of the wrestlers, of the contracts. Well, yeah, because, like, I don't think anybody, like, except for The Rock, he got really famous. But, like, I don't know what type of contracts they offer. Like, I don't know if it's, like, a media contract. Is it, like, how does it relate to the athletics? Like, I don't know what they're paying. Like, how much you get paid for a WWE fight? Like, you know, how much you get paid for, like, dude, back here, like, Kimbo didn't make more than, like, $1,000 a fight till he got bigger. But I don't know how much they pay you to fake fight. I got destroyed when I found out it was fake. I did too. I was really sad because I thought there was like real life potential you could aim towards. The top wrestlers are paid like how much? I think you get like a $20 Amazon gift card. For real. Do you know who started wrestling? Like fake wrestling? No. Highest salaries, 12 mil? Oh, fuck. Now we're talking. That's good money. What do you mean, 12 mil to fake fight? Oh, Israel asked the U.S. to speed up security assistance. He's like, it is real. Tinfoil. It's not fake. That's just they want you to think it's fake so that they could separate you from your right to be able to determine. That's why they want you. And then they're going to tell you to get a shot afterwards. It's all real, bro. It's tinfoil. The government just don't want you to know that the WWE is real. So it's where they send prisoners. What the fuck? That's a tinfoil joke. I hope you got it. If you didn't get the joke and got offended, then you were just, this is awful. My babysitter wrote letters to Sting weekly until she died, 91 years old. No way. That's great. That sounds like a story, bro. You can make a TikTok out of that. I'd watch it. That sounds like a headline. I'm captivated. No reply. Damn. Sting. I bet you he might know. He might know her. He'd probably be like, I did reply. And it got lost in the mail. And then that's another movie. At what point was she your babysitter? It's another good question. Then Sting Ghost wrote stand for eminent. Bro, you got honestly, we have I told that to the guys. I wanted to oh man. Is it weird if I give you a power hour, PHILO? Because that just reminded me. I guess we'll save it for Friday because I'll be here tomorrow. We're gonna have Bible study tomorrow. I could give you a little one though. I mean, or I'll push it. You want to push it ahead? We can run it real quick. But even then, I was telling the guys at the cult house, I was telling them, man, I was like, dude, I want to make a movie or a show. I'm down. Like, I know the people too. Like, I know people in Hollywood, but like, we need to make like a good story, bro. No chat GPT shit. I want to write like a good show. I want to make a good show, bro. But then we just got to make sure what we message is good and fair, and make sure we don't try to message too much that you just turn into Disney Channel. That's about it. Am I going to star in it? I never thought about that, but I'm down. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I got that in the. I'm down to star in it. I'll make hella cameos. I'll be like, I'll play the lizard if they have. I'll write a lizard in the plot somehow. But I got you. Or I could be, or I'll be Screech as a child. You know, Screech from Saved by the Bell. We could have like a flashback, and it'll be me with my hair, and they'll be like, why does he have a receding hairline at age 13? And we'll say, ignore that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll be like, yeah, what's up? And then that could be my cameo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wilson from Home Improvement, man. You know, good guy. Mm-mm. My ex-train hopper street performer who's entered the market, rags to riches in the making. Long term, baby. Long term. All the way. All the way. Well, now I'll even give you a... Because, again, the market just started dying. I was going to give you the philo, and then we started dying. We played a little song and went up, but my goodness. It was so funny, though, when I showed the cult guys my hairline, they were like, damn. It was funny because it wasn't even like, it's not that bad or this. They were like, damn, he wasn't lying. There was like a sigh of relief when I took my hat off. Because they're like, it was like the Eminem Santa Claus scene. They're like, he really is balding. Holy shit, he wasn't lying. It's true. Yeah, bro. It was like a weird, we both are like, what the fuck? I was like, yeah, you guys don't believe me? Look. That's it. Mm-hmm. Reach out to LeBron. No, bro. And wait, you remind me after the philo. You don't remember? Didn't Mike DeSantis? What's his name? Ron DeSantis. Didn't they catch him wearing like the little boosters? I'm over this stuff, man. That's it, man. I can't. I'm not. That's it, man. I'm out, man. I'm out. Chadonia. I got a little quick philo. Market loves it. Wow, a little green shoot off the philo clap. You know what I'm saying? That's great. That's great. Oh, I did the clap. I didn't do the philo clap, huh? Oh, we should have hit that. But here's the problem. My cult real estate guys, and even yesterday, man, even listening to you guys and philo, and just, again, even hearing the love once again, man. I love y'all. Like, for real, God bless you, man. And unfortunately for today, what I'm about to tell the Chad, you're not going to, it's I already told you in person. So I hope that you may have to hear this again, but at least, you got it first, man. And that's like literally, it's just, I wanted to share it because I've never really been in this situation. I'm in this situation online. Josh, what are you doing this? Like, Josh, what would you do with this? Josh, what would be the number one, thing you would do? Like, but obviously the first time I meet everybody, I'm sitting there, we're talking. What did Mr. Margay said? It felt like a disciple. I was like, man, don't compare me. I'm not even Jesus like that, bro. No, like we were sitting around vibing, bro. It was very beautiful, man. And just like, but he said it like, people were listening, focusing in, but there was, they said, Josh, like, what would be the one thing? I had a lot of questions there. I remember even, I was asked, they were like, what would be the one thing you would ask God? Like, if you got to meet God, what would be the one thing you asked him? Now, again, I had a lot of questions. I don't know, man. It's one, like, what, I'm sure all of you probably got one question you would ask me if I met you, but there was one question there, like what would be, like, the number one tip I would give. Like, what would you tell us? Like, there's one thing to remember. Like, what would you say to us? And I and I had an opportunity to answer that. Like I'm saying, it's different from answering it when you're on the internet, streaming. It's, looking at everybody. They're looking at you. And the answer is very simple, I said. And this is what your PHILO is today. And I hope all of you can understand this. And I encourage you with whatever I say, be slow to listen. And I hope you don't let your heart or spirit jump to reacting. You know what I'm saying? And really understand what I'm telling you. And maybe I'll make it easier for you. Because number one, I'm trying to tell you to enjoy yourself. But the real thing I'm saying, and the number one thing, the thing that I told them, I said, if you're going to remember anything for the rest of your life, it will change your life. It'll make your life good. And trust me, whatever you're going through, good, bad, I said you need to learn to love work. Like, and I know people don't like the word work. Now, I don't think I was talking to people who didn't like work. That's the beauty. That's why I said, being around people, especially when in a setting, it was like 50 of us all out there. It's like, a lot of us shared a lot of opinions. It felt very good to speak knowing that mother effers ain't have a gun ready to misinterpret you with it. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not telling you to love being a worker. I'm not telling you to, you know what I'm saying, to be about where you're only going to be in one position. I'm not telling you to succumb to the man and fall for the patriarchy and they want us to work. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm saying. But it's like, for real, I hope you have enjoyment in everything you're doing. But I just said, if you find a way, like, bro, if you could find a way to get dopamine, DHR kind of dying. Hold up, they're going green to red. DHR, a little flush at the low. Well, I've said this. I said this a couple of times, man. But like I'm saying, bro, you put me on the spot. You ask me, Josh, what's the number one thing? I said face to face, bro. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And I believe in it. And again, in looking at everybody, and I'm like, man, if we are all this excited about seeing each other now, bro, we haven't seen shit. You know why? Because, wow, everybody's young. And that's why I said, look around, bro. Everybody, bro, some of you even, I don't know how old you think you are. Some of you are older because you want bonds, and amen. But you're not even old, like, cause you're still in your 30s, man. And that's why I just said, bro, it's, if you could understand this now, wow. If you learn, like I said, I don't know if you feel me, bro. Did y'all hear what I said before that news? I don't know if you heard me, man. Bro, what if you could get dopamine from what you are doing? That's why some of you often tell me, you say, real estate's not for me. Good. I'm not going to fight with you on that. But like, where is there something, some effort, something you apply yourself to, some activity, man, some part of life that just be unlocking dopamine for you? You know what I'm saying? Like, actually, like, wow, like I'm actually getting excited. Oh, wow, I do like talking to people. Wow, like, yo, I got to help somebody today. It felt very, very good. I'm really, put me on a computer. Put me in front of speakers. You know what I'm saying? I could write. But like, you got to really, and that's honestly, man, I mean, bro, Danny here is dumping. I don't have anything. I have a press release, independent directors in the morning. That's it. But like, for real, like, this is where you're going to find things. And like, but you need love. That's what I'm saying, like, in a weird way. And I'm not one step at a time. I'm not trying to say you have to love everything and this and that and all people, but like, understand how love is rooted in this. Where I'm saying, like, don't let the world, don't let the distraction, the shitty news you have to see every day. We all got to see it, But it's like, don't let that sap the love out of everything. Because, at some point when you were a child, there was activity. You would play in a sandbox all day, bro. You know what I'm saying? Remember the first time you played a video game and got addicted to it? You know what I'm saying? Those are feelings. I can't take back the Halo feeling, dog. It's like there's certain things where it's like before life. And I understand that, again, like, bro, yesterday, even on the co-real estate, they were talking about, problems and how even, I love Trey called some of them out. He said, you should want bigger problems. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully our problems are bigger in the sense that whatever you think's a problem now, like, no, we want to have a bigger problem where in a sense it's kind of a blessing. But it's like, yeah, I know the reality. Like, you go through things and there is real life and, you got to handle stuff. You got bills, you got mortgages, you got cars, you got people. So some of you have kids and other more than one people relying on you. Like, dude, that is the reality. But what I am trying to tell you, though, is don't forget about the love that you do possess. And I'm not saying this so you become a hippie. Maybe I became a hippie. I don't know. But that's not for the reason. It's like saying so that you could, like, yo, let's clear the bullshit. Let's get some shit aside and find out, like, where do we love doing? Like, where do we love doing work? Where is something we could apply ourselves to and get a love and a appreciation out of it for ourselves? And that right there, because I told the guys and I told all the real estate guys, I was like, man, y'all better enjoy this meeting. Bro, Dana here's dying, 2.3 now. I got no headlines. I called it out on it wasn't even down a percent there. But I'm talking to these guys, dude, and I'm just like, I'm saying, like, dude, for real, like, you think this is fun and all the co-real estate and whatever and getting to meet up with everybody, getting to have a business that's successful, all the real estate, talking to people, working with people, providing that knowledge. I'm like, dude, you better make sure you love this. And that's what I'm saying, whether you're on an event and you're not, but it's like, you got to find a way to love it because I would not, if I couldn't find love, I would have quit a lot of things a long time ago. And that's what I'm saying, bro. It really is true when people tell you, if you find what you love, you're never going to work a minute of your life, okay? It's so cliche, but it's so true. And that's where it's something where it's like, yo, I think this could be a good philo. And quite frankly, I told this to people. Again, you got me, my Chaz, in an intimate setting. They're literally looking me in my eyes, looking at my face. And I say it, bro, with the same passion and everything because it's like, for real, this is a game changer. It's like I learned this from my parents in a weird way too, and I've learned this from other people. I had very different and weird role models, but I'm telling you, like, this ability to embrace both not only challenges, but like effort and putting your effort into something that you love and that you believe into, and just like, believe me, it is another gear that a lot of people will either learn to unlock or they never will. It is another part of you, man, that is like for real. But what you learn to love is going to bring out so much. But again, simply put, though, you are, you can go fight. I even told them, bro, I had a very interesting relationship with my mom. You hear me now, I'm a mama's boy. It wasn't always like that, but it's like, I really hope y'all get to the point where it's like, you may not, your relationship with work don't have to start off good. Oh, I don't know. Stop it. Y'all hear me or not? I really hope. You know what I'm saying? But like eventually, I hope that your journey and as you grow, you learn to like respect the relationship and you'll realize, wow, it wasn't trying to hold me back. And I get it. And maybe, there's some times where the work didn't make sense. There's sometimes even my parents, my mom, like, it didn't make sense. But then you'll grow up a little bit and you'll see a little bit down the road. And that's why I'm saying it's like, I don't want you to have a at odds relationship with work. But above all else, bro, I want you to tap into the love because that's what it's all built on. Again, when I do what I do, you see it all. Some of you are like, wow, this changed a lot. And even, again, the guys I was talking to, it's like, it's love, bro. If you saw those guys, if you went to that event, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's all built on love. You could see it. You could feel it. Call it what you want. The word cult sounds scary and a lot of other things, but you feel it, bro. And it's like, you got to tap into that. And part of it, though, I want to make sure, I told this to the guys I want to see going because I want to see what they unlock. But for everybody, man, just make sure you love it and love what you do and love the relationship that you have with work. And even if you're at odds with it, don't fight it and learn to respect it and get comfortable with it. And all it can do is give you back fruit. That's all. That's what I'm saying. A healthy relationship between work, a healthy relationship to the things you love and how you put those efforts, bro, is only going to bring you fruit from there. So, Chad, it was supposed to be a mini philo. I kind of dropped a lot on you, but I hope you enjoyed it. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, now it's here. Now you get your uncle. Now you get uncle. I'm going to go pee. See you in a little bit. Get some post-PHILO uncle.
Dippo on the beat.
It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was moving fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I don't fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price are going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place yet. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heated if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Playing with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claiming shit, I called that, and I made the grip. He fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Yeah, bro. Dana here dying. I ate another Costco croissant, bro. Bro, DHR and then TMO. No news, is there? You got any headlines? Bro, it's down 5%. We caught that it was less than 1. But there's nothing on. That was during PHILO, too. Yeah, that's really bad. We'll see. You might get there's going to be a random headline somewhere. Goldman Sachs passed on a higher offer for Green Sky. No. Of Costco. I keep eating these damn croissants, bro. My mom told me they're going to hurt me. I'm nervous. Came up on both. Lab Tools extended decline to 2.7 after Sartorius update. What is Sartorius update, Habibi? Make s'mores with the... Man, what are you trying to do to me? ADRs dropped 5% in U.S. trading on forecast cut. So then a sympathy cut. That would make sense, but we'll see. I don't know. That would be the only... There's nothing else. I can't find anything else. There's nothing even related. It has to be a sympathy. But wild. That came out of nowhere. And then markets, too, still holding up. You're down 0.75%. And the bonds ain't looking amazing yet. It's an international pharmacy and laboratory equipment supplier covering the segments of bioprocess and solutions. Let's see. It is Friday the 13th. Yeah, Dana here is medical. It makes sense. So that checks out. It's all of those are medical device companies. Remember, somebody was bringing that up earlier. But so again, I think even Medtronic was dead earlier in the day. We were looking at that. So that all the dots, you have to connect them, but it makes sense. It looks like guidance for another big company overseas, and then now they got clapped. And then bonds still holding your right, or excuse me, stocks. You're right below VWAP. You are now 2 points above the low of yesterday where we started bouncing around the minutes. And then Cigna's on the high. Remember them, UNH? They were doing good. I connected the dots. You did, my man. Amen. Amen. But it's not like it won't show up as like a headline. I'm gonna give it a couple minutes. Everybody else will connect the dots too. Bank of Israel chief Israel finance minister met to discuss economic situation arising from Israeli war with Hamas. Joint statement. And then North Dakota oil numbers coming out. SWAT-K. Striker. It's weird. It was like Thermo and Danny here. Cigna. I don't know. Is Cigna like, are the healthcare companies running off of Ozempic? I don't even know at this point. Envio's kill. We should have grabbed those 95s the other day. It was right in front of us for like 2 seconds. It was only up 2% on that news, and then it just rocketed 7. And they have that split PTCT on the low. This thing kind of just flushing. It's already down 8. There might be some prior news or just getting destroyed. Long, short, long GLP-1, short medicine device companies. Yeah. Let's just fucking buy GLP and short Coca-Cola. I can't believe that actually, like, that was what we were dealing with a week ago. But that medical devices, I think certain ones, especially those what's it called, dude, if Ozempic has a way to get in on the dialysis market and this thing starts, like, healing kidneys, bro, it's gonna get out of hand. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know if they need to go buy another factory. Oh, sleep apnea device makers, yeah. Oh yeah, you could go down the list. Ozempic gonna be the next iPhone. I thought Ozempic hurt your kidneys. I thought so too, but I think it's Wegovy. That's the one, but they're doing like a trial of it, and then they stopped it because it was so good that they're moving on to a more expanded trial. But it's literally like they were literally saying that it could help diabetic like issues, even people who are in the need of dialysis. It could help them out a lot, which is wild to think about. Another miracle drug always ends bad. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, it usually none of them end well. That's why it's like, fuck. So it could be very, very crazy. So we'll see. Ozempic may even cure stupidity. Damn, sign me up, bro. What the? First Chat GPT, now Ozempic. Someone's keeping this market up. Damn. It's just development at different times. I mean, every time, think about it. After like 2010, they came out with Facebook, and they came out with like the Instagrams, and then they came out, and then Amazon started coming out, and they're like, yo, Amazon's like, we gonna come up with something called the cloud. Yo, no, not like weather cloud, but like it's like the weather cloud. My name's Jeffrey. But what you go, it's like you store your data. Oh, we gonna make billions. So there's a lot, like every single time just things always come out, but you got to think about it. It's like you get one, for every Ozempic and AI, bro, we had to deal with like 15 charging companies, flying vehicles, How many other things? Cancer drugs, a lot of EV scams. You have to deal with NFTs. You have to deal with all of that to get to two things that are still up and holding after developing. The metaverse. Literally, meta is still called meta. I'm back full-time listening come Monday. Let's go. Happy end of the year. No updates on metaverse. Yeah, good. The fuck you mean? You want to update? I don't want to update. Don't tell me what the bill is. Man, if this guy comes out and is like, well, we're spending, we're doing this now. It's going to cost $15 billion. Oh, no, please, no. Just don't update it. Just don't say shit, dog. That's fine. That's fine with me. He could say, bro, Mark Zuckerberg never utters the word metaverse again. I would be okay with it. I wouldn't mind. I don't care. That's it. Because if you have nothing to tell me, that means he ain't spend no money on it. And that's great. That's perfect. There's a little more. Just tell me you fired everybody. That's all. You're like, you sick capitalist. No, bro. Dude, he's hiring people. I don't even think they've been to work in the last 18 months, and they worked 5 other remote jobs in Silicon Valley. So I don't trust it. Or just call it book, meta book. How about face meta? No? Okay. He will die for the metaverse. No, he won't. Man, you don't think Mark Zuckerberg's attitude is different? Mike, you don't think from here to here there was an attitude adjustment anywhere in my man's line of thinking? That's it. If you said Elon, I would say, yeah, there was no attitude adjustment. Elon's different. Mark Zuckerberg, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I wear glasses. I'm a nerd. And I love it. I look way more refined. I look more friendlier, I think. I look less like a attack lizard and more like a hamster. So I think it's good. But I do, I wear glasses. And I don't know how to put shit in my eyeballs. Like, I don't know how to do contacts. I've tried. But, like, I think people who wear contacts, y'all are crazy. How the hell you do that? My girlfriend wear contacts. I'm like, you sicko. How the hell do you do that? Like, bro, to stick something in my eye that's, like, invisible, y'all, what the fuck? And y'all are like, how do you believe in God? I'm like, I don't know, man. You just trust the little blind plastic and you put it in your eye now, and now you like, I can see off of invisible plastic in my eye, and then if I sleep with it, I'll lose my left eye. What? That makes what? But you can't see it. How do you lose a contact, bro? That's a terrifying thing. I wear contacts. I mean, you're probably tougher than me. I can't do that. You made a pitch deck in that industry in contacts? Dang, you were about to take over the contact industry? If you got a way to make it easy. But I don't know. I didn't want the glasses. I just bought them. I was like, we'll try it out. And then I'm like, holy shit, I could see. And then I could see if people are staring at me too. That's the thing. Ever since I got glasses, like, 1, I realized there's a lot of people in the world. 2, I realized they're not all staring at me. And then 3, I did realize there's a lot more people staring at me. But then 2, I'm like, I can see people from a mile away now. And I'm like, oh, it's easy. It's easy. It's bad. Life is clear. And then I didn't take my glasses off. And I thought I would break them, but then I've been pretty good so far for the last, like, year and a half. I've had them for, like, a year and a half, I'd say. I haven't been wearing them too long, but they've been good. They've been good to me. I'm wearing them now. Yeah. It sucks, though. They're like, yeah, it'll help your eyesight. But every time I take these off, bro, I feel even blinder. It's messed up. The wearing the sunglasses. I'd want prescription sunglasses, but I don't have the transitions. Walk by faith, not by sight. Oh, dude, I did for a really long time. You have no idea. Like, oh yeah, amen, praise the Lord. I just, I took this as a blessing. Oh, that's it. You got bougie designer glasses? Hell no, bro. I got Ray-Bans. I got like $99, $70, $60 with Costco membership. That's it, bro. I keep it real simple, dog. Give me black pair of sunglasses, just make sure it fit my big ass nose, and then we good to go, bro. That's all I need. And I'm out here. There was some woman who had 23 lost contacts removed from her eye. No, it's crazy. Just get contacts? Why? I don't like contacts are terrifying. I can't put them in, and I just don't want them in my eye. Like glasses are very you know what I'm saying? They're chill. I just put them on and then I take them off. It's just chill, bro. It's chill. Oh, you want me to take a laser to my eyeball as an alternative? Do you not hear what I'm telling you? This shit cost me $70. I put them on and I could see the world. The minute I don't want them on, I take them off. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all are feeling me right now. Y'all are like, nah, bro, just burn your eyeball out. What? They're like, yeah, bro, just go get contacts. You'll learn it all. Okay. I'm like, man, this is... You look up into the side and put them in your eye, then it falls into place. And yeah, 2 weeks to stop the spread. I ain't believing none of y'all. I'm out. No deal. I'm out, Howie. No deal. No contacts. I've already committed. I ain't doing nothing. That's it. I got glasses. I'm fine with glasses, bro. If you don't like them, that is your problem. And if you can still see them, then I'm glad you have your eye situation in check. But as long as I wear them to the gym, bro. I ain't have no issues. They haven't. That's it. Nothing. No bad things have happened from wearing glasses. I just touch my eye. That's okay. When else do you ever touch your eye naturally in the normal discourse of life? No. Yeah, I love the glasses. So, if any, they paid me to promote glasses on this segment. Who is they? I don't know. Maybe Costco, but I'm a glasses supporter. Y'all keep telling me Israel, Palestine. Well, listen, y'all should study the history before you pick teams. But glasses versus contacts, I'm going team glasses. That's a decision that does not require bloodshed. So it's very simple. Unless some of you advocate for surgery. Again, I don't know. It's okay. I don't judge you if you have contacts. It's okay. If anything, I respect you because I can't do it. But me and my glasses got a great relationship. ISRG, wasn't that running or dying earlier? I don't know if we put it up. That's another medical equipment. That's robotics. They're dead. Use code FCONTACTS at Costco for 20% off. Yeah, Rogers family members sue company over lack of boardroom access. Holy crap. There's only 30 more minutes left. That's it now. Bank earnings tomorrow. Again, I still don't think October is that bad. This is still only a 0.5% day, but, it didn't change too much over the last couple of weeks. You're still holding up, but the bonds are, they're kind of not so much. I don't like this one. That's the only issue, but The green came from the bonds stopping the death. Again, even the dollar's still elevated. It's not like the dollar came down. It might come down right now. You're getting a little red, but that's it. Just the bonds, right when the bonds stopped going lower, so did the market. That's it. Bonds keep going lower, we're going to have problems. That seems to be the answer. Lower consecutively and consistently. So again, just like we've been saying here, even from yesterday, you had 4 days of rally, stability. If that can't stay, and then you've given up 70% of that, then welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. The banks tomorrow, number one. Your guys' favorite. They've controlled your life. You just found out about it a couple years ago. The OG tinfoilers, they knew about this a decade ago. You got mad about a lot of things. They bought up all the homes. They gave shadow bank loans to buy up all the homes. And they didn't even care if they sold it at a loss, baby. Number one, BlackRock. I don't know what to say next. We love you, EST, woo. Oh, yeah, go Ukraine, woo. They did it, man. That's always yeah, that's BlackRock. BlackRock is tomorrow. And then, number two, they charged you fees. They made you bank accounts you never knew existed, and they act like they didn't know year after year. Wells Fargo. Thank you for the 15 accounts. We love you, Wells Fargo. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. And then, last but not least, and definitely not a regional, because we don't announce those, even though they'll crater the market. They came in with a leader. He owns the world. He will buy anything, even if you tell him he can't buy it. They have Chase. They have everything in between, and they already helped bail out the banks 10 years ago. J.P. Morgan. We love you. I loved you since the 18th century. Oh my God! Wow, the Rothschild. Wow, that's amazing. Wow, J.P. Morgan. I can't believe it. Say Sapphire card. Wow. So yeah, those are your banks tomorrow. BlackRock, Wells Fargo, J.P. Morgan. A lot of big dogs. I might be missing somebody, but that lineup right there, bro. That's a lineup. That's a lineup, bro. That's a lineup. Hall of Famer, bro. 100 years of his. I could have gone deeper on the J.P. Morgan one. I was just, I was on a time frame. Where is it? Where's that picture? All before market open, yeah. Oh, Citi. How'd I forget about Citi? And then PNC, and then Progressive. Flow. You remember Flow? That's Progressive Insurance. So you're going to get JP Morgan, United Health, BlackRock, Citi, Wells Fargo, Progressive, and PNC. All before the bell. Yalla, all you do is sleep, wake up, you find out bank blow up or not from a month ago, 3 months ago. That's why. Welcome to delayed data, but we get it today, then we act today. But tomorrow. Undisputed market cap financial of the world. J.P. Morgan. It's really fun to do. That was a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it. See, those are the things I'm thankful I have a voice for. But that cost me like 30 voice points, unfortunately. All the banks giving $200 to $400 to open a checking account. Yeah, so fucking Schwab better pay me if they want me to switch. I'm going to see, though. I need to call E-Trade. I was only going to call them for myself, but I was thinking about it this morning. I want to. They never do it though. They're never down. That's how you know they're not like Weeble. I'm gonna see if they'll try to give us like. I'll be like, hey, bro, we got like a couple thousand long-term accounts. If y'all trying to give us like, I don't know, 50% more drip for free. I don't know if they're. I'm trying to see if we have anything, but other than that, I am getting ready to move to E-Trade. So we'll see. But everywhere else, they'll pay you. They pay you for new accounts. Spend this much. Watch out for the credit card deals. Qualcomm reduction plans were announced in Q3 earnings. Well, even then, though, we were just like, how do you even play that? Again, the job cuts nowadays, I don't know, because you're like, wait, is the company struggling or is that good for them? And it's definitely a different vibe than what we saw last year. And then again, only 20 minutes remaining, Chad. That's crazy. So don't make an account to transfer. You could or you can. Either way, I'm going to find out. But we only have like 20 or 30 days. But I'm hoping if it's simple. And then the only thing, I wonder if it'll keep our cost basis. They offer drip matching. I'm going to see if we could get a deal. I mean, commissions are already free. And their interest rate is high. The beauty is that E-Trade pays you way more on cash. So the beauty, if we move to E-Trade, you don't even have to buy bill and we'll get return back on our money to a degree just by letting it sit there. It's a lot less, but you could still, they have like even high yield save, like their savings shit just set up through it. It's a lot easier, but I don't want to leave TD Ameritrade, but if they're forced to go to Schwab, I'm going to go back to my roots of E-Trade. Let me see, actually. Forcing. Well, yeah. Again, my accounts at E-Trade, they all switched to Morgan Stanley. I didn't do anything. I did not have to make a new account. I did not have to agree to anything. It was like very, very seamless. I don't know. In a weird way, like I just think it's not a good way to conduct it. Again, they're literally making the accounts. I mean, literally, you own both of the companies. I'm sure there's a way they could accomplish it, but that's it. What if they don't let you transfer till you switch to Schwab? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. Because it seems that's what they're doing to Schwab. They're just porting your account and switching it to Schwab after you make a new one. So that's why I'm like, I don't think they have the ability to say, oh, you can't transfer it. Hold on. Hold on. No, I gotta check. Just a thought. Okay. We'll see though, but that's why I'm gonna try to get it figured out in the next week or so. Hopefully, even by tomorrow. I did Schwab. I choose button, keep the same, and then set a password and done. But you're still making a new account. Like I'm saying, I mean, if I didn't go through the E-Trade one, maybe I would have a different reaction. But all I know is I have a lot of accounts at E-Trade, and I didn't have to do anything. Again, so unfortunately, I have at least 4 or 5 accounts at TD Ameritrade, but now it's just I don't want to deal with it all. And then to make a new account, I don't like it. It seems weird with Schwab, and I just already feel safe with E-Trade. And how weed stocks moved. I don't know. I didn't know there was a conference, but they have calmed down lately with all the headlines. But I do think, again, every couple weeks or months at a time, I think the political headlines will be the driver of them. E-Trade platform. Yeah, it's this for the long term. You don't get like a good visual chart of the portfolio. They have ways to show it, but other than that, it's pretty. You got a dividend calculator, automatic dividend reinvestment. You go buy bonds. It's a lot like TD Ameritrade, but just the visual. I don't like their UI as much as I like TD's for the long term. We only have an account at TD. Would you still move to E-Trade? Well, it doesn't matter how many accounts. It's up to you. Like I'm saying, just the fact that it's switching, I don't like that. I'm the person who told you about the conference. Which conference is it? I mean, I got to double check. I forgot if I told you it a couple weeks ago. I'm definitely blanking on weed. I mean, I'm thinking about bonds. And then right below VWAP, watch out if the bonds keep coming down. We have 17 minutes, man. So hold up. And you're right above the parachute. Netflix is next Wednesday, yeah. Or Tuesday, but soon. And then Tesla's probably on Tuesday. And then again, big banks tomorrow, and then all through next week, and then a couple of regionals. And then after that, it'll be like Meta, and then by November, we'll get Google and the rest of the guys. E-Trade has a high-low ticker, yes. That's it, man. The time. Time flies, Chad. Time flies. Where's your boy Romain Riztik? I need to go pee again. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. And the Twitch too. Maybe we try. My voice is back. I want to try to stream 2K tonight, but I don't know.
You know, Stefano stepping back a little bit more and letting this company go in a new direction.
All right, Cynthia, really appreciate it. Cynthia Coons is Bloomberg News' healthcare team leader. Of course, coming up, we're counting you down to the closing bell. Diane Jaffe, TCW's senior portfolio manager, joins us as we look at a stock market that is in the red and Treasury yields that are moving higher as well on a disappointing, well, I should say not just a disappointing, but 3 disappointing Treasury auctions this week. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Want to explore more of the investing universe?
No. I don't. Bonds only. Shit, man. NOC, where's RTX? I feel like NOC's been on the high all day. Cape May in the news feed. What's Cape May? Jersey Shore? Why it's the best time to visit Cape May? Wait, what's Cape May? Lynn Pollard peered through the lilac frame glasses of the Nikon scope, searching for raptors in the South Cape. Wait, what? Birds of prey. Wait, did I click on the right art? Is this in BC? Yo, you could find raptors in South Cape? Sign me up. I'm sold. She just said raptors. That's what it says. Somebody was looking for a raptor. That's all I read. In the FAQ of TD, if you do nothing, your account will be liquidated and the check will be mailed to the address on file. That's awful. So make sure if you don't do anything, update your mailing address. Okay? Just update your mailing address. They're in Toronto. Like a bird raptor. Then why don't they call it a bird? I'm just kidding. Seems very misleading to call this thing a raptor. There's only one thing I know that isn't a Ford. And I'm just saying that's a dinosaur. The ticker on the top right is ISRG. It is part of, again, TMO, Dana here, and a couple of others. Again, even MDT earlier. A lot of medical device plays were just absolutely demolished. Again, I think one of them cut their guidance, the NBA team. And what is the NBA team's logo? It's literally a baby dinosaur. That's why, come on. Like, it's not like a raptor is a dinosaur. I'm using E-Trade, E-Trade Pro. This isn't Power E-Trade. But yeah, this is E-Trade. You get the high-low ticker, which is good. Raptor means birds of prey. It's from fossilized dinosaurs they thought were birds. Wow. So raptor, this is a phonetic. Wow. Mix natural gas. Mm. 10-minute rigged incoming. Indeed. It's literally right now. So let's see. Again, our bonds, man, this is going to be a nice one for tomorrow because now you got the event out the way. I don't know how you feel about today. The Russell is destroyed, down 2%, but other than that, this doesn't even look that crazy on equities, but I am worried about the bonds. Excuse me. F350 Raptor. I could get behind that. So 10-minute rigged, you're getting a pop. Again, defensives, RTX climbing back up. So some names, remember, tech is in its own little world again today. So that's even part of it. You're not even seeing it reflected on the indexes. And oil, I think that's another one. I'm going to tell you before I tell you on the watch list. It's recovered a little bit, but at one point when oil was down 2% right there, like it was like 1.7. We did like a 4% drop on the day. So, you have that, but we'll see. Banks, again, finalize your plays for banks. If you want to play them, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Citi, PNC, United Health. You want United Health earnings. Damn it. Oh, wait, why didn't we go over bank earnings? You should have reminded me, Habibi. How come it's so early in earnings season. We're not used to it, That's why you guys aren't like, oh, where is preview, huh? Give me the previews, because the earnings haven't really started yet, I could have my boy do it. I don't know if you guys are going to like this. But your boy, he could explain it all. This is for JP Morgan.
Revenue $39.65 billion. Net interest income. FTE $22.32 billion. Reported $22.23 billion. Non-interest income $17.57 billion. IB market results. Investment bank fees $1.55 billion. Advisory $588.2 million. Equity underwriting $339.2 million. Debt underwriting $662.8 million. Equities $2.28 billion. FICC $4.29 billion. Provision for credit losses $2.39 billion. Non-interest expense $21.78 billion. Efficiency ratio 54.4%. EPS $3.95. Net interest margin 2.63%. Average earning assets $3.024 T. Net charge-offs $1.79 billion. Ending loans $1.296
$3 trillion in assets?
Ending
He said
deposits
T.
$2.389 T. Non-performing loans $7.53 billion. Non-performing assets $8.12 billion. Book value $100.54. Tangible book value $81.65. ESG metrics.
I usually
True Value
skip
Labs ESG rank, laggard, ADJ Insight score, 41.
I usually don't
8%
read you
industry
guys the
percentile.
ESG metrics.
MSCI score, A.
But AI he's a
Price history for Q3.
He's a shill for the
JP
establishment.
Morgan. S&P 500. XLF. Near-term options imply a 3.2% move. Last 4 quarter% moves, plus 1%, plus 8%, plus 3%,
Why so
plus
aggressive?
2%. Revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the past 20 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 16 of the past 20 quarters.
Okay. So that's JP Morgan. Thank you. Maybe I'll read the other ones to you. My voice is good, but not, I don't know. That one did cases. 1%, 8%, 3%. Oh, damn, bro, chill. All righty. Final 5 in 45 seconds. I mean, unless we get like a 20, 30-point drop, I think we're going to hold that one level. Bonds are still in a we're at 43.50, man. Good old 43.50. You're not too far off. You're at yesterday's price. So again, the abyss looks a lot lower. The bonds are ready to go though, like to the downside, which is unfortunate, but I do think they got the whole world in his hands. Everything is about the bonds. Taylor Swift's era is to be a milestone moment in cinema history. It's crazy. I think they're saying it'll be the most money any cinema has ever made in a day. Just all the Swifties, bro. We love you. We want to watch you in the movie now, too. We're going to go to the movie. Okay, I'm going. We'll see. My girlfriend's going to try. I'm like, all right. My plan is say I'm going. I'll be like, I'll meet you there. And then just don't show up. I'll be like, they cut interest rates. She'll be like, they did? I'll be like, nah, I thought they did. So I went home and I ended up playing 2K. What? Beyonce is next. I don't know, though. Like, the Taylor they executed it perfectly. They had all of the hype from the tour, everything, and just they instantly right away into the next one. How annoying. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Everybody in a theater. Yeah, and it's not going to be quiet. Yo, that's actually really funny, bro. I feel at 22. That's all you're going to, it's not even going to be like what you think it is. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the new guy is about to get on here. I know you've been having a lot of fun here. It's already been a wild day. If you want to know why we dropped, it was all sparked by the bond auction. Surprisingly, CPI wasn't that big, but the new guy is about to get on, and it is about to get very loud in here. So when I say earmuffs, what that means is that you are supposed to mute your speakers to prevent any ear blood or ear bleeding or any damage to your earlobes, your attitude, your spirit. We want to give you the best viewing experience possible. So it's just going to get really, really loud in here. But you have a warning, so feel free. If you got to exit out now, we understand safety is the most important thing. So protect yourself, protect others, and mute your speakers, okay? Thank you. That's when you hear earmuffs. The next time I say it, you're gonna want to mute them. You're going to want to mute them, okay? Good. Earmuffs. Okay, put them on. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees, kind of sunny, depending on where you're at there, fluctuating a little bit, kind of like the markets. It's looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought that a random bond auction would move you more than the most important data for bonds for the last 2 years. So very wild today, but the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. New guy's back. He did good. He good. It's time to bring it home now. You got bank earnings tomorrow. Like, low-key, you're not even going to have any economic events to deal with now. It's all about earnings. Let the world, the currencies, the bonds. Bonds are going in lower into the close. But, Chad, you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace, and do so humbly. The markets are wild. I'm telling you, the event we just had was crazy that it wasn't even the CPI. The bonds don't look good. Market is still showing resilience. The banks report tomorrow. Finalize your plays, Chatadonia. You have less than 15 seconds remaining. Now it's 10 seconds. I don't even think I'm talking that slow because now it's less than 10 seconds. Oh my, am I really talking that slow? No way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. If you're here right now, I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed in the game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. I need that GG. You think you're the best chat in the world? I need a GG, or you're not proving anything. You a baby back bitch, so prove to the world that you don't just send angry emails consistently for a lot of years. Drop a GG. Show you got a heart. Show you're not a demon. It's okay for forgiveness. Show everybody else you just don't like Josh. Show that you care about one of the other souls. Drop a GG. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Y'all weren't on probation today. What's up? Good game. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Maybe I see you on 2K tonight. Good game, baby. Everybody, we stronger as one. Stay in the game. Get the long term. Good game, baby. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Wow. I stopped it. I forgot. I play it on the thing, man. But that's it. That's the day, Chad. That's the day. I can't, bro. I woke up so late. It's so weird. I feel like I got hours left in me. And it's weird. My voice is like kind of coming back, bro. It's crazy. That's it. I love you, bro. God bless you. Thank you for being here. That's it. That's the day. Thank you. I appreciate all of you, bro. You guys made it through the voice wars without getting banned. Y'all showed love and support. I'm so glad to have my voice. You have no idea. God is good, baby. God is good, baby. Let's go. I love you, Chad. Thanks for being here. We got more work tomorrow. Oh, yeah. We got way more work.
but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Whoever said carpooling's faster hasn't seen the 405.
Man,
it took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loading on my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
Don't worry, I don't know how long it'll take for the next one, bro. But I told you this is one. This is good, man. This is gonna be the next one you get. It's a vibe, bro. It's a good one, bro. You can start, yeah. Wada. No, you won't know. That's it, man. That's it, bro. That's it, bro. That's the day. I don't know. You want more, Uncle? I could give you more, Uncle. We could get to more, Uncle, but I love you. Thank you for being here. Okay, that's it. I just thank you for being here. Thank you for your love and support. Some of you, it's unconditional, which I appreciate, and thank you for your positivity, and I love you. And let's go, man. Again, the year has already ended. We're already starting another year. There's dude, everything, every day, bro. Once again, bro, you know, a lot of things in the world are happening, and we are here together, man. So let's see where this goes. Thank you all. Let's, pray for my voice, pray for a lot of things. I'm going to keep praying for y'all. Y'all fill out the prayer request wall too. But thank you for your time and effort, and I encourage you all to put in the time and effort for whatever you desire and want. Okay? I'll tell you, wake up and drive, do stuff positive, but like for real, man, I hope all of y'all though, man, just love the work, love the effort, and just love. And maybe if the problem is you ain't finding love anywhere in the world, I want you. Maybe that is that you've been given that task to find it, my friend. Oh man. I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. But Chad, I love you. That is the day. You could go read the books: Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World. Where's the other one? I thought Breakfast was on here. They want Breakfast. You want Pregame. You want Enslow. Enslow's on there. Uncle Hero. Where's Breakfast, dude? I was gonna play that for you. I don't know, man. Or maybe I just give you Oval Office. We get Oval Office.
What's up?
I love earnings season. It's almost here.
Yeah, where's Jill?
Hey,
come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Mr. Prezi, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh to the breakfast. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm lost. Who I think they mad? My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Lending tips. Lending Club came out with some guidance. I don't know. You're getting a lot of news headlines. Remember yesterday was nuts after the bell. That's it, bro. Airbnb. Yeah, I'll give you Airbnb unless it plays an ad. I love Spotify, bro. I always play it on YouTube, but like, that's it. Except for the ads on Spotify, that's it. Beautiful.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Cousin out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us on my fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Kellogg's was murdered. A lot of murdering today, but Bonds, and then again, Walgreens surprisingly did good, but we are gonna find out at the end of earnings season, baby. I can't believe it. We should have played that. Pop in every card up. This is earnings season. You know what I'm saying? When I've been with them, I don't know the song like Uncle does. He's good at that though. Anyways, Chad, that's the day. I love you all. We'll see. Again, I don't know. I mean, the watch list might still come out later tonight. Again, it gives my voice a little bit of a rest in between streaming and whatnot. That helped a lot because every day I was like, I don't know if I could pump it out. And then literally it's like a little later, my voice, I'm good. I'm good a little bit. So maybe We go live on there. Maybe you add me on TikTok, follow the Twitch, whatever it may be. But either way, we get our Friday tomorrow. Earnings is going to begin. And then where we go from there, my goodness. Relay Pharmaceuticals. Looks like they got something on breast cancer. Arlay. Yeah, data. Wait a minute. Didn't we see this the other day, or were they just down? So they just dropped to 690 on that and went up. 35% ORR in patients with FGFR2 fusions. Oh, no, you might have something there. Plans to focus on broader tumor-agnostic opportunities. There it is. Now it's up 8. Literally, it just dropped off of that headline by $1, and then now just shot up another $1. And then again, Lending Club, he just had stuff after hours. But, Chad, that's the day, my friend. That is the day. I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. And don't ever forget why we're here. Why the faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why literally, by finding the love will find you a lot of answers, my brother. And why love, and if you can't show love to your neighbor, what good is anything else, man? I'm telling you, love runs so deep, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I'll see you in a little bit. I'll see you in a little bit. Tonight, tomorrow. Either way, maybe the Twitch. I don't even know. I'll see you, baby. I'll wake up early tomorrow. I promise. I won't let that happen again. Don't worry. I won't let that happen. I can't believe it. Dude, y'all didn't even talk about how fast I pooped this morning. Never mind. I'm going to leave you on that. I love you. God bless you. See you in a little bit. And peace out. Yeah. What about me, man? Yeah, you couldn't get rid of me no matter what. I told you, if I'm going to get in there, I'm going to build it back better, huh? I told you, I've gone through a lot of struggle. I told you, I've raised in Puerto Rico. I was born in Puerto Rico, where I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And my parents, they came from Egypt, but they were born in California, Texas. And that's where I learned a lot of the things that I learned. Seriously. It's not hyperbole. I know what you're going through right now. That's why I keep giving a lot of money to people to buy guns. But still, hey, since I did, exactly. What do you mean, Joshua? Does any of the conflict? How did Israel not know there was bombs coming in? Were they connected to the Wi-Fi? Exactly. This is an issue of Wi-Fi. I knew it. Exactly. I yield back my time. I reclaim it. That's it. You're towing the line with that one, Joshua. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Goodbye.